however, the apocalyptic mode of Judaism produced a novel religious way of being, but proto-rabbinic circles, the early rabbis, did not like apocalyptic Judaism for lots of reasons, one of which is that it seemed to encourage a kind of bellicose, warlike behavior, and it seemed to commit people to a kind of determinism. And determinism, as you might imagine, doesn't really inspire people to be better. It just says, accept your fate and go on with it. It's all part of the divine plan. Well, the early rabbis really didn't like that idea. They really thought, no, we can choose to live differently than we're living. We can choose a different world. And that emphasis on choice and moral responsibility on the part of the rabbis really tilted rabbinical Judaism away from, although not completely away from, many of the central tenets of apocalyptic Judaism. Now, what does emerge in the world of apocalyptic Judaism is a new kind of mysticism that, ironically enough, does actually prove to be popular, at least with some rabbis. Now, I don't want to paint a wide brush or paint with a broad brush and say, yes, all of Merkava and Shir Koma mysticisms are popular among the rabbinical elite. That's definitely not true. If you know anything about rabbis, one of the things that rabbis do as a hobby is disagree with one another. Though there's just no evidence to say that the rabbis were terribly interested in all practicing these forms of mysticism. And just to parse those out a bit, as to maybe jog your memory, the Hekhalot, or Merkava literature, or mysticism, is a form of mysticism in which the mystic descends into the divine palaces, and they have to bypass all kinds of angelic guardians, and they have to give them passcodes, and they have to give them secret handshakes and decoder rings, and not really decoder rings, but, all this kind of weird stuff. And by doing that, they eventually descend through the various palaces of God and ultimately arrive with what we would now call a beatific vision, which is to say they are allowed to gaze upon the throne of God. In some of this literature, they're allowed to sit upon the throne of God, which I always imagine, like, when you were a little kid and you would sit in the big kid chair, and you would sit in, like, the big people chair, and you'd be, like, real small sitting in a giant recliner. I kind of always imagine that's what it's like to sit in the throne of God. It's like a really worn out, like gritty recliner that's super comfortable that your like granddad sat in for 50 years. That's what I imagine to be the throne of God. So you can sit in the throne of God, and sometimes you can be transformed into an angel. Why you want to do that, I don't know, but you could, right? And Enoch, of course, is a quintessential version of someone who according to one of the books of Enoch, is transformed into an angel. Alternatively, you could do the nerd option, and the nerd option is math. And the nerd option includes gazing upon the divine body and measuring it, right? And you measure it in this parasang Persian unit of 3.5 miles, and you're allowed to learn the secret names of all the different parts of God's body. This left eyebrow, and right eyebrow, and left ear, and right ear, and all these things. And you're allowed to measure the parts of the divine body. And these numbers may have been something like a meditative technique, although we really don't know. It's a very bizarre form of literature, very strange form of mysticism. Although I will say, as I pointed out last time, that Maimonides actually might be arguing against the Merkava Shior Koma literature in the Guide to the Plex. That might be the target, at least, of some of his analysis in the Guide to the Plex. Which, by the way, just to drive that point home, if that's the case, and I think Menachem Kellner makes a really great case that it is, that means the greatest work in all of the history of Jewish philosophy is a response to a form of Jewish mysticism, right? It's downstream of it's a reaction to Jewish mysticism. And I think that can't be underestimated and underplayed. I think that's incredibly important if it's true, and I happen to believe that it is true, at least to some degree. The other form of literature that we talked about, or mysticism, is what is called the Sar Torah mysticism, the Prince of the Torah. And this is a para-rabbinic. We think these guys may have been in rabbinic circles, maybe on the outside of rabbinic circles, not quite the inner core, but maybe kind of the hipsters outside smoking cigarettes in the dive bar where the rabbis hung out. These guys wanted to summon a kind of angel called the Sar Torah, the Prince of the Torah, and this angel would teach them rabbinic lore, laws, and secrets very rapidly. I don't know, this is like the person that comes to you the day of the exam, who's a C student, and asks if they can see your notes, and they try to download all your notes the day before the exam, right? It's like, they're that guy. And so what do? They have to go before the rabbinical elites, and they have to figure all this stuff out. They're like, oh, might as well summon an angel. And one can hope that the angel will help them with their rabbi test or their calculus test or their German test or whatever test they had to take. I will say, however, that if I could just learn the liberal arts by summoning an angel, I would have done that. And so clearly I didn't. Just as a last thing to remind folks, dozens of these manuscripts survive. Dozens, right? And history is a bad place. History is a dangerous place. It's a vicious place. Very little survives, right? When you write a book down on papyrus in Egypt, the odds of it surviving anywhere outside of Egypt are pretty low. And so we have dozens of examples of these texts surviving, being transmitted into Europe, surviving into the Middle Ages, in the world of the Hashdi Ashkenaz, for instance, the world of the German pietists, who we'll get to later. These manuscripts survived, which means at some level they were popular, they were copied, they were probably practiced. So we see them being used over and over again. We see elements of the Hekala literature appearing, for instance, in the Talmud. We also see elements of the Hekala literature appearing in the New Testament, which I don't have to remind you, is a Jewish text written by Jewish people, right? So the New Testament also contains some mentions of Hekala literature, which is just to say that all of this is a witness to the popularity of these forms of mysticism and what might be called quasi-magic. And I say quasi-magic because the Sar Torah literature is a kind of quasi-magic, right? It is a kind of quasi-magic. And when I say quasi-magic, you are in fact summoning a being, right? You're in fact summoning a being to magically teach you stuff rapidly, right? You can't learn things rapidly normally. You have to download them somehow, right? Almost like putting a jack in your head, like downloading the information. The Sar Torah somehow has the ability to do that for you. So this is a bit of a recap that gets us up to speed and links for us, at least at some level, the distinction between Merkava mysticism, where you descend into the chariot, to the Sar Torah literature, in which you're bringing down an angel. And that bridges the gap for us at some level between mysticism and magic. And those two things are where we're going to move tonight. We're going to move in the direction of Jewish magic. So just 1 second, I'm getting a bunch of emails, which tells me that there might be something amiss. So let me see, just check those real fast before we jump right in, because I want to make sure that I'm not missing something in the wrong room or whatever. So 1 second, folks. Sorry again. No, okay, we're good, great. When I hear like 5 emails go off all of a sudden randomly, it's better just to check and make sure I'm not in the wrong room or some other kind of mistake. All right, folks, let's turn to Jewish magic. Now, as you might imagine, magic and Jewish magic more specifically present a lot of complex problems, right? They present a lot of complex problems. The first problem is that the term magic and the concept of magic is basically impossible to pin down. Scholars have been trying to pin down what exactly one means by magic for a couple of hundred years, maybe more than that. Really more than that. Because the problem with magic is, where does magic end and where does religion begin, right? It seems like magic is causing things by supernatural means. Well, what about prayer, right? That seems like a kind of supernatural causation, right? So magic is always a term that's very difficult to pin down exactly what we mean by it. And just to give you some evidence of that, this is a recent volume called Defining Magic here, right? Defining Magic. It's about 260 pages, pretty dense academic literature of about 30 or 40 different scholars trying to do just that. And guess what? They don't. They all agree that you can. So scholars even today are throwing ink trying to figure out what exactly magic is, and it's a difficult task. Now, what I'm going to say, right, is for the purposes of this lecture at least, I'm just going to mean magic to mean any illicit supernatural practice, right? Any illicit supernatural practice. Now, why do I say illicit? Because magic in history has almost always been used as a way of othering someone else's practices. So, for instance, when the Greeks decided that they did religion, they othered the Persians. And they said, the Magi, they do weird Persian religion, right? We do theurgy. We do real religion. But those Persians, they do magic, right? They are magic users. So, right, ditto, right, with the witches, right? When the Catholic Church did miracles, the Catholic Church said, yeah, we do miracles. Well, what do witches do? Oh, they do magic. They do witchcraft. So you can see here, right, that the lines we draw about what's magic and what's not, what's a miracle and what's not, what's sorcery and what's legitimate religion, the line has less to do with what you're doing. It has more to do with who's in control and who gets to decide what's allowed and what's not. So magic, in this case, is almost always an othering term. It's almost always used to describe what the other does, the bad people, the women, the Persians, the Jews, whatever. So it's an othering term. So when I use it here, right, I want to be clear about two things. One, I'm using it in a very circumspect way. And two, I want to acknowledge that for many people now in the 20th and 21st century, magic is an important part of their spiritual life. Modern day Wicca, modern day people who identify as witches, modern day Druids, modern day Jewish people who practice magic as part of their spirituality is a fundamentally different kind of thing than what I'm talking about tonight. So I just want to say that what I'm doing here is putting magic in a very specific, circumspect way in order to elucidate how it's operated within Judaism over the course of several millennia. I am not offering a end-all, be-all definition of magic because you can't. You can't. It's much more problematic than that. Secondly, Jewish magic is a mess because it seems like a contradiction in terms. Why? Well, if the authorities determine what's in and what's out, what's licit and what's illicit, well, the problem here is, what does the Torah say about these practices? Well, the Torah is really weird about this. Now, I know that you probably have in your mind the idea that the Torah condemns magic. And the answer to that is, kinda it does. It depends on what you mean by magic. So the most extensive condemnation that we see in the Torah of what we would now consider something like magic is actually probably in Deuteronomy 18. Now, there are lots of other places in the Hebrew Bible where magic or something like magic is condemned. There are practices or really people that do certain kinds of things that are condemned. But you'll see here, right? I've left the technical terms in the original Hebrew transliterated here. So it reads in Deuteronomy 18, there won't be found among you one who passes his son and daughter through the fire. This is probably an indigenous Canaanite practice. A kosim of kosamim, a me'onin, a menachesh, a mechashef, and a chover of chever, and one who asks of an ov or a gideoni, and the one who seeks the dead, dorish mate, right? Now, what you see here, right, is I've maintained all those Hebrew words in their transliterated form. Why? Because we don't know what any of them are, really. We don't know what any of them are. All right? A me'onin might have to do with someone who divines things, tells the future through clouds, right? The Hebrew word anan does mean clouds. So maybe it's one who clouds stuff, right? But what they do, we have no idea. A mechashef, right? This might come from the word, for snake, right? Nachash, right? This might come from someone who divines things from snakes, but again, we don't know. A Baal and a Yedaoni, again, we don't know. And not only do we not know, the rabbis of the earliest period of the Talmud didn't know either. And how do we know that? They debated about what these words meant. You don't debate about what words mean if everyone already knows what they mean. You debate about them when you don't know what they are. And so what we see, for instance, in Tractate Sanhedrin and the Babylonian Talmud is a very elaborate debate about what's allowed and what's not. What's supernatural causation that's allowed and what's supernatural causation which is usur. which is forbidden. Now, of course, the most famous condemnation in the Hebrew Bible is found in the book of Exodus, and that line, and I have to say, this line, Mechasheva lo techaye, that line cost the lives, I would say, of thousands, tens of thousands of people in the Middle Ages and the early modern period, specifically women. This famous line reads, Mechasheva lo techaye, female magic doing person, don't let them live. Right? That's literally, and of course you probably know it more famously in the King James Bible translation, suffer not a witch to live. Right? That line led thousands, tens of thousands of women to their death in the early modern period during the witch hunts. We think that number is somewhere between 40 and 60,000 people, mostly women, were executed during the witch hunts. And that line, justified, they leaned heavily on that line, right? Because it's so brief and so terribly profound. Now, of course, we have this line, Machashefa lo techaye. By the way, you'll notice for folks who understand some Hebrew, it's in the feminine form, right? It's specifically targeting women. We do see other texts like Machashef, right? The masculine form over there in the book of Deuteronomy, right? Deuteronomy, you can see it there. So it does condemn both female and male magic users, but the line in Exodus specifically targets women. So at any rate, what do we do with this Machasheva lo techaye, right? That you can't let witches or female sorcerers or whatever live. Well, you can contrast it with other sections of the Hebrew Bible which seem perfectly at home with supernatural causation. The two most famous examples are divination. You're perfectly allowed to use divination in the Hebrew Bible. You just have to use a specific form of divination. This is to say the breastplate of the high priest has a device in it called the Urim of Urim, the Urim and the Thummim, right? This is some kind of divination device, although exactly how it worked, we don't know. There's a lot of speculation about this in the Talmud. If I say it worked, I mean, who knows what it really was. And of course, the other more infamous ritual is the Sotah ritual, in which a woman suspected of adultery, notice there's no male version of the Sotah ritual, there's no men suspected of adultery who have to endure this, in which a woman is forced to consume a broth made of sand and ash and things, and drink this, and assuming that she's committed adultery, it would cause her stomach to become upset, and she would be executed. So the Sotah ritual, right, is also a form of supernatural causation to sort out whether or not a woman has committed adultery. These are both examples of supernatural causation that are allowed in the Hebrew Bible. In fact, there's an entire tractate of the Babylonian Talmud dedicated to the Sotah ritual. So it's clear that these forms of supernatural causation are illicit, while the other ones, right, being an onen or a menachesh, those are forbidden. So what do these words mean? We don't know. We do, however, get some clues, right? One of the great boons of 20th century archaeology was that we figured out how to read Akkadian. Akkadian is the language of the ancient Babylonians. It's a distant cousin of Hebrew. And guess what we find there? We find cognates. And cognates are the jam of any linguist, right? Because if you can find a cognate in German and Old Gothic, right, if you don't know what the Gothic means, you might be able to figure out from the Middle High German what the Old Gothic word might mean. This is fantastic. This is a great thing. So, ditto, right, we find the Akkadian word, for instance, kishpu, which does mean evil magic doer. And look at that, right? Look, we find, right, with the word machashefa, right, we can see, if you know some Hebrew, right, you can see the exact same root word, right? The ka, the sha, right, and the pu sound, of course, is unique to Akkadian. We can see there in Akkadian that we have a very clear word for sorcerer, magic doer. This is important, by the way, because if you read the Septuagint, of course, is the Greek translation of the Bible, Hebrew Bible, into Greek. The Septuagint actually translates the word machashefa as poisoner, pharmakeia, right? It translates it as poisoner. So they kind of up-translate it to make it a bit more rational, but it's very clear from the original Hebrew that the word does, in fact, indicate a specifically female magic doer person. That's a really, really bad translation, but you get the truth from the Akkadian word kishbu. Now, does the Torah condemn all magic? As we've seen, kind of not. It depends on what you mean by magic. You may remember this is image here from one of our first lectures here on Jewish mysticism. This is the Ketef Hinnom amulet that was found in a grave in Jerusalem. Well, why might you put the priestly benediction in a grave? Well, you might put it in a grave for magical purposes, to protect the dead from things like evil spirits. Why? Because we see that kind of practice occurring all over the ancient Near East. Again, the Israelites are an ancient Near Eastern people, and they mimic, they incorporate practices from the wider Near East. And so when you see an amulet written on silver with blessings on it, the natural leap is that this document is some kind of amulet to protect the dead, perhaps from evil spirits. Well, if that's true, and I think there's good reason to believe that it is, that makes the earliest section of the Hebrew Bible ever recovered an amulet, and therefore a magical object. Now, just let that settle in for a moment. That would mean that the earliest example of the Hebrew Bible that's ever been recovered is a magical device. I think that's profound when thinking about the history of magic. That means magic predates, at least in terms of material culture, everything else we know about the Hebrew Bible. And I find that to be profoundly interesting, right? Profoundly interesting. Now, does that mean that the people that put those amulets in those tombs were allowed to do that? Does that mean that they were operating within the normal limits of what was acceptable at the time? No. We have no idea. What we do have is the material history, and we have to deal with it as such, right? It's not for me to judge yay or nay. All I can say is, someone wrote a blessing that eventually became part of the Hebrew Bible on a silver amulet and put it in a tomb. And anywhere else we would see something like that, we would jump to the idea they were doing magic. Why not just let that evidence speak for itself at some level? So, it's clear, right, that what the Hebrew Bible is worried about, what the Israelites are worried about when they condemn magic, is less practices. They're worried about differentiating themselves from their neighbors, right? These people do this, we don't do that, right? These people do this, we don't do that either, right? These people do these practices, and we don't want those kinds of people in our community. So notice that the condemnations here in Deuteronomy, they're about being people. Don't be a Kesami. Don't be a Me'onim. Don't be a Menachesh, right? Don't be a Chover Cheder. Don't be a person that does that. It's not a condemnation of the practice per se. It's a condemnation of those kinds of people being in your community. And as we'll see in just a minute, right, many Israelites, at least one Israelite, a very famous one, had to consult with one of those people. So again, the condemnations we see here are not condemnations of practice typically, they're condemnations of people doing those practices. Why? Probably identity formation. We're not those people. We're not those kind of people. But also, it's theologically threatening. If you're moving in the direction of monotheism, right? Monotheism is in your wheelhouse, and you're moving in the idea that there's a singular God who does everything in the world. Well, what does it mean if there's like Menachem down the road or Chava down the road, and they can like monkey around with reality and like bring people back to life, or curse crops, or make people fall in love with each other? It seems like they have access to supernatural powers over and against the supernatural powers of your God, and that's worrying. That's a theological worry. Because if your God is the only God and the only one really in control, who are these people? And what are they tapping into? How do they have access to these weird powers where they can make someone fall in love with someone else, or make someone get a sickness, or cure a disease, or bring someone back from the dead? That's all very anxiety-producing. If monotheism, a strict kind of monotheism, is ultimately where you're going, where God and God alone has those kinds of powers. And of course, you'll see that same anxiety play itself out later in, for instance, Christianity. But Christianity has an easy answer for that. Their answer is they're working with the damn devil, right? And if they're working with the devil, that's how they do this stuff. The Israelites, at least the Israelites once they've adopted monotheism, don't have that answer, right? And so this is a much more complicated problem for them, at least at this point, prior to the apocalyptic. Then later on, fallen angels will teach people all kinds of bad stuff, as you can see early on in the book of Enoch. The clearest account of magical practice among the Israelites is to be found, of course, in the Hebrew Bible. Because where else would it be found? And that account, of course, is to be found in the story of the Ba'alat Ov. You'll notice here, right, that we have that prohibition on consulting an Ov or being an Ov back in Deuteronomy. But here we have a person with a title, Ba'alat Ov. We don't know her name. But we do know her title. She is a mistress of the Ov. Now, Ba'alat is relatively clear. It just means Baal means master, so it's one who has control of something. The word husband in Hebrew, Baal, right, is just the one that's in control. Whatever. Misogyny aside, the Ba'alat Ov here is a mistress. She is a she, at least gender-wise, grammatically speaking, and she's a mistress of the Ov. Now, we don't know what the Ov is. It seems possible this word is related to Av and maybe roughly related to the idea of ancestors, specifically dead ancestors, and therefore we might translate this word as something like the person who has access to the ancestors who are dead, right? Now, that's a really clunky translation. The typical translation we use for that now is something like necromancer, right? Necromancy is manipulation of the dead for various kinds of powers, or specifically predicting the future. That's exactly what we have here with the Ba'alat Ov. But we don't know what this word Ov means, but I do think it's probably related to the word dead ancestors. These are special people that have access to those dead ancestors. So, you may know this story, right? Saul is in a war with the Philistines. King Saul, first king of Israel, is in a war with the Philistines, and it's going badly. Well, not only is it going badly, God has abandoned Saul. Saul goes to the legitimate forms of divination, the Urim and the Thummim. He consults them, and, well, God doesn't pick up, right? It's like when you, I don't know, you're in a big problem, and you call someone and they don't pick up, well, you freak out. Well, Saul freaks out. So what does he do? He goes to an Ov, right? He goes to one of these people, the Ov, and he consults with this woman. It's a woman character here. And she does successfully summon the ghost, the spirit of the recently deceased prophet Samuel. And she describes Samuel as emerging from the earth as an Elohim. Right? She's terrified of that. And she says, I see an Elohim coming up from the earth. Now, we do see in other texts, for instance, in Akkadian text and Ugaritic text, where the dead are sometimes referred to as Elim, as gods. In fact, there's a specific word for dead ancestor spirits in Hebrew, the Rephaim, who also seem to be sort of alive in the afterlife in some kind of weird way. Exactly what the Rephaim are is mysterious. In fact, a new monograph just got published on the Israelite conception of the Rephaim, and I am really interested to read it because this is a very mysterious problem. Sometimes the Philistines are referred to Rephaim as giants. This is a really mysterious term in Hebrew. At any rate, the Ba'alat Ov at Endor does successfully summon the ghost of Samuel, the Ruach of Samuel. And of course, like all prophets, as you probably know, they have bad news, because prophets always have bad news. Never go to a prophet to get good news. They don't got it. If you go to the prophet bank and go to the good news section, it's empty. It's all full of bad news. And the bad news is, yes, God has abandoned Saul, and he's going to die tomorrow. And guess what happens? God abandoned Saul, and he died the next day. In fact, he committed suicide, dreadfully, on the battlefield. So the Ba'alat Ov is a clear example of an Israelite narrative where magic works, right? There's no question. The text never says, and the Ba'alat Ov was full of it, and she was a liar. In fact, it paints her very, very nicely. She's always depicted as preparing food for them, being very conscientious. She even says that when Saul comes to consult with her, that he's outlawed this practice, that she doesn't want to do it. But he has to force her to do it at some level, and she obliges him. So the Ba'alat Ov is nothing like the crooked-nosed evil witch of Hansel and Gretel tales, right? Inherently malevolent and preying upon people. Saul goes to her. She refuses. He insists. She summons the ghost, and then afterwards, when he's terrified of his impending fate, she tries to comfort him with food and drink out of her own commissary, right? She's a relatively poor person, we can imagine. So the image of the Ba'alat Ov, and sometimes this term is described as the witch at Endor. I really don't like the translation witch at Endor, because the term witch is so loaded in our imaginary that it summons an image of this woman utterly unlike how she's presented in the text. So I think we should call her what the text calls her. We should call her a Ba'alat Ov, because it indicates that she's an expert, right? She's an expert at this, right? And clearly she is. Also, for my Star Wars fans, right, you'll recognize the name Endor. Endor in Hebrew, of course, becomes Endor in Star Wars, and there's a lot of weird Star Wars stuff in the Hebrew Bible and Star Wars. So, anyway. So, the Baalat Ov of Endor, it's very clear that the writer of at least that text in the Hebrew Bible clearly believes in the power of the Baalat Ov. We don't learn anything else about her. She comes into the story, she gets a few verses, and then she's gone. We never learn anything else about her. At the same time in the Hebrew Bible, there are a lot of weirdos, right? A lot of weirdos, right? The Bible's full of weirdos. The most weird, perhaps, are Elijah and his student Elisha. And these two guys are associated with all kinds of miracles. As you may remember, they're weird prophets from back in the day. They're called Ish Elohim, men of God. It's a weird, specific term for folks who are able to not only do prophecy, but also do miracles. And the only times in the Hebrew Bible where the dead are resurrected are always in relationship to Elijah and Elisha. That's the only time in the Hebrew Bible. That's amazing, because the dead being resurrected is a big deal, because typically only God has power over life and death, and Elijah and Elisha are both respectively able to resurrect the dead, at least those recently dead. In fact, people can be thrown into a grave and jump out alive. It's really spectacular. By the Second Temple period, Solomon, King Solomon, the son of King David, is also associated heavily with magic, specifically the ability to control demons. Again, remember in the apocalyptic period, angels and demons kind of burst on the scene in a way that they hadn't previously in Israelite literature. And these demons, these sort of supernatural malevolent creatures, or at least quasi-malevolent creatures, can be controlled through various magical means. And one of the magical means that we learn about early on, as early as the Dead Sea Scrolls, by the way, and also Josephus and Philo both recount tales in the first century of the ability of Solomon to control demons. Specifically, demons were used in the construction of the first temple. That's interesting and weird, because you have a king of Israel using a bunch of demons to control them, right? Specifically the demon Asmodeus, who's actually a Persian demon, right? Remember that Zoroastrian connection, right? Ashmedai is a Persian deity, a Persian demon, not an Israelite one, but he's imported into Judaism during the process of the Babylonian exile and Persian period. So Solomon has the ability, at least early on, at least by the Second Temple period, to manipulate demons. And for folks out there who are interested in magic, you probably already know, there's an entire branch in the Western magical tradition called Solomonic magic that carries this idea forward to this day. There are people out there to this day practicing variations of Solomonic magic that survived all the way back from the Second Temple period, that have survived into the Middle Ages until now. I won't say that they're exactly contiguous, but there's at least a tradition of Solomon as having the ability to control demons, specifically in the construction of the first temple. Now, that story doesn't occur at all in the Hebrew Bible. There's no evidence there in the Hebrew Bible, but it does begin to occur around the period of the Second Temple period, in the apocalyptic period, and we see it again as early as things like the Dead Sea Scrolls, where there is an exorcistic psalm attributed to Solomon who can do some demon wrangling. Would you go to a demon rodeo? I would go to a demon rodeo. All right. The other place, right, where we also see is in the Galilee. The Galilee in the first temple, in the Second Temple period, was kind of jumping, hopping with weird dudes who could do miracles. You may know Choni the Circle Maker, right? He was famous as, I think this is my partner, Rabbi Alon Alpert's favorite rabbi of all time is Choni the Circle Maker, who we had the great privilege of davening at his kever, his tomb in the Galilee. Choni, as you may know, is famous for forcing God to make it rain, but not make it rain a lot, right? Choni said, I'm going to stand in this circle, and I'm going to stand here until God makes it rain. Eventually, God made it rain, but God, to punish Choni, made it a torrent. And Choni said, that's too hard, God. Turn it down a notch. And God turned it down a notch and made it rain normally, and Choni left his circle. This almost led to the excommunication of Choni, because the idea here was that Choni was using powers to manipulate God. That's the thing. How cool is that? Of course, the other guy that we know from this time period, the famous exorcist and the Messiah, you may know of him. His name is Josh, Yeshua of Nazareth, better known as Jesus, although I think calling him Josh is fine with him. Yeah, his name is Jewish there, the Aramaic word for Joshua. Of course, Jesus also engaged in a great deal of miracle making, predominantly exorcism. Jesus, if he were not known as the Messiah and the central cord of Christianity, would probably be known as a pretty famous Jewish exorcist. In fact, the majority of the miracles that he did involved exorcism. Another famous rabbi from this time period, of course, is Hanina ben Dosa. He was famous for a range of supernatural feats, including exorcism, but also teleporting, flying around. Yep, Hanina ben Dosa, according to the Talmud, could teleport and fly around. He also engaged in nightly duels with the queen of the demons. The demons have a queen, they have a king as well. Lilith is the queen, and Ashmedai is the king, depending on what text you look at. But Hanina ben Dosa was famous for all kinds of supernatural feats, including engaging with Roman emperors along supernatural lines, as well as great stories in the Talmud about him. Of course, we should also mention Shimon bar Yochai, who would be famous as the writer, allegedly, of the Sefer Zohar, the central text of Kabbalah. We'll get to that in a few weeks. But of course, Shimon bar Yochai is also attributed to have committed a great deal of miracles. My famous, of course, is that after hiding from the Romans in a cave for many years, he emerged from the cave and was so disgusted with the impiety of the people around him that fire shot forth from his eyes and killed a bunch of people. And he realized his powers were too strong and he had to restrain them. And so he retreated back into the cave to wait it out. So we have something like Jewish Superman. Although the guys that invented Superman were Jewish, so I don't know. Maybe the laser eye thing they learned in Cheder. I have no idea. I'd like to believe that Superman's laser eyes are attributed to Shimon bar Yochai, but I'm just going to believe that. I'm just going to go believe that they are derivative of Shimon bar Yochai, but I don't think that's true. Bima Jira, of course, is Jesus engaging in the exorcism, his most famous exorcism, the Gerasenes demoniac, who Jesus famously threw into a bunch of pigs and ran them off a cliff. There's a really great anti-colonial read of this exorcism ritual that I think is really important. But that may be a story for another day. Now, you might just think, all this magic stuff is unique to a bunch of weirdos in the Galilee. Jesus and those cats running around with him. No. Rabbinic literature, the Talmud, is absolutely filled with all kinds of magical practices, including things like adjuration. These are magical incantations to be used against various kinds of demons. There are all kinds of demons in the Talmud. The Talmud is full of demons, specifically disease-causing demons. There are massive lists in the Talmud of lucky and unlucky numbers. One of my favorite discussions in the Talmud is in Pesachim, the tractate about Pesach, where you are told you cannot drink wine in pairs because that attracts demons. And if you drink wine in pairs, right, that can attract demons. That's bad. So why don't we do 4? Well, you can't do 4. You have to interrupt every single glass of wine with a unique action that interrupts them, so you're always drinking the wine in odd numbers. 1, 1, 1, 1. Also, by the way, have you ever wondered why we say on Pesach, welcome to everyone who wants to come, they can come in to eat? We always say that in Aramaic. Why do we say it in Aramaic, not in Hebrew? Well, the rabbis say the demons don't understand Aramaic. They do understand Hebrew, so we say it in Aramaic. So the demons will get invited to our house, eat our food. Not kidding you. That is a belief in Rabbinic Judaism about why we welcome people into our home in Pesach in Aramaic, not in Hebrew. Demons don't understand Aramaic. I don't know why they don't take a Bible class or a Duolingo class to learn it, but maybe the demons are very easy. Further, the Talmud is filled with astrological speculation, There are amulets and incantations, specifically, for instance, one against blindness. There's a pretty famous one there against blindness. There's also a really famous one where you kind of engage in a duel with a demon, and it causes the demon to blow up if you do it correctly. There are also even the accounts in the Tractate Sanhedrin of the creation of artificial people and animals. These are typically referred to as golems, and we will be spending some time talking about golems here in just a bit with the Sefer Yetzirah. Now, all of that stuff I just mentioned is considered completely allowable in the Talmud. You can do astrology, you can make artificial humanoids, you can banish demons, you can do all kinds of stuff, right? There's a lot of things that look a lot like magic in the rabbinical imagination, but what's really clear is that not everything is allowed. For instance, we read in Pirkei Avot in the Mishnah, right? The more flesh, the more worms, the more possessions, the more worries. The more women, the more witchcraft, the more maidservants, the more uncouthness, and the more servants, the more theft. It's a famous line from Pirkei Avot. But again, the more women or the more wives, the more witchcraft. Of course, this is really misogynistic, but we also see here there's still a combination of witchcraft, right? Again, linked with women. And again, what we have here, right? What men do, what rabbis do, summoning demons and making things, that's okay. It's when women do stuff like that. Ugh, that's witchcraft. You see it? The othering, right? When men do it, yeah, we can get by. When women do it, it's witchcraft. And this, again, here's an example of what seems to be patently a form of magic, right? This is from Tractate Gittin in the Babylonian Talmud. Gittin has to do with divorce. The rabbis taught, on coming from a bathroom, a man should not have sex until he's waited long enough to walk half a mile. Why? Because the bathroom demon is with him for that time. And if he does have sex, his children will be epileptic. So we have a theory of epilepsy. A very good theory of epilepsy. But what's the reason? If you go into the bathroom, there's a bathroom demon. By the way, the bathroom demon features prominently in the Talmud. So the bathroom demon, once you go to the bathroom, they attach themselves to you, and they follow you for at least a half a mile. I guess after half a mile, they go back to the bathroom. And so if you have sex with the bathroom demon attached to you, then your children may become epileptic. Is that magic? Well, it'll do until magic gets here. It looks like magic to me, right? Superstition, magic, religion, the boundary between all these things is incredibly vague, right? The boundary between all these things is vague. Now, if you're curious about if I'm just listing a couple weird things, I'm listing the least weird things, folks. There are far stranger things in the Babylonian Talmud about demons and magic that I have not mentioned here. And I've done an entire class for the Federation, in fact, a class just on Jewish magic. So you're getting basically the Spark Notes version tonight, but I can guarantee you, if I can fill an 8-week class with Jewish magic, I guarantee you there is a ton in there. So after the time period of the apocalyptic, Jewish magic really goes international. That is to say, Jewish magic leaves Palestine, and there is a great deal of magic out there in the world. I may have to speed up a little bit just to make time here, but if I go a little bit over, hopefully this will forgive me. In the early common period, Jewish magic Jews were associated with magic, and Jewish magic was heavily syncretistic, which is to say that Egyptian, Roman, Jewish, pagan elements were all muddled together to form a kind of international magical practice, international magical language. And an enormous amount of magical documents and magical devices are attested in the ancient world. These are gathered together in what is typically called the Greek magical papyri, of which there are numerous examples of Jewish magic being practiced in the ancient world, both by Jews, but also non-Jews using Hebrew or using Jewish names for God for their own magical purposes. Why? Because they thought the Jews and the Jewish God had some kind of special magical power. This is just a small gathering of some of the magical devices that are definitely associated with Jews that have survived from the ancient and late classical world. So you can see here we have love spells, right? If you would cast this into a fire to form a love spell, you see a Defixiones, right? Defixiones is a curse tablet here written upon in metal that would be used to curse people. You see amulets here that invoke angels, right, to protect you from various kinds of spirits. You see a curse here on the left-hand side, written on papyrus that is survived from the late classical period, early medieval period. And perhaps most shockingly, you can see one of the 3 skull devices that have been found with Hebrew incantations written on the skull of a dead person. The skull incantations we have, I can pull it up for you later if you want to read the entire incantation, but 3 of these skull incantations have been found throughout the ancient late classical world. And these skull incantations are something that most Jews would be shocked by. The touching of a dead body to do anything at all is completely unimaginable. The use of a skull to write an incantation on to harness some kind of magical powers would fill many, many ancient Jews with shock and disgust. And yet, there's no denying that all these forms of magic were being practiced by Jews in the ancient world. And I say all of these practices, if you look at Roman, Greek, Egyptian, other practices in the ancient world, you will find the exact same forms of magic being practiced by them. Lead tablets, magical amulets. The skull thing is kind of weird, but magic love spells, right? In fact, you cast this through a fire, and it says, if as this burns, may the heart of Rachel burn for me. We even have Rachel's name written on there. We don't know who Rachel it was, but some Rachel. Think of Rachel, any Rachel. But also we have named people here in this curse as well. So, needless to say, right, looking at this on the screen, people who say Jews don't practice magic, that's not a thing we do. Well, you got some archaeology to deal with. Like, really? Like, you got archaeology to deal with. There's a lot of this going on, right? And again, this is just what survived. If this what survived, you can imagine how much there was. You can imagine there must have been a ton of this going on. In fact, what's great about this one here is that there are spaces left for the names to be put in, which meant this was made commercially, right? So this device was made commercially, and then the magical practitioner would go in and add the names in later to kind of make it work. This is being sold. This was a commercial object you could buy in the shuk or whatever in the market from a ritual expert, and they would call people to curse people or call people to flourish or whatever. A very popular form of Jewish magic in the ancient world, but also a popular form of Christian, Mandean, and pagan magic was incantation bowls. Incantation bowls were bowls with images typically of demons. Some of our earliest depictions of the demoness Lilith are found in these incantation bowls. They would be, you draw an image of the demon that you want to bind. You can see that these demons here are bound with chains. You can see that their hands are tied here, or they're bound with chains. And then an incantation will be written around the periphery of the inside of the bowl, and then the bowl would be buried upside down, right, concave part down, in the doorway of your house. And the idea is any demon coming in would be captured by the bowl, right? It's sort of like a glue trap, like you would use on a mouse. Don't use glue traps on mice, that's really, really cruel. But kind of like a glue trap, but for demons. For demons. So these bowls were meant to trap evil spirits from entering your home by turning them upside down and burying them in the lintel of your home. Of course, mezuzahs are used for the exact same purposes. In many cases where there's a terrible illness in a home, still to this day in the Haredi world, the rabbi will ask to check the mezuzahs to make sure they are in order, to make sure that evil spirits didn't enter the home because of a faulty mezuzah. By the way, this demon bowl right here, if you ever get down to the Kelsey Museum in Ann Arbor, you can see this exact bowl. This is in Ann Arbor at the Kelsey Museum on display. There's an excellent little museum there, but you can see this exact incantation bowl for my Michigan people. Get down, go to the Kelsey Museum, see the incantation bowl. You may notice here this is just a lot of wiggles. You're right, it's a bunch of wiggles, but it's wiggles that look like Hebrew, vaguely. Well, not everyone can read, so if you couldn't read, you might get the wiggle bowl. But if you could read, you would get the real incantation bowl with the real incantation written around it. So we have these illiterate bowls, right, that are written with pseudo-script. And by the way, we can always tell who these are meant for because the Aramaic ones are always for Jews, the Mandean ones are the Mandeans, the other ones are for Christians or whatever. So everyone was using these. There are thousands of these. If you get your chance to go to the Royal Ontario Museum in Toronto, they have one of the largest collections of these demon bowls in the world. They have a whole wall of them. So if you really want to get your fill of demon bowls, go to the Royal Ontario Museum and see them. I also say that one day if we ever do Tefia Arts and Crafts for the little kids, if they're going to do like Play-Doh, they should make demon bowls. It's like a completely authentic Bubbies and Baka day. If they're going to make anything, let them make these little demon bowls and paint the inside with monsters or whatever. It's a great way for them to put that under their bed to like deal with their fear of monsters. I feel like this is an authentically Jewish way of dealing with fears about monsters and demons by allowing kiddos to make these bowls and maybe have a bit of catharsis and trapping the demons in the bowls. So anyone who says again that Jews don't do magic, well, I got 10,000 demon incantation bowls that you got to deal with. Just as a bit of wrapping up books, I want to go through these a little more rapidly. We're coming close to time. Another text that begins to emerge at this time are exactly books of magic, right? Books that we might call grimoires. These are books of magic. One of the more famous, very early ones is called the Sefer HaRazim. I've done episodes on my Esoterica channel on almost all of these books. So if you really want to dig deep into some of these books of magic, almost all of these I've covered in depth, 20-minute episodes or so on my channel. So we have this as a book called the Sefer HaRazim that was recovered in fragments in the Cairo Geniza. It dates to around the 8th, 9th, 10th centuries. It could be perhaps earlier. And this system uses an elaborate system of angel magic and magical symbols. These magical symbols here we'll see all throughout Jewish magic to use as magic to get what you want, whether it's winning horse races or gaining love or turning invisible or whatever. The Sefer HaRazim has a spell for you, and it uses these various magical, it manipulates angels by using various kinds of magical symbols to get them to do what you want. Remember, the Sar Torah literature does something similar. It allows you to rapidly learn rabbinic lore. Here we're having it used to do a lot more wider things, including things like turning invisible and healing people of sicknesses, and also cursing people with sicknesses, because it doesn't get salty sometimes. Another famous text from around the 10th century is the Charba de Moshe. This is an Aramaic magical book that uses a first section, which are long strings of Hebrew or Aramaic letters, and then you would extract out of those long strings Hebrew Aramaic letters certain sections. I've highlighted a section here that you would use for doing various things, and you would use those sections along with a magical spell, and those magical spells would empower those code words, and those code words would do all kinds of various things, like turning invisible and making people fall in love with you, cursing people and turning invisible, the same kinds of things that most magical spell books actually do. They're pretty repetitive once you get into them. So this one's interesting because the Sword of Moses is that long list of seemingly random Hebrew letters, which are then extracted out and then used for magical purposes that I mentioned earlier. So the sword is actually what is going on to be used. Some of these magical words also show up later in Christian magical texts, which means that Christians were so interested in Jewish magic that they had the Jews translate some of it for them so that they could use the magical power as well, and then convict the Jews of witchcraft and kill them. But hey, history, dangerous place. Other famous texts are the Sefer HaYashar and the Sefer HaMalbush. The Sefer HaYashar is a text of astrological Jewish magic that tells you how specifically to do magic on certain kinds of days so that you can focus your magical power using astrology. Again, anyone who says that ancient Jews don't do astrology, well, again, got some text for you to deal with. Of course they did. Everyone did astrology. So we have a magical text that uses magic, angel magic, and astrology to manipulate various forces in the cosmos to accomplish various ends. And of course, we have the Sefer HaMalbush, which allows one to make a special kind of cloak or garment inscribed upon with various magical names of God that allow you to do all kinds of things. For instance, summon an invisible army, which doesn't want a 7-nation army, or whatever, right? Your Jack White quote was by Miles Mayberry, right? But you can use the Malbush, the garment, to do all kinds of magical things, and you write upon this garment with various kinds of magical names of God, and you fast and sort of things as well in order to enact the magical power. I picked this image up, by the way, FYI, because this is an image of a Jew from the Middle Ages, and notice he's also forced to wear a yellow device, but notice it's a yellow circle as opposed to a yellow star. So this, I just find this image interesting because he's forced to wear a identifying marker, but it's not the star of later periods, it's the circle. This is also in Germany, and sort of horrifying harbinger of things to come. Perhaps the most famous book of Jewish magic in history is the Sefer Raziel HaMalach, the book of the angel Raziel. Raziel, of course, is a name that means the secrets of God. This is actually a collection of various books, including the Sefer HaMalach, which is still printed to this day. In fact, I have a copy right behind me. This book is actually printed in very, very tiny little editions, so you can carry it around in your house or put it in your car. And even the book itself is said to have magical powers even to this day. You're looking at an image here of some magical angelic script from the Sefer Raziel. These devices are meant to allow you either kamayot or amulets, which guarantee various things like success or defense from magical evil powers. So again, here we have magical devices, and these magical symbols, by the way, date back all the way, some of them all the way to the Greek magical papyri of the first centuries of the Common Era. So this is a 2,000-year-long process of the practice of Jewish magic. This famous edition was printed in 1701 in Amsterdam, but like I said, it continues to be printed all the way to this day. In fact, I have an entire copy printed on one piece of microfilm, because the idea is as long as you have a copy of the book, even if it's just on microfilm, then the book still has magical power. Then I have an entire copy on microfilm downstairs with the Sfarim. So this book, the Sefer Raziel HaMalach, is said to have power, even just having it. In fact, I have several copies lying around. And so here again, we can see these magical images, and this idea of this magical script continues to be used all the way down to this day in modern occultism. It occurred most famously, of course, in the 1530s edition of Cornelius Agrippa's 3 books of occult philosophy, and it continues to be reprinted in modern books of witchcraft. Modern witches continue to use these magical images all the way down to this day. Jewish magic is alive and well. If you go into Haredi bookstores, you will find books on kamayot and sekulot, books on amulets, books on magical psalms to recite for various magical powers. You can find all kinds of books in the most extremely orthodox communities you want to go. I go into Brooklyn and Borough Park. I go into the very, very extreme orthodox Jewish bookstores because I can blend in. I go in their bookstores and I look through the shelves and I find books of magic. There are books of magic about how to make amulets, books of astrology, Sefer Mazalot. In the Haredi world, Jewish magic is alive and well today. New books are being written on Jewish magic, and those books are being practiced all the way down to now. It also survives in the liberal Jewish world, for instance, in the Kohenet movement. The Kohenet movement, as you may know, is a revivalist, sort of quasi-pagan Jewish revivalist movement that wants to resurrect the idea of a Jewish priestesshood, and magical practices in that world are also incredibly popular. And so in that world, in the most sort of radical left-wing Jewish world, magic is also being practiced. So we have the most radical left-wing world of Jewish practice, magical practice happening over there at the Isabella Freeman Center, right, all the way to B'nai Brak, where they are publishing books of magic, Jewish magic in the Haredi world. Jewish magic is alive and well, folks. It never went away. It's always been there, right? It's always been there. How do we know? Because the Bible has to condemn it. Condemnations are always proof of practice. It was being practiced by Israelites. That's why they condemned it. Well, it didn't work. The prohibition almost certainly made sure that it continued to be practiced. It's been practiced all through time. The earliest part of the Hebrew Bible we have is probably a magical amulet. We have evidence of Jewish magic reaching back to extreme antiquity, to the very beginning of the Israelites. We have evidence of it being practiced in the Haredi Black Hat world and in the leftist Jewish world of the Kohenet movement. Jewish magic has always been here. It is here, and it will endure. It will no doubt endure. I have some recommendations if you want to learn more about Jewish magic, especially ancient Jewish magic. There are some of these great books by Bohak and Hariri. The Hariri text, by the way, is published by Wayne State Publishers, so shout out to Wayne State Publishing here just down the street from me. So if you want to take a look at those books, I can't say they're terribly inexpensive, but they're really high quality scholarship. And if you want to learn more about the history of Jewish magic up until the rise of the Kabbalah, those are both excellent texts to consult. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mystery.
Right, go for it.
Tony Podcast on Death Squad.tv, live taping from Money Movies from LA. Tony Hitchcliffe is doing
Make some fucking noise! Hello to the hundreds on Periscope and the thousands on Ustream. Keep going for Pat Reagan, everybody. A new angle tonight, huh?
Yeah, we're doing a little different today. We have commercials for our show in Ohio and Pittsburgh at the beginning now.
Wow, what is that? Ohio and Pittsburgh. 27th and 29th of November. That's where we're going to be.
We're bringing Kill Tony there.
Kill Tony live, and then a stand-up show afterwards. You can get combo tickets.
חשבתי שהגושר הזה שהוא מגיע בשעות בחוץ לרפואה, עובר בצד, גם לבנה. שתראה, אני זה תקוע הרבה. זה לפני השנים. עכשיו זה פרסם. אנחנו נראה, גם עושה בזרת שלנו, אבל לא, זה שתראה, אין זה הפרסם שלנו. זה שם, כפה, נמצא, אחרי עכשיו הבקטיל את זה. שהוא שם את האש, עושה את זה. זה השיריים, כבר לכל את השיריים. מי שהיה איזה פספורט, הוא מגיע, אבל שיש ארבע עבודות. אני שלא היה. אני לא יודעת את זה, אבל לא משנה. יש ארבע עבודות. מה ארבע עבודות? שליטה, קבלה, הלכה, שליטה. מה זה אומר? כל שופטים, כאילו אתה נמצא מהצבא, אצלי, תפוסית, זה קבל. ולפני את זה, לוקחים את זה למזבח, אבל זה צריכים את זה. אז גם, אצלנו בעצמנו הראשונה בעבודות, לא מתייחס למזבח, אבל הקבוצה זה כמו לשחק, זה העבודה ראשונה. אוקיי, שאתה מסוכר, זה הקבוצה הכי השני, שתי קבוצות שלוש, זה יוצא לפי אחד שבא, ושתות את זה בקטן, אז זה קבלה. אתה צריך ללכת למזבח, ולא במזבח. זה ערב כמו שאני מתאר, אז זה הקבלה. כמו עתיקה. אם כל אחד מהארבע עבודות בקבוצה, בקבלה, בהולכה, בהקבלה, אם אני חושב לעצמך שזה נקרא אחרת, זאת אומרת, כל אחד גם כן מהחשב, נראה מצבה, יש סתם שתשתית משהו, נכון, ובואו נשאר שזה הפעיל, שזה העבר, אני חושב שזה די, כלומר, עכשיו שהוא קושר, שלוש, זה קשר. אין לו שלי, אין לו מה בעצם הציטות מהמודות? זה לא, אני שכמה, אין לו, זה אני חייב להביא אותך, אני הבטחתי את זה, נדרתי את זה, כמו שאני חייב את זה, אני מביא את זה, הייתי אביא את זה, בחובה אני לא אביא את זה, אבל הוא היה מתקבל בקצוע של קבוצה אחרת, שזה את זה בגלל שצריך לבסוף, אבל אני צריך להביא עוד דברים, זה כבר הייתה משלם אותה, לא יכול לקבוצה שם את זה במידוש, את הדרך הזה הוא הביא את הדרך את השם אותה. זהו, זה מצטער. אני זוכר, בשנה ראשונה בזלוגת, אם אתה עושה שלא לשמוע, אבל תתקרבו לו, ואתה חשבת שישלם. זה קשה, אתה ממשיך לעשות. אלא שזה לא עולה לבעלות. אתה נזכר להיות אתה. אבל לא ממשיך, אתה צריך לעבודה. חוץ ושתיים, איזה שתיים? מה אתה עושה כל שעושה? מה אתה עושה? אז גם בסדר בשני שתיים דבר. הוא מאוד אומר, ושעתף. אז הוא נכנס כל כך. אז אפשר לספור לשמונה. סימן הזה, שבל. מה זה שבל? ושל הדברים שקוראים, נכנס כל כך. הדבר ראשון זה שמיעה כל. כשאתה מרחיק את הדבר צבאי כל. וביטוי שבוע צבאי, זה פר. אתה נשמע לשקר. וזה כמעט בלתי קדושה, ואתה נכנס לזה משלם, זה כסף. זאת אומרת, אתה מולד את הדברים קצת, עכשיו אנחנו חסרות את זה, זה גם דרך כלל, זה חשוב שזה לא קצת את זה, כל זה מספר כל זה. אני רוצה שבדרך שלך אתה עושה כסף, ורוצה להביא שנים, ורוצה להביא קצת דרך, כמה קרוב לקרן. ואז אתה זה לא שבדרך שהוא אומר, זו שיש, לא שיש, נכנס קיטוס, שהסויקו, מה זה הסויקו? זה אישה שבלח לשבת שהוא אחר, הוא יציר אותה, ולא הקשיב לו essa decisão na época foi transportante. Agora, deixa eu ser bom. Sim, cara, mas mas por aí, você chega a descolar, você vai tirar só isso, você chega a sair, né? Já está na jovem, você na jovem. Quando você tem informação, você chega
Tony podcast on DeathSquad.tv, live typically from Monday to Comedy Stream LA. Tony Hinchcliffe is doing it. Hey, this is Redman coming to you live from the world famous comedy store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 3. Get up for Tony Hinchcliffe!
Oh my god. Listen to that nice cold night applause. Hey everybody, welcome. How you guys doing? Fuck yeah. How fun. Come on, you can make some more noise than that. Make some noise Monday night. It's alright. That's pretty good. Yeah, we're live to tons of people live on Ustream right now. And we got a live audience here. It's Monday night for another fun episode of Kill Tony. Ryan Redband's here, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up, guys?
Come on.
Yeah.
Ryan J. Ebelt has a blank piece of paper in front of him. That's because he's the house artist and he draws every episode. And he's going to draw tonight's episode. That's Ryan J. Ebelt.
Yeah.
Instagram, RyanJEbelt.com.
You can get all the past art on his website. Like, he does prints of all his stuff.
Everything's available on RyanJEbelt.com. Jamie Vernon in the back.
Yeah.
The two HD cameras.
With a new haircut that he's hiding with his hat.
Uh-oh. Captain Bad Haircut. Kevin Lee Light, Hollywood Jesus Christ is here. A special guest, everybody, the resurrection. And the great sounds of Pat Reagan, everybody. There he is. Josh Martin Comics running around. Shit's gonna get crazy tonight. You guys ready for a fun night or what? I know, I'm excited. I just flew in back from Australia today. I did sold out theaters with Joe Rogan, and then I was right next to the Octagon when Holly Holm stunned the world.
Yeah.
The new champion.
I heard you could see your face throughout the whole thing.
I was on screen. If you look at pretty much every highlight except for the kick.
I know you were, because I know in the past Ari Shaffir and Duncan Trussell made out together.
Everybody was going crazy. It just so happened to be, there's like 5 cameras around the Octagon. It just so happened to be that the action was taking place and I was in the background. I gave a touchdown at one point. I didn't realize I did it, but a bunch of people said that on Twitter. Like, did Tony just give a touchdown at the UFC? Because she took her down, and I was like, it was amazing. It was like the coolest thing I've ever been to.
I saw online that you're about to get your ass kicked by Cyborg.
Well, no, she's definitely not going to kick my ass. I'm hoping she comes to a show so I can make fun of her fucking man head. So here's what happened. Let me explain, because I know none of you know what the fuck Brian's talking about. The Twitter battle just started a couple hours ago.
Yes.
I did a podcast on the way home last night with Joe Rogan and Dana White, the owner of the UFC, and we did this huge podcast that is going to be listened to by millions of people because we're just coming back off the Rousey thing. And we started talking about how the UFC should do a roast, and they're like, Tony, how would you make fun of Chris Cyborg, who is a female in another fighting league that took male hormones and now completely has the jaw. You know, everything changes. People get fucking touchy with this man-woman shit. Everybody relax. She took male hormones to become a bigger, better fighter. Makes sense. And she took too many of them and basically turned into a man. And now she's trying to like come back and like be all feminine and clean and everything, but it's too late. If you see her face, let me just catch you idiots up. If you see this girl's face, you can see that she is man features now. Anyway, I made a joke. They go, how would you make fun of Chris Cyborg? And I was on the spot. I go, she's the only female fighter that cuts weight by cutting off her dick. And, oh, really? That's too much? It's a fucking on-the-spot roast joke. They're like, Tony, how would you do this? That's not how it works. Guys, I want to introduce to the stage Cyborg! Okay. All right, Brian, I see what you did there. What do you think? I was going to get scared? No, I will roast her right now. Come on out, Cyborg.
I think you're being harsh. You're calling her a man figure.
Yeah, she took male hormones. Look, I don't call other women men, all right? How about that? I don't do that, because that's not right. I have funnier ways to make fun of women.
I would still hit it.
I bet you would. You would fuck this bucket even further.
I love you, Cyborg. I have no problem with your beautiful face. I think you are amazing.
I'd love to see you say that to her face.
I would.
Why do all these UFC fighters have alliteration in their names? Chris Cyborg, Holly, whatever, Hope, Ronda Rousey.
Wow.
It's like,
maybe you're onto something.
Juice.
Jamie Juice.
Oh, there you go. That was the big payoff. Jamie Juice at the end.
Big payoff.
You
And then also, I think
you pitched up a big beach ball to yourself and you just smacked it down into the ground.
Oh, shit. We actually have protection here anyways, guys. Tate Fletcher.
Oh, yes. Fuck yes. The great Tate.
You just missed the Cyborg talk where,
you know anything about this? I made fun of Cyborg on the Rogan podcast last night. No. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Tate. You have seen
he's saying there's two fighters.
Yes, exactly. Well, she's mad at me right now. That's right. Maybe. Who knows? Brian is.
No, I'm just covering his ass because she's going to come to one of these shows and beat him up.
No, she's not.
And I don't want any part of it.
Yeah, she's going to fly from Brazil up here.
What?
Anyway, so I'm not backing down from this Cyborg thing. If she wants to come and fight me, you know what? Bring it, lady. I'll fucking take you on. Because you know what? I'm a pretty feminine guy. And you're a pretty manly chick. And I don't know exactly how far off we are. So it might be fair. And I'm pretty sure we're in the same weight class. But if we fight your game, then we have to have a roast battle here the next week. And then you fight me on my field, my terms. Yeah, you have to do 60 seconds, Chris Cyborg. All right. Anyway, that's what happened. Let's do tonight's show. You guys ready or what? Every week I have two of my funniest friends, two of the funniest comedians in the world on this show. This week's no different. Put your hands together for Theo Von and Fahim Anwar, everybody. Here they are. Yeah. Fuck yes. Two guys that I work with almost every single night. Theo Von, you have a new special coming out in February on Netflix, everybody. Come on!
Thank you.
Netflix.
Go watch the internet.
Hell yeah. It's your first time on the show. We're going to have fun. It's going to be a blast. Fahim Anwar is back.
Hey, what's up?
Put your hands together for Fahim, everybody. The man to man. Close friends with Lance Canstopoulos, one of the sensations here at the Comedy Store. Fahim is known as one of the only people that he'll hang out with, which is pretty fucking cool. I mean, I know I get to work with some cool people, and it's always fun to have cool friends. So welcome to the show, guys. We're going to have a blast tonight. Over 50 comedians signed up for the chance to do 60 seconds on this stage. We get to talk to them afterwards about anything in the world that we want to. They get 60 uninterrupted seconds. Comedians, you know your 60 seconds is up when you hear the sound of a kitty. Come Come on, kitty. You can be a little bit louder than that. Okay, I guess you can't be louder than that in a room with subwoofers. But you better wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. This is where it gets really loud. That's the point that he makes of how loud it can get after the cat's quiet. So, guys, keep your ears open for that cat that you don't even... There you go. Or just the gunshot. Pretty much all right.
Is that Trump?
Yeah, he's here. He's here, and we have Hollywood Jesus is here, and we're expecting a pop-in from Ron Jeremy for the second week in a row. I'm serious. That's not a joke. He was here last week. Sorry, those are just the types of badass motherfuckers that... He actually hit a comedian in the face with his dick at one point, and he was sitting on the balcony.
That was when, though? Last year?
No, it was last week.
Oh, wow. He's still doing this.
Ron Jeremy, hitting it hard. Guys, you ready to start tonight's episode or what? Here we go. Here we go. The #1 live podcast in the world. That's right. Yeah. Bring it, Doug Loves Movies. We are here. Oh, yeah, Columbus and Pittsburgh on November 27th and 29th.
Yeah.
How about that? Kill Tony live and stand-up shows afterwards. You can get a combo packet for that if you want to sit through a 6-hour comedy show. You can watch both shows.
And the winner of we're going to pick one person from each Kill Tony show to open up for us.
Right. Whichever 60 seconds we like the most on Kill Tony gets to open up, do 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes on the stand-up show. Gets to do that same 60 seconds half an hour later. I pulled the name out of the bucket. Your first comedian doing 60 seconds uninterrupted tonight goes by the name of Tom McNaughton.
You guys ever noticed that when a pregnant lady says that she's eating for two, she never seems to realize that the second one is just a baby? You guys stop laughing out. I got like 30 seconds. Do you think that when a fat guy chokes to death, people are like, oh, at least he died doing what he loved? I'll take that chunk. My God, how else did about a Milky Way? On the side of the Milky Way wrapper, it says warning may contain peanuts. It's like, that's stupid. You should just say Milky Way. Might be a Snickers. When I bought it, I had to sign for it. They gave me one of those pens with a spoon taped to it. It's like, what the hell is that? It's like, if I take it, I just get more shit, right? It's like, what do the people buy in soup?
Tom McNaughton. Am I saying that right?
Tom McNaughton.
Tom McNaughton. Yes. Fuck yeah, welcome to the show. First time, right?
Yes.
Do some funny jokes. How long have you been doing stand-up?
About 8 years.
Wow. Where are you from?
Minneapolis.
You've been doing most of it there. Yeah. How long have you been here?
About 8 months.
8 months. Wow.
Yeah.
Fuck, everything's in 8s with you. I like your style. Oh, interesting.
Tom McNaughton, I want to welcome you to the show.
I'm guessing none. I'm guessing.
You got Puma shoes?
I'm guessing he hasn't had sex with anyone. I'm guessing he just ate them out. See that? That was quick. Just warming up. Just warming up over here. I flew 17 hours today from Australia, you motherfuckers.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. First class. No big deal. You know, just the type of life I'm living. Anyway.
I think you could have sex in a first class bed and they won't stop you.
There's no question that you could. I didn't do it, but no, there's a way to do it. Nope.
Don't stop throwing a finger in your girlfriend on a bus in Florida.
Really?
Yeah.
How did they know?
They know, man.
You gotta go under a blanket.
Yeah, I was under a blanket. His brother actually tried to get involved. No offense, anybody's a brother.
What did he try to do? Throw a finger in there or something?
He was trying to get in. I mean, anybody that's game at that point.
I watched people have sex on a plane before.
Really?
It was like a half-empty plane, and the row next to me had 2 people sitting on each side of the aisle. I went to sleep, woke up at 3 in the morning, pitch black. black in the plane, and they were on top of each other.
Wow.
Same.
It was like they didn't even know each other. And then when the plane landed, they both just went their separate ways.
Imagine how weird they felt when they looked over and saw you sitting there by yourself masturbating.
Yeah, I know. I feel like
They're probably just like, man, the ball's on this guy. Anyway, let's keep fucking. Come inside of me. Anyway, Tom, I'm gonna follow through with Pat's question. How many people have you had sex with?
People have sex on the plane before a red eye.
Funny jokes. How long have you been on stand up?
About 8 years.
Wow. Where are you from?
Minneapolis.
You've been doing most of it there. How long have you been here?
About 8 months.
8 months. Wow. Fuck, everything's innate with you. I like your style. Oh, interesting.
Tom McNaughton, I want to welcome you to the show.
I'm guessing none. I'm guessing.
Puma shoes.
I'm guessing he hasn't had sex with anyone. I'm guessing he just ate them out. See that? That was quick. I'm just warming up. Just warming up over here. I flew 17 hours today from Australia, you motherfuckers.
Oh, man.
Yeah. First class. No big deal. You know, just the type of life I'm living. Anyway.
You think you could have sex in a first class bed and it won't stop you?
There's no question that you could. I didn't do it, but no, there's a way to do it. Nope.
Don't stop your finger and your girlfriend on a bus in Florida.
Really?
Yeah.
How did they know?
They know, man.
You got to go under a blanket.
Yeah, I was under a blanket. His brother actually tried to get involved. Though this is about his brother.
What did he try to do? Throw a finger in there or something?
He was trying to get in there. I mean, anybody in this game at that point.
I watched people have sex on the plane before a red eye.
Really?
It was like a half-empty plane, and the row next to me had 2 people sitting on each side of the aisle. Went to sleep, woke up at 3 in the morning, pitch black in the plane, and they're on top of each other.
Wow.
Same.
It was like they didn't even know each other, and then when the plane landed, they both just went their separate ways.
Imagine how weird they felt when they looked over and saw you sitting there by yourself masturbating.
Yeah, I know. I feel like
They're probably just like, man, the ball's on this guy. Anyway, let's keep fucking. Come inside of me. Anyway, Tom, I'm gonna follow through with Pat's question. How many people have you had sex with?
probably around 8.
There you go. Boom. Nailed it. We gave you a beach ball and you hit it. There you go. Tom, can I tell you, I love the fact, and I think this is very Minnesota of you, that you dress like a college football coach while doing stand-up.
The pants he dresses like a 7th, no, 8.
All right.
Like a 4th grade girl.
There you go.
Players.
Jesus, he just follows through the pistol now. It's not even enough to shut him up.
You gotta get a warning on that thing because I almost shit myself. It's alright.
You did a great job. I thought it was super
Yeah,
fun, man.
really tight, like jokes. And it was a bold move up top just to like not ride that energy. Just like, there you go. Yeah. You're like, thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah. You're like, I'm getting mine. I left home for this.
Yeah, exactly. And then I like how after joke 2, you kind of look at the panel just to like see how I'm doing. You know, you're like, yeah, that's right, guys. I heard that. But then also, it's not good if like 2 jokes deep, you're like, what did I want to do?
Right.
You hesitated for a
I
second.
felt like you were going for the notes.
Yeah.
The way you're dressed, maybe the playbook.
That's nerves. I'm sure you're nervous, man.
I'll tell you this.
It's more of the minute thing.
Sure.
Like, what do you want to get prepared?
It's always hard to do a minute, but I mean, you just got to follow through and get out what you can.
But what a great style to have for a minute.
Exactly. I'll tell you this, Tom, is that I love the eating for 2 joke with the baby, and I'd say that you can extend that. You know what I mean? There's definitely pegs to be had there. Like, you know, 'cause you're already in it, so you can go longer with that. You know what I mean? Like, she eat for 2, but they never mention it's a baby. Like, I've never seen a baby eat, you know, a half of a full pizza. I haven't seen a baby eat a cigarette.
You know the Earth is 10 months pregnant?
Oh.
feel like that's a
We're due
punchline.
for a natural disaster. We're in 9 months. Oh man, we're 10 months pregnant. So I
Is
just
that what,
want to throw that out there.
really?
Yep.
Is your performance tonight perhaps that disaster that we're due for? Because right now we're feeling there's a little bit of a fucking shift in the tectonic plates of this show.
Just saying. Just throw it out there. We're talking pregnancy.
You're doing even better now, Tom.
I'm just gonna pretend like I'm not
Do you
here.
know how to play guitar, Tom? We might need you to be the band tonight.
No, I don't. Sorry. I can try though.
What do you do for fun? What's your favorite thing about LA? Like, what are you into other than stand-up comedy?
Definitely poker.
Oh,
You know,
have you seen Mississippi Grind?
no.
You should go see it. It's better than Rounders.
Oh boy.
It's a movie with Ryan Reynolds and Ben Mendelsohn.
What was it called?
You guys know who Ben Mendelsohn is?
Oh,
Ben, do you know
Yeah,
Ben Mendelsohn?
classical closure.
He's a guy from Bloodline. He's this new
oh,
actor.
fuck, he's so good. I
He's
love
so
him.
good,
He's
and
so
he's
burnt, but
amazing to watch. He's actually Australian. He's this freak of nature actor that you can't even tell is Australian, but every character he plays, especially in Bloodline, he's always drunk, and everything's gonna be okay. Like, he's that guy where, like, you worry too much. Everything's gonna be fine. Like, nonstop with everything. And he's that way.
he's
in Mississippi
Australia's
Grind.
Owen Wilson.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So how much poker are we talking about here?
Well, right now I'm unemployed, so not much.
Right.
But yeah, usually I play a fair amount. I like to play tournaments over cash.
What's the most you've ever won?
In a single tournament, 1,700,
Pretty good. How much did you buy in for?
65. So it's pretty good pay.
$65,000.
$65.
Okay. Well, Tom, how do you think things are going? You're 8 months in. That's a pretty, like, now you sort of see what you're dealing with in Los Angeles. How do you feel about things?
So far, pretty good. Running a comedy show at a Hooters, so.
The one here
down the street? Yeah, across from the Chinese Theater on Wednesdays at 9. So if you guys want to show up,
yeah.
come on by.
Yeah,
This is just an elaborate plug for his Hooters.
Yeah, exactly.
How's the Hooters
You know,
girls there?
when you kill a minute, you get to plug your show, right?
Yeah.
How's the Hooter quality of the girls there? Because I noticed in Los Angeles, it's a different kind of Hooters than
It's not good. But Tom's actually one of the waitresses.
There's no good Hooters. And I don't want to say anything further because this is a podcast, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
No. That's nothing's being recorded.
No,
Ignore Brian over here. He's just a very distracted audience member.
It's fucking disgusting.
What did I tell you about texting during the show, Brian?
Yeah.
All right, Tom. It was nice to meet you. Fun times. You get to plug your show. Go to Hooters. Tom McNaughton. He's on Twitter at Tommy McNaughty.
Get it,
All the way from Minnesota. Just a good old boy. This weather out there today is good for me. I like it like this, windy and cold.
I should stop breathing the mic so much. And he's got kind of, I want to just give him that note. It's got kind of, just
Don't breathe.
It's a little creepy sounding. Breathe.
You have to breathe.
Yeah, you should stop breathing and you should stop talking.
You notice?
You're right. It was the wrong point to interject and put it in. But
I pulled another name out of the bucket. The show goes on. Put your hands together for Matthew Maloney. Alliteration. Maybe this is a UFC fighter.
All right, heads up, everybody. I'm coming in like halfway through my set about time travel. All right. So what this means is everyone in this room is alive thanks to Adolf Hitler. So you can't go back in time to kill Hitler because that would mean that you would never exist. And I know some of you are thinking, that doesn't matter to me. I would still go back in time. It's the right thing to do. I would still kill Hitler if it means I would never exist. It doesn't fucking work that way! This isn't Back to the Future where you'll just start fading away from photographs. It doesn't make any sense. If you don't exist, why would anyone take your picture? Do you think if Marty had failed to get his parents back together, George McFly would have just walked around with pictures of no one in his wallet? George, George, like, why do you have all these pictures of nobody? Oh, those are just the pictures of the children that I don't have.
Yes, go.
Okay. Those are pictures of the people that I don't have. If I...
Stop. Matthew Maloney in what has got to be one of the funniest performances by a Best Boy employee. It's so good I fucked it up. Stepped on my...
Best Boy is a local huge service, though.
It is. He is a combination between Best Buy and Bob's Big Boy, so it actually does make sense. I wish I could go back in time and change that joke. Wow, there he goes. He plays right into it. This guy's a fucking star. Matthew Maloney, an absolute slaughter fest here tonight. That's fucking great. Even your nipples are hard at that performance. Fuck yeah, crush fest, dude. It's so fun.
Is that a longer joke? Is that just like a piece of it? Because that was really well done.
I do I just last night actually about like a 7-minute thing on why it's a bad idea to go back in time and kill Hitler, and it did really well. And an old Jewish man came up to me after the show and said that was very smart and very funny. I'm like, wow, if anyone were to hate this, it'd be you. So that's great.
Right? Yeah. You could perhaps convince the Jews that like it was all a positive. You know, I'm saying it might not only work at the Comedy Store. I think it'll work at Temple too. Which is huge. Boom. There you go. I'm almost happy he left the mic on the panel desk for that one. Some of his specials still come out on Netflix in February. You don't want those kind of hear those jokes. Matthew, what nationality are you?
German.
Whoa! Wow. Okay. German. Wow. Fuck yeah, look at that. The little German sneaking in his "Don't Kill Hitler." Yeah, propaganda. I love that. So fucking fun, Matthew. You're just fucking a little killer, huh? How long you been doing stand-up?
3 years.
3 years. Where at?
Just, around.
In LA.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Fuck yeah, Matthew. I like your style. I like your haircut. It's very fun. Fits you well. You know, you're definitely one of the funniest lesbians we've ever had on the show. Do you play softball at all? You really should, because I know you'd be good. What do you do for fun?
I don't know. That's a boring question. Let's talk about, like, I was a Boy Scout. Can we go there?
Yeah.
I was an Eagle Scout.
Eagle
Scout.
Really?
There we go.
Oh, really?
You sound like
I worked at...
yourself.
What?
Did you get molested during Cub, Boy, or Eagle?
Life Scout, right before Eagle.
Life
Scout.
That's when the tits came in, so...
Was your Boy Scouts connected to a church? Because my Boy Scouts was a church organization.
Very much not so.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you still have it?
Still have what?
Like all the costumes and.
It wasn't a costume, Brian. It was a uniform.
It's used as a costume. I don't think they're costumes. They are now, like the neckties and stuff. It's hot.
Well, that's fun, Matthew. You've been getting a lot of spots, going up a lot.
I'm trying.
Where do you live?
Palm Springs.
Palm Springs.
So then where do you get up around? Do you get up around Palm Springs?
No, I drive out here and I'm an Uber driver, so I drive out here and I do all my business during the day, and then
Do you try to find a ride? Somebody in Palm Springs that's trying to Uber to LA?
That happened one time.
Wow.
That happened one time.
How much did you make for that?
I came out with like 170 something. They paid like 220 something. It wasn't that bad, but it was.
Wow. Fuck yeah. How many times did you stop to take a shit on the way? It's like I get the feeling that like you start letting out a little couple farts and give them a little warning that it's coming. You're like, so I'm gonna pull over this next exit.
Especially you get that Sonic burger in you.
Much to your surprise, I'm a professional, Tony. So
professional? No shits the whole time?
No shits.
Wow, that's amazing.
You gotta get those 5 stars somehow.
That's right.
That's the way to do it. If your Uber driver takes a shit, you can give him 2 stars.
Okay.
Matthew, I'd like to see you.
That's a rule.
I thought something big was coming. I'm like, he's got an Uber joke locked and loaded for this. You know?
Tony, please. Ryan's about to invite me to the ice house.
That's right. Friday, 10 o'clock. I'd love to have you there.
Matthew, this is one of the most. Yeah, can you hold the burger one more time? Theo wants to see it. Can we get a picture of that, somebody? There we go. Josh Martin.
I want to be in the sketch, right? You got this?
Oh, man.
I'll leave the mic up here. Just have the comic perform by me.
I love that. Matthew Maloney, you killed it. This was a hilarious performance, all the way down to basically inviting yourself to the ice house on Friday. I love it.
It's where I need to be.
Matthew Maloney's on Twitter at Matthew E. Maloney, all one word. He's the only guy with Matthew E. Maloney. Very fucking funny, Matthew. Please, come back. Do not have a heart attack. Come back. It's a big guy. Fucking just watch the butter and you'll be good, dude.
Yeah, dude.
Low butter for you. You're too funny. Everybody that's funny as fuck, like, always, like, halfway about to die. Like, they're either on drugs or they're overweight. Like, it's, like, fucking crazy. But except for Theo and Fahim. How could I forget? You two are healthy looking. Funny as fuck. Two of the funniest guys. I work with these guys all the time. I pulled another name out of the bucket. Kyle Shields.
Yeah, Kyle.
Packed house tonight. A lot of traffic up there. And a random Asian guy standing in the hallway. Kyle Shields, everyone.
What's up, everybody? Hey, so, kind of overworked, you know, I don't really want to do it anymore. You know, like, why can't I just get by on my good looks? You know? That's why I think chicks got it easy. Just got some nice boobs and pretty smile. You're set. There'll be a dude there. He'll pay for everything you need for the rest of your life. Good. That's what. Thank you. That's why I think a lot of dudes decide to become trannies. You know, they figured it out. You know, there's some lazy ass dudes that just figured it out. They're just like, get some boobs and some long hair, you're good, man. You know, you might have to suck a few dicks, but hey, you don't gotta work no more. That's
Kyle Shields. This was your first comedy set ever?
no.
Oh, in that case, Kyle, yikes.
It's
No.
like six
times. Yeah, I was actually going to guess less than 10. And here you are. I can feel it. And, you know, if that's what happens. Is when you very, very first started this, you're like, this shit's fucking brilliant. This is funnier. This is funnier than what I've heard other people say, and they got big locks. And you're right, you know? You're right now, you're just kicking out a premise that you have that is a good premise, and it just takes a while and it takes work to dig into that shit. Because you do have a point, you clearly have a passion for it. I'll tell you right now, I guarantee a chick just broke your heart within the past 6 months, right?
Well,
You fucking hate women right now, dude. What you were saying is these lazy bitches don't have to do anything. Everything the guy does, we support everything. I'd rather cut off my dick and become a tranny than to have to deal with this shit.
There was thick mustard, or custard, misogyny at the top. And then there was a pause, and then the pause is, I think, where he got a little comfortable. So we started loosening up a bit at the pause, and then he actually had a funny thought happen.
Yeah.
So I was like, do you work at FedEx?
I used to work for UPS.
Wow.
Are those the UPS pants?
No, I wore it for the shirt, you know.
Wow.
You need to really record your set because you have a lot of little things that like I focused on too much. Where you said you know so much after everything you know, and that can really take you out of what you're saying. And so I was kind of like distracted with that. But
You look like you committed a crime today. What did you do? Something, at least jaywalking, right? Somewhere.
Yeah, I've jaywalked a couple times.
You have not only are you sort of wearing the attire of a criminal, but you also have this very criminal haircut that I only see in like mug shots. That's sort of like I don't really think that's gel, and I don't really think it's grease. I think like it's a mix of the two that accumulates over a long period of time. And like in prison movies, you see that, and they just comb it back. They don't really see them wash it or rinse it. It just keeps getting close.
It's like 3 days without a shower.
There you go. Boom. Right? 3 days. You guys didn't know that, did you? No, I'm a studier of people. I looked at this fucking guy, and I'm thinking, you're a dirty fucking criminal. And all I had to do was dig in a little bit. What's that? You find out, Torch the Truth is out now. Thank you. We're getting there. Like I said, I'm warming up. So what's the last illegal thing you did, if you had to guess? Let's go truthies.
Smoking weed, I guess. My card's expired, so I guess it's illegal.
All right, I guess, you learn after a while of doing stand-up that the truth is the best way out. It'll set you free. And I think when you're on in 6 months to a year, you'll answer that question a little more honestly, because I think you did something shady recently.
Oh, well. Kind of nervous up here with all these people.
Do you want a future?
We got high school counselor here. I just quit my job, so it's like, what was your job? I worked for UPS for 10 years.
You worked for UPS for 10 years?
Yeah.
That's holy shit. Wow, the fucking boring Uber driver, right? Just packages in the back.
10 years is how long it takes you to find your voice as a UPS.
There it is. He's 1 for 27 tonight. Pat Reagan. But when it hits good. 10 years to find your voice. How'd you get through it? What do you listen to? Like, you one of those UPS drivers that's just fucking jamming to music? Like, I have a guy that, like, dances down the street with packages and shit.
Well, I never got to driving, it's just part-time in the warehouse, unloading packages.
Oh, you never got the big promotion to driver that you always wanted. That's like the saddest thing I've ever heard. So you would just load up these trucks, and you were like Rudolph, and everybody's like, "Look at the guy that can't drive."
Yeah, it broke my heart. That's why I had to let it go. I had to let go of the dream.
Did you ever find any weed or drugs?
Actually, yeah. There's been a lot of times where boxes have opened up.
See, I feel like this is the kind of guy when you were working at UPS loading packages. I feel like you brought your own drug dog to sniff out packages, and you'd be like, "Good job, boy." And you just take it.
That's basically everybody there is got a nose for drugs.
Right. I bet. Long hours there, right?
No, it's part-time.
So how long you been?
It's someone
like I'm trying to relate with this UPS guy. I have no fucking idea.
That's awesome.
Driver, no, I worked in the warehouse, long hours. Now, what's something that we'd be surprised to know about that UPS warehouse where all our shit's going through?
I break people break a lot of boxes, step on them, smash them. It happens a lot.
Wow.
Why don't UPS or FedEx deliver people? Why is it only boxes? Like, why don't y'all do an airline?
Well, I mean, they do have airplanes, but I don't know.
But for like $30, if I can get my sister to fucking...
Oh, yeah. Did you see Castaway? That seems like such a bad idea with like the boxes and the nets and the crushing and the death.
You would think 10 years at UPS would help you with your joke delivery. But I was really surprised that, it just really doesn't... I guess there's really no crossover there. But Kyle, I mean, that's fun stuff. You're gonna be just fine. Are you having fun doing stand-up? You said 6 times. What's going on?
Oh, well, I only get up a couple times a week.
Why is that? You're not working anymore.
He's part-time.
Part-time.
Part-time, and that's my thing, No, I just got a new job doing windows and doors, but
Having sex with
The party horn for that one.
it's pretty fun. It's pretty fun.
Windows and doors. Party! What are you doing with windows and doors?
Looking through them, opening them up.
You should write that down. I'm guessing by the way you're dressed, it's mostly windows you're going through. Brings it full circle to that criminal thing for those of you paying attention on your Kill Tony bingo card. Kyle, somebody actually made one of those one time. Did you ever see that? Yeah, there's like Kill Tony bingo cards that have the things that happen. Like if I say fuck yeah, or if there's a horse of truth, or whatever. Pat Reagan bombs. There's like a bunch of spots that like you hit your little doinker on or whatever. Kyle, what do you like to do? Like when you're not smoking pot, and you're not doing stand-up. Like what does a guy like you do? Like what's your shady fucking secret? What's your creepiest thing that you've Googled lately?
Oh, well, I don't know.
full answers, aren't you, Kyle?
No, I do jiu-jitsu, but doing this shit, ride bikes, right?
What belt are you in jiu-jitsu? Where do you train under?
He's a UPS guy. It's a brown belt.
I wish. My teacher's name's Dion Watts. He actually got his black belt from John Jock. Same, he's trained with Joe.
Yeah, I believe he trained at the Hooters of Hollywood and Highland, if I have my story correct.
I actually bought my belt online.
I love it. Well,
Wait, you didn't take a test? You just bought it online? That was a joke.
Ryan got it. Come on.
I found out that you can buy silicone press on eBay, so they're really cheap, so I'm going to make a pillow out of boots.
there you
go.
That sounds like a fun idea. Kyle, let's do one last. I want to get back into it a little bit because again, your set was mostly about how women have it easy, and I mean, what happened? What happened that's because I know I was talking about. I didn't realize it, but the stuff that comes out of you when you're doing something like this, it's got to be coming from somewhere. So, when was the last time you were in a relationship with a girl?
Well, I was just that's been. No, I'm divorced, but...
Okay, there we go. See, we're starting to get somewhere, little Kyle. See, I need those answers. How long have you been divorced for?
It's been 3 years. Separated for 3 years.
You stalk her on Facebook a little bit?
No. I used to.
It's like you're reliving memories of your relationship in your head.
Right now, yeah. Kind of, yeah.
Have you gotten a rebound since the 3-year divorce?
Yeah, but that didn't work out too well.
Why's that?
No, I don't know. I told her I did comedy. She's like, what?
That's bye.
When I was just starting off.
Anything else for Kyle, gentlemen? What do you got for Kyle? You're both.
You can change your pants after you quit your job.
Yeah.
All right.
I like the chucks.
You can let the
Thank you.
can let the UPS go, and it's just like when you came up here, I'm like, is this guy here to do comedy or is he umpiring second base? So maybe just feel it out, find your groove, Kyle, and next time you're up, fucking let it rip. Don't be shy.
All right.
And that muscle only gets stronger every time you go up. So if you really want to do this, go for it. You got nothing to fucking lose. And what'll end up happening is you'll get sort of funny. You'll end up getting that chick that you're mad at in the universe right now.
And please cheer the fuck up, man.
Yeah, have some fun, Kyle.
Yeah, I feel like you have a point of view and everything, and you want to get something across, and then the more you'll do it, you'll know where the actual punchline is. Because I think even when you were first starting out, it's kind of approximated where to laugh, but we weren't quite sure where.
Okay.
So, yeah. It was a good punchline. I thought it was going to be really bad, and then it was good. And I think everybody thought that.
That makes me feel good.
Well, there he goes, Kyle Shields, everybody. 805 S Best. Number 805 S Best. Kyle Shields. It's a
Area code is best. What is that area code? What's 805?
San Diego.
Ventura?
Ooh, Ventura. I don't know. 805 is best. Interesting Twitter. All right. How about Darren Davis?
Hey, fuck yeah! Alright, guys. Got some shit to say. Started dating online, but by accident. Because I honestly believe that eHarmony was a website I could buy ecstasy on. I'm like, damn, I'm compatible with so many drug dealers. This is fucking amazing. So I decided to send them a dick pic because that's what millennials do. And I found out that my dick doesn't fit in the frame, so I didn't send a proper dick pic. I was like, damn, that is a selfie stick wig. I'm gonna talk a little bit about Bruce Jenner. The guy's cool. I'm more of an animal rights activist. I'm more concerned about that man's pets. Like, yo, man, you can't just change your identity like name that mentioned confused as fuck. Like, where the hell is Bruce? That's my time, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good fucking night.
Boom, boom, and boom. Jenner's one of those things I won't even touch with a 10-foot pole. Like, it's just a topic that I haven't talked about at all because I work with Joe Rogan so often, and he has this amazing, fucking long, amazing Bruce Jenner joke. And then a few weeks ago, I caught Bill Burr, who has this long, amazing, a couple months ago, actually, I saw this long, amazing Bruce Jenner joke. And so, you know, I'm just like hands off on it. And anytime I hear anybody bring it up, I don't even listen. But that there is such a funny fucking take on that whole thing. Like, it's incredible. Really funny. You're a fucking funny guy. You got up here, you took the energy that Kyle left, you know. You know, Kyle let the audience really breathe and get well rested for the next funny comedian, and you took it and really ran with it. You, I would say you took the gloves off and let it rip, but no, you're actually the first person to ever perform in gloves. And obviously, what's clearly a tribute to O.J. Simpson, you came up here and killed with black gloves on in Los Angeles. Fuck yeah, it's a triple joke, baby. Again, mark your fucking bingo cards, bitches. You're funny as fuck, dude. You have an amazing fucking, you know, powerful delivery. You believed in what you said, and one of my favorite parts is when a joke didn't go, you fucking coughed at it or something like that. I don't know what that was, but you saved it by, like, dissing your own flat joke, which I'm always a big fan of, you know.
How long have you been doing comedy?
A year now.
Wow, you're gonna be a monster. That's fucking incredible. Where are you from?
From the Valley.
Holy shit, that's shocking. That's just really surprising. Most people as funny as you come from like a funnier place, like a tougher street or something like that, but now you're just like a fucking little 15-minute drive away, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. Right. You metroing it?
Yep.
That's amazing. The orange line, huh?
Yep.
Orange line to the red line?
Straight up.
Wow. Fuck yeah. You get off at Hollywood Highland, then walk down, take the 2?
Nah, skate.
Oh, fuck yeah. I wouldn't have taken you as a rollerblader. What's funny about that, and I'm really throwing myself under the bus about this, is that when I first got here to LA, actually it wasn't even when I actually, well yeah it was, when I very first got here I worked at the Beverly Hills Ruth's Chris Steakhouse waiting tables when I very first arrived. This was like, I don't know, who gives a fuck. Anyway, but I didn't have a car either, and I did have rollerblades. I'm not even fucking kidding. I think I was 20, and I would get off, I'd basically rollerblade a mile downhill. Anyway, fuck it. Yeah, there it is. Party horns. Rollerblading's up there with windows and doors tonight. Fuck yeah.
How much material do you have, would you say? How much material do you have?
I don't really know. I usually do open mics, and like most time I did was like 15 minutes at like some bar show.
Clothing wise, you have a lot of material.
I guess so. Yes, I do.
A hat.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, we got it. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. That's the only guy that tags things that don't work.
Cigarette.
I love that. These cigarette references that are coming out of nowhere.
I was just tagging a joke that didn't work. All right.
Darren, you're funny as fuck. What have you been doing all your life? How old are you?
25.
Fuck yeah. What do you do for work?
I just started working at Macy's.
Oh, wow. You fooled them.
Yes, sir.
What do you do there?
I just fix the clothes up, make them look real pretty and shit.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
I did not take you for a Macy's guy. Like, I can picture you getting maced before working at Macy's. That's funny as fuck. Way too funny. You guys have, like, racial... He's laughing at it. Why aren't you white idiot tourists laughing at it? Think I have a loaded-up Macy's joke in case somebody works at Macy's? No, I thought of that on the spot. He's black. Yeah. People are so weird and touchy nowadays. You can't even make a topical fucking joke.
Yeah, like y'all didn't think he looks like an extra from Fruitvale Station, okay? Let's be honest.
I don't even know what that is, but that does sound... That's Fruitvale Station.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Fruitville Station, the newest show on the KKK channel.
It's the exact opposite of that.
Oh, yeah, funny as fuck. eHarmony, all that shit. What else is going on?
Just trying to finish up classes for the semester so I can go balls deep during the winter.
Oh, yeah. Balls deep during the winter. What are you studying?
I'm studying English. Yeah. Balls deep English. I'll make this shit look all nice. I'm minoring in poetry.
Balls deep in English, man. Fucking incredible. How close are you to graduating?
I'm about to transfer to Cal State Northridge for like the next year.
How many credit hours do you have left?
I don't fucking know. I'm just trying to get this shit over.
Well, a lot of people don't know this. Sometimes we give out spots to the Ice House, and sometimes we do something else. We actually have a scholarship now. I'm just fucking around. It's too long and too real. That'd be so funny if we had a Kill Tony scholarship for people that say they're in college. That'd be fucking mind-blowing. Once a month, we give them a year of free tuition.
Just give me a Chipotle burrito. I'll be happy.
No, we're not going to do that either. It's called Patron Award. So, what else? You just started this job at Macy's. How long you been doing that?
Maybe 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Yeah.
Just making clothes look nice.
I just did training, so like I got away from the game actual schedule, so just chilling.
Can you make Friday night at the Ice House?
Fucking make that shit.
All right.
Wow, look at that. You're a funny fucking dude, and in a year, you're super dangerous. You clearly understand the importance of projecting and fucking getting their attention, and you also stay in the moment when the joke didn't work. You broke down the walls and were the first to make fun of it before the crowd could even be silent. And then you came over the top and did a really smart fucking Bruce Jenner take that I haven't heard and never thought of, and that's funny as fuck. Do you have more on Bruce Jenner?
Nah, I just like.
You should now that shit is so good that you have to connect it with your next thing. Figure out a way to maybe not stay on Bruce Jenner, but roll out of it smoothly so that you can have that. You know what I mean? That's such a good fucking joke. And when you do a lot of these open mics, like I'm sure you're doing, comedians will always laugh at fucking dick fart shit, poopy shit, craziness. Keep writing smart jokes. Don't let those open mic laughs change you. You know what I mean? I notice a lot of people get in the habit of just trying to make those comedians laugh, and they'll laugh at your failure just as fast as they'll laugh at a good joke. And that Bruce Jenner joke is so good that sounds like somebody that bombs a lot. Yeah, those fucking people want to watch me fail. Anyway, Darren, anything else for Darren, guys? Look at this bad motherfucker. It's like a young Jamar Neighbors.
No, I like the energy. Energy was good. Jokes were good.
Great.
Yeah.
I love it. Straight out of the valley. It's Darren Davis, everybody. He's on tour. King Day City. Wow. Some good young comics coming up through the ranks. Darren Davis, Matthew Maloney. There's a lot of alliteration. You set us off into alliteration. Ronda Rousey, Holly Holm, Darren Davis, Matthew Maloney. There's patterns everywhere. Oh, wow. There you go. Somebody did mushrooms this weekend. Oh, shit. No, that's a first. Your next comic never will have a chance in show business. No. Put your hands together for Eric Ebenante.
So I was at this dispensary getting weed, so I could
It's Texas football, nothing bigger. What's up, man? This is for all the football dads out there. What's up, man? This is for all the football dads out there. My kids start capital football in July. It's Texas football, nothing bigger. It's in Southern, they love it, they're thriving. Well, play capital. So let's, 6-year-old and 10-year-old, start capital football in the hot Texas summer this July. I'm coaching. How about coaching? Right? So one from the shop, we're like, yo, let's hook you up, man. We got the best hoods, we got the best gear. I'm like, say less, send me what you got, man. Send me what you got. They said they have amazing
change?
They sent me
And I was like, no.
this. The most balanced
damn.
I've ever seen
not good
for a
about
kid.
that was gonna
Here's
work
the
there.
problem, this for the football dads out there.
But whoever comes up to you,
So
is
the
like,
kid with a
it's
nosebleed
about to happen.
visor,
Just be like,
You know,
hey man, do you have any
you know how
change?
good I
Be
think
like,
it
no,
is
it's
football
like
in order to get a freaking Pfizer? Even at the University of Colorado, Division I, it was tough to get a Pfizer.
You know,
So,
Eric Avenante.
the privilege within your grandson. Do you let him start
I just like
day
how natural you are.
badass like this? Or do you make it work? Earn it.
It's like somebody was reading a text
So,
conversation.
what do you guys think?
I love it.
My
Well,
kids
first of all, let's
just
talk about the
walk
first
out.
thing about the Pat. Can you put the mic stand back where it was?
Visual
Eric,
athletes
you
on
must
the back,
be
you make
this
it work.
tall in order to. I love that you left the mic stand right in front of you. You almost shadowed yourself with it. It's like some kind of creepy eclipse action. So, how long you been on stand-up?
42 days now.
42 days. Fuck yeah, that is a unbelievable number. I'm guessing you've done it twice in 42 days. The other time was 42 days ago.
One lens worth.
What happened 42 days ago? What changed in your life?
Just bored as fuck.
Really?
Yeah.
What was going on before that?
Nothing. Just I'm an autism tutor. Just got
You're a what?
autism tutor.
Autism?
To get rubbed off.
Yeah, I didn't know autism was airborne. Fuck yeah. So 42 days. What happened? I mean, so are you still tutoring autistic kids?
Yeah, I still.
So you tutor them. So that's not even like you're a teacher. You're helping them with extra stuff that they think they need help with.
No, it's just like, I actually teach them how to like read and write and shit.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's great.
Not as funny, sorry.
I meet a lot of girls that are in the spectrum, so I understand.
Meat or fuck?
You were saying something to him, right? Early on, beginning.
Yeah, or what? It's like, I was going to ask how long he's been doing it. He told you 42 days. It's very typical. I mean, yeah, you're very new. It's kind of, you're trying to ride that line of like, what's the bit? And then all people are looking at me, how do I get it out? So you're like combating stage fright with remembering your material. And that'll like wash away with time.
Yeah, you stayed all on one joke, which is really, really good. Really awesome. No hobo.
You really should listen to your sets though, because like your presentation was like a one-sided conversation. It wasn't really to like a joke form. It was like more like. So then I talked to this guy, and he was like, "Oh my god, I can't believe."
You're always gonna notice that, and then you know a lot like Kyle Shields. That's the difference between you guys and Darren Davis, who came up guns a-blazing with energy and a smile. What excites you? Because you seem like you cry a lot.
Oh no. I ate like 5 edibles before the show. I'm doing product photography for a weed company, and so it's like after you finish the photography, you're like, well, you have to eat it, so I ate it.
Well, you ate it on stage too. It happens quick. Fuck yeah. So Eric, what excites you? You're high as fuck right now. So you really are about to cry. Like you're fucking tripping balls.
Nah, it's typical.
What kind of edibles were they? Gummy bears?
There were some pretzels. There was a Belgian chocolate. There was peanut butter.
You had pot pretzels?
Yeah, it was a pretty magical world.
Hold on, wait a second. We have something from Theo here.
Why are you getting so high? I feel like you should probably be focusing a little bit.
He's like my friend Scott.
What else am I doing?
No, but I think that can change, right? I think that is some good ideas. Now you can probably get things headed into a better direction.
It's true. Yeah, you gotta, balance some things out. Do you work out? Right. Yeah.
Well, obviously, I mean, did you have to ask me?
Well, I mean, really, you could jog, but I know that you don't.
Jogging with him. I would go on a hike with you. I think you're funny, and I can picture myself looking into your eyes and having a good conversation.
Wow.
I feel like this is a cool dude.
Fuck yeah.
Cool.
Pat wants to go on a hike.
Real
Clearly he wants you to wear loose-fitting clothing for that hike that you guys are going to go on.
I think you're funny.
Fuck yeah.
Funny eyes.
My eyes.
Yeah, I want to see how funny your cock is in my butt.
Jesus, Pat, your
dick is funny.
You're funny,
But your asshole's hilarious.
Eric, you ever had your heart broken?
Not really.
Not really. You're just fucking impervious to everything.
You're boring.
Unstopped. Everything's boring to you, huh? Just even coming on a live show in front of 100,000 downloads, you're like, I need 5 edibles for this shit.
Side of Jeffrey Epstein's phone details. CNN compared the footage to photos from the Epstein files, including of this tub and the kitchen. We also found emails from 2013 about the shoot, including Epstein telling Woody Allen's wife that Blaine wanted to do the goldfish trick tonight for Blaine and film it, and Epstein's assistant reminding Epstein that Blaine wanted to stop by Epstein's house to finish his video and shoot. It's all part of correspondence between Epstein and Blaine that CNN found in the Epstein files, primarily between 2012 and 2016, years after Epstein was convicted in Florida in 2008 for soliciting prostitution from a minor. Blaine has not been accused of any criminal wrongdoing related to Epstein, and representatives for Blaine and ABC did not respond to CNN's request for comment. Epstein frequently invited Blaine to social gatherings with big names in Hollywood and tech, like Woody Allen and Bill Gates. He also seemed eager to connect Blaine with political figures. Any interest in visiting White House? Epstein texted Blaine in 2015, and at times Epstein showed interest in getting together with Blaine and girls. In 2013, he wanted to find a fun place to go with Blaine, some others, and girls. And in 2015, Epstein emailed the magician, "You missed some amazing girls last night. The age of the girls Epstein was referring to is not clear." By 2017, Blaine was facing a serious allegation of his own. A former model accused Blaine of raping her in 2004, prompting an investigation by British authorities. Blaine denied those allegations, and that claim was eventually dropped. After those allegations came to light, Epstein reached out to his friend with a message of support, writing right there.
How are you not doing drugs, you know? Yeah.
That's so fucking funny.
You're right, that.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a joke that only you could do. You know, you teach autism kids, and you get high, and people are like, "How do you get high and do that?" And it's like, 1 + 1 is still 2. Like, I never get that high to where. That's what you get. Eric Epinante, everybody. There you go. Woo! We're doing it tonight. Eric Epinante is on Twitter at Eric Epinante, ABBENANTE. Fuck yeah. This is fun, right? It's interesting. I love it. By the way, I've noticed about the cigarette thing, it's gotten funnier every time. I've never seen one go like from 1, it's like, oh, good work, 2, boom, 3, bangs. I'm excited to see. Maybe there'll be a 4th cigarette callback. That's right. Let's get some fucking female energy up here, guys. Finally, we pulled a lady out of the bucket. Leah Mansfield, everyone. Here she comes.
Yeah, let's hear it for a lady. It's a shame I left my dick at home. Yeah, man. So, just let you take that in for a second. My dick is bigger than my right leg. It's fine. I had to buy it. A lot of people want to know if my name is Leah or Leia, and I'm like, just call me sir. That's fine. Especially if you see me from behind first. You're like, I need help from that little boy. Thank you. I have terrible gaydar. I'm a gay. You guys all got that? Yes, yeah, everybody's good. I have terrible gaydar. Like, I pretty much just have hope-dar. Like, I see women, I'm like, man, I hope she's gay. She's not. If I'm into her, she's not. She's straight. If I can tell they're gay from a distance, I'm like, well, we can drink beer together. That's pretty much it. It's been a minute, or are we? Yeah, all right, cool.
What's amazing about that, sometimes the comedy gods just fucking hit a show right in the head. Out of all the times we've done this show, I have never been the guy, and I've hosted tons of shows, I'm never, ooh, a lady, everybody, ooh, a female. And I did it once, and then after doing it once, which I never do, I actually did it again, which is unbelievable. I'm like, oh, some female energy. It's great to get a lady up to the stage. It's like, and never before have we had Leah Mansfield on the show. And it's just amazing to me how fun. I looked at the clock. It was 26 seconds in until you even had to start doing jokes. I literally half your set was spent just milking that, which is amazing, which is great, and that's exactly what a huge part of this is. Just as important as jokes is taking what's given to you and rolling with that momentum.
Your set was so good, I wasn't even paying attention to the clock.
Yeah, that's
You were
also
12 seconds over.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very, very fun. Amazing stuff.
you.
You've been doing comedy a while.
I have. It's been almost 10 years. A little over 10 years.
Yeah. It shows. You definitely have chops. Where you been?
Well, I started in Denver.
Great
Thank
comedy
you.
scene.
Yes, I love Denver, and then I moved to Vegas. That was terrible. And after a year in Vegas, I moved to Minneapolis. Thank you. I loved Minneapolis. That's where I started on the road, was Minneapolis. Then I did a year and a half in Seattle, and then I moved to LA 2 years ago. So
Fuck yeah.
I don't like staying in one place or meeting people very well. So
Typical lesbian gets around a lot.
I am a huge whore. So.
That's so fun. That's got to be a blast for you. Where's your favorite spot for out of all the cities?
Yeah.
You're so ridiculous.
A willing vagina audience is always fantastic. I love it. Man, one of my favorite shows in the country is the Monday Night Comedy Show in Minneapolis. It's in just a basement bar. I love that show. Man,
That sounds fun. So you've been doing it 10 years. How long have you lived in LA?
just about two.
Oh yeah.
You've been getting up a lot here? Or?
Yeah, some here and there. You know, I'm parking cars at a hospital during the day, so that's how well comedy is going. It's fantastic.
Oh, you're not the stunt woman for Tig Notaro?
I know, right?
I just thought she's doing so much stuff now that she had a stand-in at least. But
Really?
well, when she does need one, I'm sure she.
I know. I'm gonna have to trim my boobs down a little. I think.
That's right. Boom.
Well, they grew in like 14 years ago, and I need to I want to cut back anyway, but
Please keep
How does that work?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's an interesting thing that obviously we would have no idea about because, you know, I'd imagine, and maybe I'm like way out of line here, but I'd imagine in that lesbian game, you're more of the alpha, right?
yeah. Well, I actually like a strong feminine woman who will make the first move.
Yeah.
In all of life except in bed, and then I'm in charge, right? Do what I say. Make me a sandwich, whatever. She never does. I end up making the sandwich and coffee and everything. So yeah, no, I'm definitely the butch. Like I fall under the butch femme dichotomy, which I never intended to do. It was not like you come out of the closet and you're like, I'm gonna be a butch and I'm only gonna date femmes. But that's just how it ended up. So
That's amazing.
yeah.
Do you identify as a young man or as a young woman?
I identify as a young woman. People have asked me if I want to transition. I'm like, no, men smell like tree bark. I don't want to be a part of that. So, but I love like really feminine women.
Now,
So, yeah.
One thing that I think we've all noticed is that, let's face it, the more butch type of lesbian always gets the hottest chicks. Like, is that how it works with you? Are you always walking around with, like,
Chubby chaser?
No. You know, I'm 38, so it used to be I dated just hot women. I had an ex-girlfriend who looked like a Swedish swimsuit model.
right? That's what I was
But
picturing.
she was insane. So now there has to be like another component of personality where it's like I have to get along, no drama, and you have to know about things like space. You know, like you know, like Gravity. The movie Gravity was fucked up. If so, and they're hot, then we can fuck, right?
So you need someone with a little brain.
Yeah, absolutely. My parents are scientists, and so I grew up around really smart people, and I really enjoy very long conversations followed by pussy eating. That's my favorite. Yes.
So funny. Right. I'd love to have you on the show Friday also.
Awesome.
Wow, it's all getting good. Right in front of you.
Booking the whole show today.
I
It's
would love
happening right now. Leah, you are funny as fuck.
Thank
10
you so
years,
much.
huh?
Yeah.
We have to figure out a way to
Okay.
get you
Cool.
famous somehow.
Okay. All right. You know, that's cool. I'd be down. Even just
How
like
much material do you have?
an hour. I mean, I can
Yeah.
headline on the road like really shitty one-nighters and stuff.
Have you ever made an album or anything?
No, I'm kind of. Tig Notaro is my favorite comic and my hero, and she never recognizes me, which is fantastic because I opened for her once and I bombed. So
she doesn't recognize you? How's that possible? Like, if I was Tignataro and I saw you, I would think I was just walking by a mirror. You know what I mean? Just like.
No, yeah. So I don't need to be famous. I just want to not park cars for cancer patients at a hospital.
Oh, it's cancer patients?
Yeah.
Wow. Do sometimes you park their car and they just don't come back because they die? I'm just asking. Hey, questions you can only ask the valet at a cancer place, all right?
Actually, yeah, there's days when you're like, all right, see you tomorrow, and then you just never come back. Yeah. And it's like, well, they did a tip anyway, so.
Leah Mansfield. Look out. She's coming. Leah Mansfield. Fun. What a fucking crazy show. This is like old school Johnny Carson or some shit. We're seeing the future here tonight. This is the crystal ball episode of Kill Tony. Put your hands together for your next comedian. There's a little bit of a scratch out here, and a bucket, so that I might be just like last time when I tried to preface what I pulled out of the bucket. I might be wrong about the crystal ball thing. Put your hands together for Gary Curtis.
They say English is the hardest language to learn. I honestly believe that's only because they haven't declared women as languages. Now, I was having this conversation with my girlfriend. Well, fellas, have you ever been having a conversation with your girl and then you realize that you're in the middle of an argument? Like, how the fuck did I get in here? So we're having this conversation and then she ends it going, see, I was right. I'm always right. I was like, okay. So I'm leaving later that day. I was like, bye, baby, I love you. Wow. She was like, I love you more. I was like, you right. And then she got mad. I said, how can you get mad? You just told me you're always right. She was like, well, not now. I said, always means always. She was like, not now. I was like, oh, okay. So since you'll always be something different than my always, sure, we'll always be together. All right, Josh,
there you go. 55 seconds of thunder. Gary Curtis. Very, very funny, man. You've been doing comedy a while too, huh?
2 years.
2 years. Wow. You have a good look. Everything is, I think, what Red Band would call on fleek.
Yeah, especially the eyebrows. Wow.
You take good care of yourself. You chiseled that today, right?
Yeah,
that beard.
Yeah.
I mean, that's as fresh as it gets.
You gotta look good for the podcast. Yeah.
All right.
Had to look good for it.
You got that cardigan clearly straight from the closet of Drake.
That's what I was going for.
I love it. Where are you from?
Originally from Jersey.
Wow. Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
It's amazing that you shave regularly. Normally people from Jersey don't even shower. So that's pretty amazing. You know.
I feel like I think the ice is wet.
I like to have the audience as wet.
Yeah, I think Pat's just gay tonight.
Yeah, I'm super gay tonight.
Was it just tonight?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure you made Pat's butt wet, is what he's saying.
No?
I don't think so.
No?
Uh-oh. You know what that sound means. It's time for Pat to show his wet butthole. Let's see that wet bugger.
Say it now.
Gary, it's true. I can sort of see what Pat is saying, though. There's something. It looks like you're sort of like an R&B singer doing comedy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
you need to do females only shows like Teddy Pendergrass. So you gotta get that reference. But
all right, and then Pat wants you to invite him to those only shows. They'll be in the fucking front row, waiting for you to bust out the tearaway pants.
Is supposed to introduce us.
You're like leaning in closer.
Is the regular network
Kind of weird, like,
But
I'm getting hella gay right now, bro. I'm like watching like a little gay thing warm out of you, bro. Like a gay mood.
I feel like there's a fleshlight. I feel like there's a fleshlight attached to the back of your guitar right now, and you're just molesting yourself. Gary, so this is your first time on the show, right?
I did like 3 weeks ago, I think.
Oh, really? Would you do bleach your skin afterwards or something? Why can't I remember you?
Nah, I don't know.
You were too busy looking at his dick.
It was with Joe and Nina.
Oh, okay. That's fun. How did that go? Yeah, fun time. Hell yeah. What else was going on? You were originally from Jersey. How long have you lived in LA?
I've been in LA 2 years.
Where do you live?
I live like around the corner from USC. Off Vermont.
Oh, okay. That's an interesting.
Vermont what?
There it is. Pat wants that cross street, everybody. Will he get it? It's time for another fun segment we call Pat Wants That Cross Street. We already have Vermont. Gary, is it north or south of Sunset?
Oh, it's south of Sunset.
Oh, it's south of Sunset. You know what that means. Yeah, south of Sunset. Okay. I'm waiting for that chorus. You have to put it near the chorus. You're in the middle of the first verse. If you hit play now, it's probably going to happen.
That's right. I'm waiting for it.
I'm going to set it up, and then you'll be able to hit it. All right. Is it south of...
Come on.
Pat, where do you live?
I used to live in Vermont in 37th place when I went to USC.
Oh, are you close to that?
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. Comic timing right there. I feel like it's the only time I've ever heard that first verse to its ringing head was on the show for 15 seconds longer than it should have been. It's like a totally different song. Oh, fuck. Gary, you dress well. What do you do for work?
So I'm a treasury analyst. I help manage companies' cash.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. I used to work in banking. And I came here, got like on the corporate side. I worked at a company, but I told them I was supposed to hit it with something.
Damn. Just laying down the law. I love the treasury. You just work with money.
Yeah.
That's fun. You ever think something?
I wish. Back when I used to work at the bank, I did not
Yeah. Is that easy to do at a bank?
When you're a teller, it used to be.
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't incriminate myself on that.
Hopefully there's a statute of limitations or something like that.
Exactly, yeah. That was back in the day, you know what I mean?
Way back.
Wised up.
Your Honor, it was way back in the day. And it was just a sperm bank.
I mean, like, who's really the thief here? Me or the bank? Let's be serious.
Right, man, brother. They are. Absolutely. You took that shit.
Yeah, let's get political.
I love it. Well, fun times, Gary. It was nice to meet you. Thanks for coming on the show.
All right.
What else is going on? Anything else?
Shit.
You up a lot, Gary?
So much. Not that much every now and then. Yeah. Honestly, the parlor. Opened up in the parlor. Oh, yeah.
You get known?
Yeah. I do a bunch of videos with my shit. It's fun.
I'm going to stop ruining our Facebooks.
Yeah.
What happens next to this girl?
Yeah.
All right,
Stop, man.
Gary, very fun. Thanks for coming on the show. He's on Twitter at GKurt at CSB. Gary Curtis, everybody. GKurt, CSB. This part of the show, we are going to go outside of the bucket for our one and only regular. Every single week, we have one girl who writes and performs a new 60 seconds every single week. She is the newest regular here on Kill Tony. Put your hands together for the always adorable stylings of the likable and nervous Melissa Esslinger, everyone. Here she
is. People used to ask me if I ride the short bus. I thought they were making a size joke. Short bus. A lot of people spend a lot of time trying to think outside of the box, but I'm still trying to figure out how to get in it. I looked up normal in the dictionary. It said not abnormal. So I looked up abnormal, and it said not normal. Fuck you, dictionary. It's not very helpful. Gotta put the dick in dictionary.
53 seconds. Do you have a 6-second joke?
Yeah, I'm so short that, like, automatic doors don't open for me.
There you go. A new minute from Melissa Esslinger. The party horn is out. Keep the mic up. You did it again. That's another new minute. That counts. I would definitely, when you do a short joke about the short bus, you don't have to wait and see and react to their reaction. You know what I mean?
You don't really even have to do that joke.
Plow forward. No, that's not true. Don't listen to Red Band. He always tries to play back cop with the regular, and that's not true. That joke's perfectly fine if it's cluttered between other short stuff. If you're talking about being small and people fucking with you, then it makes sense. What comes after that joke, it shouldn't just be a one-line. You know what I mean? It's more of a semi-premise. You know what I mean? Short bus, ba 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 ba. It could be anything before or after it, but to let it stand on its own, that's where you're going to get in trouble. Had you done the short bus and then the automatic doors, or the automatic doors and then the short bus, you'd get a different reaction from the short bus. But letting it stand on its own.
Lump all your topics together, so you have the chunks that is the scandal.
Yeah.
Or you could even preface it by saying, I'm small. I thought people used to fuck with me when they were saying, I want to ride the short bus. Like, no, I want to ride the tall bus, or whatever. You can go anywhere with it.
Yeah.
But you just have to beat it out. Because I don't really think you're a one-liner person.
Right.
And it's fun to test out premises here, and that's exactly what it's good for, is for you to hear it, to see how to work around it. But I've never heard anybody make a short joke about the short bus thing, so it's not hacky, so you're onto something. The automatic doors, is that true? Let's get into it more.
Yeah, actually it is true. Especially, like, it doesn't happen at, like, every automatic door. I haven't figured out what causes it, what kind of sensor it is.
Right.
But these are the things I think about when I approach doors that say automatic on them. Like, am I going to have to jump? Am I going to have to wave my hands up? Am I going to have to do this? Or I can just casually wait till somebody's, like, walking with me. Or just have
there you go. There it is. That's how it happens. Exactly. Yeah, he's my yeah, Theo's the first ever. Theo's the first guy in podcast history to go no mic on it. So, what was that?
Yeah, just because we've seen you for now, I don't know how many weeks, but we are doing a lot of really short jokes and that aren't fleshed out. So, I mean, just work harder at expanding whatever that thought is, whatever that germ of that idea is. Just let it grow, put it on a petri dish,
and wonder what we would ask. It's getting to the point to where, you're seeing it sort of.
Yeah.
I'm always going to say, if it's a one-liner, super short joke, to beat it out, to figure out what the beginning and what the end is. And we just did then. That clearly the automatic doors thing, jump, wave, take a date, to the automatic doors is clearly a joke for that.
I mean, I haven't seen your trajectory. I've only seen tonight.
Right.
Maybe it's an exercise like an entire minute next time, just about one topic.
Yeah.
Because that's not a crazy task just to talk about something at length for a minute.
Right.
That's not. Yeah, they kind of force you to do that.
You gotta get me started on Gary Curtis.
There you go. That's the podcast listeners. That was actually him shooting himself after that. No, but it's all good because, and by the way, this is something that we saw with our two other regulars for 2 years. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily completely out of the question for during a tough week. If I've seen you do one subject before, I think it was even last week.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's not terribly out of the realm to bring, sort of premise ideas here and let fucking creepy minds flesh them out a little bit for you. You know what I mean? That's sort of what we do. So I also like that. So, there's definitely a balance between everything. And, just keep chipping away. Because it's also one thing that I'll say to expand on what Fahim was saying is that you'll be amazed how much easier it is to get laughs off of one subject than it is to change direction. And what you did is the ultimate, toughest thing to do. Because you started with a short joke, went into another joke, and then went back to a short joke, which is like, then you're really separating. You're making it so much harder on yourself than you have to. Whereas once people are already in on a subject, it's much easier for them to digest the next joke on that. Melissa Esslinger is going to be a monster, ladies and gentlemen, and she's being billed right here at Kill Tony, writing and performing a new minute every week. Melissa Esslinger. What do we got, 9:35? Huh. What do we got? Let's see what happens.
One quick one.
Tam Fam, everybody.
Yeah.
Tam Fam.
Hey, when I quit my job, I had to slash my food budget so much that in 3 months I went from 160 pounds to 120. I wasn't fat to begin with. In fact, I set an unofficial world record as the skinniest person ever to lose 40 pounds in 90 days. Non-AIDS disease. Now, I'm too skinny and too short to be attractive to anybody aside from pedophiles. So, I once thought that maybe I should convert to Islam just to be eligible for 72 virgins. But imagine what would happen if I was alone in a room with 72 virgins. There would be 73 virgins. Thanks.
It's amazing. What's funny is, like, when you were halfway through the 72 virgins joke, I was actually going to give you the joke that you said is the punchline. And so you got it. That's a funny joke, Tam Fam. You got it. You nailed it. Tam Fam, how are things going? You are the most Asian-looking motherfucker I've ever seen in my life. Like, it's.
I disagree with that.
Really?
Yeah, we're going with that.
How are things? You've been one of our fun people that have regularly gotten pulled out of the bucket. You have that famous Asian luck that they all have at the casinos. Get pulled out of the bucket a lot. How are things going? We've seen you a few times. How's the progress?
Going pretty well. Yeah.
You used to wear a shirt that said @TamFamComedy on it. You were very popular for that. On Twitter. Right? It also said that, as if people couldn't figure out @TamFamComedy was your Twitter handle. You've gone no @TamFamComedy. We saw him 4 or 5 times wearing the branded shirt, and you started going no shirt. Things started going a little bit better for you. How's that working out?
It's going pretty well. I'm not sure if it's the shirt or not, but people are liking my stuff. I cut out a lot of the worst jokes on it, just filtering stuff down to my best material.
I don't really get that. Out of all the jokes I've heard you say, the 160, 140 seems like a long setup. What are you saying there? Were you really 160? And then you got down to 140?
20.
And why? How?
I quit my job, just I had to cut down on
food.
expenses.
What were you eating?
Food.
Chicken.
Go on, say it. Rice, motherfucker. Say rice. Piece of shit. Fall into my trap, Tam Fam. Good news is, so before performing at the Rice House this Friday, everybody. No, I'm kidding. Bye, Tam Fam. There he goes. Rice House jokes. That's the episode, everybody. We got through it. Ryan J. Ebug makes art every single week for the show. He drew tonight's episode with Fahim Anwar. Follow him at Fahim Anwar and check out his many great things. Look at his fucking art. This is incredible, or what? Theo Vaughn, check out his special on Netflix. You have it. Watch it. That's coming out in February. Theo Vaughn and Fahim Anwar. Patty Reagan is Patty Reagan. Melissa Esslinger, Jamie Vernon, at Josh Market Comic, Ryan J. Ebelt. I'm Tony Hinchcliffe. I'm right back. See you guys soon.
Hey, this is Redman coming to you live from the Road Famous Comedy Store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 3. Give it up for Tony.
Yes. Hello. Welcome. Yes. Avery Pearson, ladies and gentlemen. Avery, come take a bow. Where are you? Avery Pearson and Jamar Neighbors. Getting the crowd worked to a frenzy. Avery is on Twitter at Avery is Funny. Everybody just got back from the New York Comedy Festival. One more time for Avery. and Jamar. I smell a rap album coming from them, everybody. Welcome to Kill Tony. Here we are again. Put your hands together for Brian Redband. He's here, everybody.
Hi, guys.
Pat Reagan is out on a Thanksgiving break of some kind, but also keep it going for your house artist, everybody. Ryan J. Ebelt.
Yeah.
Right there. He draws every episode of the show. So he's already started drawing because the show just started, everybody. Fuck yeah. And we got Jamie Vernon in the back, turning this into an HD live podcast. And here we are. This is the live show. Normally we would be streaming this show.
We are streaming it. We fixed it.
It worked?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
It's all going.
Live audience, make some noise for the thousands of people that are watching the show that you're at right now. We can only fit so many in this fucking shoebox, you understand? Other people watch live. We go up against Monday Night Raw. We go up against Monday Night Football. I say, fuck you guys. We are here, and we are competing to some degree. There are thousands of people watching this right now, hundreds on Periscope, and tens live in this room right now. I'm so excited that everybody's here. We're going to have another fun, amazing episode. We have anything to promote? No.
Well,
this is this
if
week.
you're listening to it live, there's a couple tickets left for Sunday, November 27th in Columbus, Ohio.
Yeah,
And we're sold out. All 4 shows are all sold out.
They're opening parts of the venue that haven't been opened before.
Yes.
For our show, they're adding chairs behind bars and stuff.
Yeah.
No big deal. So let's get tonight's episode started. As always, we always have 2 of the funniest comedians in the world. I just so happen to be friends with all of the funniest comedians in the world. And so I am always happy to have them come on, hang out, and talk to comedians with me. This week's no different. Truly, I always say this, but this is truly 2 of the funniest human beings walking this planet. Put your hands together for Jamar Neighbors and Mike Costa, everybody. Michael Costa and Jamar Neighbors. Jamar Neighbors and Michael Costa. Oh, we remember you from earlier. And Michael Costa, fucking welcome, guys. Welcome back. Jamar, you already killed it in this room tonight.
Jamar's stage presence is just unbelievable, is it not? Yes, it's the stage presence. It's nothing else.
He runs off of presence alone. Speaking of presents, Christmas is around the corner.
Yeah. Are we close? Are we too close? I'm okay with this. Physically? You okay with this? I'll fuss with you so you can be close. Yeah, it's okay with this.
I feel like we're all comfortable here. It's a little bit squozen in.
Squozen?
Yeah, it's squozen.
That's German.
Yeah. It's squozen in. It's good for Josh Martin, everybody. Look at him over here. He's the one that sets up everything halfway so that it always falls at an inopportune time and like makes noises when we don't need them. But he's the man. He's known for spilling drinks on people. So you're gonna see, maybe some of that'll happen throughout the night. Josh Martin, our accident-prone runaround producer. So guys, you know what we do. There's a bunch of comedians that sign up. They put their names in the bucket, and then when I pull a name out, they come on stage and they do stand up for 60 seconds. We get to sort of see who they are, get a feel for them, and then we talk to them about anything in the world. All of a sudden, we're all on a podcast together. Crazy, right?
I think it's super ballsy for people to come up here because I don't know about you, Tony. My very first time performing, it was like 6 minutes. There was more time to kind of. It was more time to, you know.
My first time when I did stand-up comedy, I did an hour and a half in Madison Square Garden.
I didn't say it was a good 6 minutes, but I'm saying 1 minute is a fucking.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Oh yeah, totally.
1 fucking minute.
Yeah, and sometimes it's too long for what we end up seeing. Comedians, you know how it works. You get 60 seconds. You know your 60 seconds is up when you hear the sound of a kitty. Aww, it's adorable. That means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Jesus, God, he's vicious tonight. Oh my goodness, did it skip? We're operating off of CDs here, everybody. So let's do it. You guys ready? Kick off the show. It's Kill Tony. Episode 130, by the way.
Yeah.
Episode 130. No big deal, you motherfuckers. A lot of people have 130 episodes of a hit live podcast. By By the way, we're the #1 live this week. #1 live podcast in the world. This is.
Wow.
There you go. Live podcast. So that means you have to be in front of a live audience.
Wait till you have Jamar's stage presence on this thing. It's going to really blow up.
Stage presence is the most important thing when it comes to podcasts. Not a lot of people know that, but I pulled the name out of the bucket. Now, I always love one-word names.
Oh, yeah.
It always, almost foreshadows a lot. Sometimes it sets the expectations low and they blow you away. Sometimes they might be a monster and they're disappointing. You never know, but they're always something.
Hope it's Earthquake.
Earthquake's the only one that actually, I feel like that's the only one name that's really a killer, right?
Yeah.
Carrot Top, I guess, is one.
Is there one?
That's two.
Is there a hyphen? Is there a dash?
Nope, that's two.
That's another good one name.
Mr. Top.
Sinbad.
Sinbad,
Thank you.
Sebastian, but he goes by Sebastian Maniscalco.
Yeah.
But let's see. Here we go. This is an interesting one. Put your hands together for Fanto. Woo! Oh, no! There's no Fanto? You gotta be kidding me. I hyped it up. I hyped up the line. I never do that. I never pull out. Oh, there's the roof. The roof.
All right. Nothing's funnier than a sound effect of gunshots at the Comedy Store.
Right. Oh, too soon.
What do you mean me? What do you mean me?
We were doing.
There was fucking Red Man through gunshots.
There was also a rooster at the Comedy Store
there
last
was.
week.
That was my homie.
I can't believe there's no Fanto.
Fanto.
I'm really disappointed in that. If anybody knows Fanto, tell them that we're really saddened by their.
So Fanto was maybe like a group.
Maybe
it was group comedy.
I pulled another name out of the bucket. This sounds like a real human being. How about Charlie O'Connor?
Woo!
What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my god. It hurts. That's what it feels like. It feels like being shot and then a wolf in the middle of the night. In the middle of a quiet night. That's exactly what it feels like.
Maybe Charlie and Fanta are fucking in the bathroom? Is that what's going on?
Could be.
They're both guys, and that's what they're doing.
I am getting high for 1,000 for sure. All right.
Nice job, Red Man.
Jacques Nantamwe.
Jacques.
Woo!
Yeah.
There was a lot of controversy about Obama saying the N-word on a podcast over the summer, which, if you think about it, isn't that much of a historical problem, right? People freaked out about it. But he's the first president to say the N-word on a podcast, but he's 44 president. Do you realize, it's not all bad either. Because, do you realize how many times someone had to say the N-word, at the Emancipation Proclamation pass? Lincoln said Negro, and they were like, is that an animal, vegetable, or mineral? And he said, well, it's pre-Civil War South, so all three. I like how he snaps for that. I don't know about you guys, but have you ever had a woman leave you because your dick is too big?
Fuck yeah, 60 seconds from Shock. How do you say your last name?
Intoma.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna say, I wasn't thinking that this is what Jacques was gonna look like, to be honest with you.
That's how I get jobs.
Really? Where do you work?
I'm a lawyer. I actually was on here once.
Yeah, you did really good last time too, right?
Terrible last
Oh, really?
time. Yeah.
Oh, I remember that. You did shitty last time.
I love it. So you're a lawyer?
Yeah.
Wow. What kind of lawyer?
Employment law.
Interesting. That's
you passed the bar. You're a lawyer.
You're barred in Texas, yeah.
Okay.
Barred in California.
Barred in California. So what the fuck are you doing here right now, man? You also stand-up comedy.
Yeah, I love comedy before law school, and after law school, doing comedy. And I
started doing it.
Are you like funny in the courtroom? Do you fart really loud and like objection at the same time?
Your Honor, let's be honest. He is the 44th president to say the N-word.
What's the funniest thing you've ever done in the courtroom?
Usually be identified as a defendant.
Oh shit!
I'm not kidding about that.
That's amazing. Do you talk about that on stage?
I sort of keep those lives separate.
Yeah.
Well, that's ruined after this broadcast.
I love it. Now, have you always rocked that haircut? I remember when, not only do I remember when Jamar once had that haircut, I remember when Michael Costa once had that haircut. That's how far that guy goes.
Yep.
Josh used to have that haircut.
Yeah, he did. Josh Martin.
Were you born? You were born in the United States.
Yeah, from the DC area.
From the DC area. Were your parents in like some form of diplomacy, U.S. government, or what happened?
My dad worked for the World Bank.
Okay.
The IMF.
Yeah, I know the IMF. No, it's a World Bank.
Yeah.
IMF.
And my parents are both immigrants.
Cool. All right. Did you talk about that at all?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were really funny, man. That Obama joke was great. Thought it was fantastic. I'd love to hear the end of "Does the girl ever leave because your dick is too big?" Although it was pretty funny just asking the question, and that's it. Because obviously this is something that you've experienced many times.
Have you ever had that as a big problem? People have not wanted to have sex with me again.
You have a huge.
Mostly Asians or all girls?
All girls.
Now,
It occurred to me.
He looks like the black guy in every diversity program. Smart guy, afro, glasses.
yeah, Island. Yeah. That's a compliment.
Your big ass dick.
Now that's interesting. Do you talk more about that, or do you just have that one line? Where you do that? Is there more to that, or did you get cut off?
Oh yeah. Actually, the rest of that is saying me neither. But I have had a lot of strong women hobble out of my life.
Okay. Not because you're dick, but because you break their legs. Is that what?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's a misery story.
Why would they hobble?
Oh well, I think Jamar can explain that.
Hobble is a funny comedic word.
But I'm saying, if you're saying that me neither,
I can't.
but I made a few hobble, then how do you do it?
What do
You just by your thrusting or something?
Well, no.
Like you really just inflict like physical pain?
It's more.
It's like, holy shit, those are some ridiculous finger eyes.
Let me bite your finger, man.
They look like
Ketchup on it.
cantaloupe slices.
No. I mean, I guess I thought it was more funny as like a misdirection thing with like, oh no, okay, I'm saying she leaves, and then it turns out, oh no, she actually doesn't leave for that, but she does hobble out, so it's sort of like, my dick is too big. Oh, it's not actually that big. Oh, it's
So you broke it down like a weatherman, and I appreciate that.
That's what I do in court.
What do you do for fun?
I like to go hiking and listen to jazz.
Wow, is this your... Yes, there you go. You just found your
Huge jazz fans here tonight.
Yes, yeah.
He's gonna make
You really like listening to jazz?
Yeah. There's like a great there's a piano bar on Wednesdays.
Yeah.
It's really great.
It's real jazz. It's like improvised jazz.
Yeah.
I try it, and whenever I go listen to jazz, I realize I like blues. Does that ever happen to anybody? I hate jazz. I need a hook. I'm not that smart.
Miles Davis,
I need a hook.
Bitches brew Miles Davis. Try that out.
Okay.
The jazz prescriptionist over here.
Smoke a joint, and listen to that.
It's cool to like jazz. I'm admitting that I'm uncool, but I keep trying to like it, and I just keep leaving going, I need someone to go, down. That's what I need.
Yeah.
That's what I need.
Yeah.
Why did I make this about me?
You play jazz? Do you play instruments?
No.
You just look like a jazz musician.
Yeah, that's actually another subject.
That's another subject of a joke that you do?
Yeah, because I go to jazz, everyone assumes I'm a musician.
Sure.
In LA.
Yeah. but then you're like, nope, I'm a lawyer. What's the craziest company that you've defended employment law? Like, what's the, you ever worked for like Target or like Best Buy or anything like that?
No, in one interview, the law firm was interviewing for to work at a law firm, and they said,
"This is the only way I can like jazz when there's someone else talking over the jazz."
Have you ever thought about doing your comedy with jazz behind it, combining your two worlds?
No, definitely.
Here, keep going. Tell me more.
Isn't this Snap Judgment on NPR? Isn't that what stories with the beans or some shit?
I don't know that reference, but it sounds dead on.
Where I was doing an interview with the law firm, they were like, "We're currently defending BP, the Deepwater Horizon oil spill. And how do you feel about that?" And I came up with like a really bullshit answer because I still wanted the job. I was like, well, I think in democracy it is, you need someone to represent the bad guys and all that shit. But I don't know if that was...
There you go. Something like that. It just trickles out into nothingness and the music comes back up. I think we could find you a new niche with jazz music behind you.
What kind of...
how do you spell that last name?
Toma? How do you
spell it? Spell how it sounds.
Oh, no, it's not.
spell how it sounds.
It's that one letter. Yeah.
Does it start with an N and a T?
Yeah.
The first two letters are N and T.
Yeah.
So what's your name?
Toma.
Gotcha. Do you have a joke about that? No.
Do a joke about your name, man.
Do a joke about my name?
You know how older people give you like bad advice. I want to be that nigga.
Are both your parents Cameroonian?
No, my mom is Vietnamese.
Whoa, look at that. They found each other, those islands of love. Vietnam and Cameroon. Where'd they meet?
They met at church in D.C.
Wow. You see what I'm talking about? All right. Jacques, I had so much fun with you tonight. It was nice to meet you.
Jacques, good job, buddy.
Yeah, fun times. Nice to meet you. There he goes, Jacques Ntomé. He's on Twitter at TNTONME. TNTONM.
I know you were joking, but I kind of like names. I kind of like jokes about people's names.
I think, you just gotta go with, nobody's ever gonna be able to pronounce that right. Yeah. Nobody ever. He's gonna one day, he's gonna be a huge star, he's gonna have an opener that he pays a lot of money, takes on the road with him, and he's not even gonna be able to say it
Jacques
right.
West and Tomois or some shit like
and
that.
Tomei, I don't know. Dom Irera has a joke about Cedric the Entertainer's name that's amazing. I heard him do it because he's ranked above him on the Comedy Central made a list, like top 50,
top 100 or whatever.
Top 50 funniest people of all time. Oh yeah, and he's like, Dom Irera's number 38, but Cedric the Entertainer's number 37. And Dom always jokes around. He's like, how do you beat an entertainer? I never even had a chance. Dom's one of the best. He's on like 10 episodes of Kill Time.
Do you think every president has said the N-word?
Hell yeah. I think every single person in the world probably has.
Do you think everybody has said it?
Jesus, Brian.
Free and up. Maybe, yeah.
How old were you when you
I don't
that at Jamar? You almost can't even tweet without saying the By the way, without a doubt, and this is true, I tell him this all the time, so I'm happy to finally tell him in front of a fucking audience. Jamar is my favorite person to follow on Twitter. If you ever get a chance, you have to immediately follow him. If you're wondering who I'm laughing at during the day ever, this is to the podcast.
And great Google image searching for you also. Some great photos of you naked in the bathroom.
He doesn't hold back. He always pisses people off. Your Twitter's fantastic. Because I sometimes think of a tweet and I go, don't do that. That's going to piss somebody off. Yeah. You just fucking press send.
I love it out there. He'll go on these rants.
I love it. That's what comedy's supposed to be. You're not supposed to filter it. Mainly about bitches.
That's all I talk about. That's all I know.
That's it. That's all it takes. Cracks me up 7 times a day. So follow Jamar Neighbors on Twitter. I just pulled another name out of the bucket, and that name is Heather Maruli. There we go.
My favorite television show is Dateline. It's been on since '92. Caught it. It's a good one. I'm a little mad at Dateline right now. They're running some ads with the tagline, "Don't watch alone." There's a little problem. Dateline airs at 10 p.m. on Friday nights. So if you're watching Dateline, you're watching alone. Okay? So I watch alone every Friday. And every time I'm watching, I get more lonely. These stories of murder and deceit. Now I think, wow, why has no one ever been obsessed with me before? When am I going to have a stalker? When is someone going to take out an insurance policy on me? I'm worth it. I'm alone. Help. Do you ever Google the name of your high school with the word obituary on the end?
Wow. Heather Maroli, ladies and gentlemen. Boom. We got another one. Heather, you've done this show before.
Yeah, one time.
And you just murdered, right?
It was okay.
Yeah, no, you're a humble one.
Oh,
I like your style. You're so funny. That
Yeah.
Dateline joke is like hilarious.
Yeah.
That's so fun.
Obituary joke.
Yeah.
Well, no, the Dayline joke is like, lonely woman, and I was like, okay, that's a really funny joke. But then the next joke completely reiterates and adds like to the persona of this is who I was. It was great.
Fun, dark, loneliness.
And not enough jokes use the word obituary. You can rarely hear the word obituary, which is a great word.
It's true.
Oh.
Is there more to that obituary joke, or is that just a hard-hitting one-liner?
That's one I just wrote that last week, so I usually at the end I'll be like, sometimes I Google my high school for funsies, I say with obituary for funsies, and then just to catch up on what people are doing.
Right.
And then, because I actually did find out somebody I knew died.
Yeah.
I was looking for somebody else, but a different person.
So some alive person had a dead person's obituary in their bio?
Well, no, I was Googling, for newspaper obituary. Well, I was looking for someone specific.
I hope that person is dead?
Because you were stalking your own, you were becoming the other end of the Dateline episode.
No,
funny.
I don't know.
By the way, that could be a great way to take that Dateline thing. Is I realize that I'm never going to be that victim that's obsessed over, so I'm just going to be the obsessor. I want.
Exactly. Because that one sometimes it's a little longer. I talk about how
right.
Get obsessed.
It's great. What's the most obsessive thing you've done with the guy that you like?
Oh boy.
Wow. You looked out like he might be in the room.
When I was in high school, okay. A couple things. I used to drive by, crushes' houses. But I think a lot of people do that.
Where's the high school?
I grew up in Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Okay.
So I would, drive by guys' houses. One time I had my sister...
What's so creepy about that? Were you, in a tractor or something?
No, I don't know. Here's another thing. I had my sister call this guy that I liked to invite him to a play I was doing. As my assistant. I know. That's weird, right?
Oh, yeah.
I know. Well,
in 10th grade, you had an assistant?
we used to play this game where my sister was my personal assistant.
Right. Younger sister?
Yeah.
What play was it?
It was Picnic by William Inge.
Oh, yeah, Picnic.
Were you the lead?
Yeah.
Oh, that's what's up.
Yeah.
I know comics that have called the Laugh Factory and the Comedy Store as their own agents, trying to.
Oh, didn't I think Jamie Foxx used to do that all the time.
I don't. Right? I'm not that familiar.
One of those guys.
The career of Jamie Foxx.
I like to call it a comedy store and act like I'm Tommy Davis.
Why don't get these spots, man?
How many pranks does this place get? Like, this place gets nonstop pranks every day, right? Like,
the good stuff about it.
these comedians have to be pranking this place nonstop. You know, it's a good question.
Another one.
I mean, I would hate to prank this place because every time I perform here, I get $15. So I would hate to lose that amount of income.
I mean,
yeah.
So
Well, that's only if you get
there are different gradations of it.
Heather, what do you do for work?
Want to say cancel people on it because they're still doing this or that. There are different gradations.
Shit.
Some cancel.
Yeah.
I would say.
No.
I bet he'll sit down and watch Dateline with you.
That's okay.
Don't fucking play the clarinet while she watches.
Oh yeah. So you do that. How long you been stand up?
2 years.
You do a lot of spots.
Yeah, I go probably 6 days a week.
Oh, it's great.
Like sometimes twice. And like I'm probably gonna go after this.
What's your go-to porn?
Go-to porn. Gosh, I like a lot of stepdad stuff.
Stepdad.
Wow, there you go. It turned out to be a good question, bro.
It's not a good question. That's why I asked. Now, what's the? You just like the whole storyline of a stepdad? Like,
I don't know. Well,
do you have a stepdad?
no. My parents are still married.
Of course, that's what people are always into on the porn is stuff that they don't have any connection with. Like it feels like nothing feels dirtier if you don't have a stepdad porn. It's like, oh, I can't even fathom that. Oh, you fatherless piece of shit. Oh, what a fatherless whore you are.
No. My stepdad's a huge tease, so I get it.
Oh yeah.
Interesting. So you like dad bod and everything?
Wow, what's that?
Okay. Well,
Did you just rust the horn yourself? Did you just say something and then hit the horn for your own thing? Is that what's going on now?
He's mad. I don't like that.
You can't hide, Brian. You can't hide behind it. No tickling, Brian. Heather, what do you like to do for fun? What else are you into?
Oh gosh.
Anything that says on team.
I work a lot.
Stepdad movie?
No. all the popular films out there.
What's your favorite, most recent movie?
Oh, The Hunger Games movie. No, it wasn't that great.
Like the last one.
It was alright.
Are you gonna go see Creed?
No.
Are you gonna see it?
No, I feel like the whole movie was shown in the trailer.
Are you gonna see it?
I'm a hater. That should have been me.
You know what? I was like, I watched the trailer the other day, and I was sort of interested until I heard, like, Sylvester Stallone so beat to death right now. That's unbelievable. Like, everything was fine. Like, I'm like, oh, this looks like a good movie. And then he's like, he's got, like, nothing left.
Yeah.
So this is like watching Sylvester Stallone die from 30 years of fucking steroids.
You know, he has to
gotta put all your heart into it. You gotta just keep on writing.
It's like unbearable.
He's turning into Mickey from Rocky.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he's trying to. Thank you, Brian. You are on the money tonight, dude.
Are these your fun comedy earrings, or are these the earrings?
No, I wear these every day.
You wear this even when you're...
I'm Puerto Rico.
You're Puerto Rico.
That
makes sense.
These are required to wear.
When you write mediation copyright, you're wearing those, whatever it is you're wearing.
Yeah, I wear these to work today.
That's cool. All right, cool. Fair enough.
Why not?
You were doing law stuff.
Well, I've been working in law business for a while now.
Like the earrings.
It pays well.
I prefer the earrings over the necklace. You know, I think big hoop earrings are pretty cool.
What's your nationality?
I'm Puerto Rican, Cuban, Italian, and Chinese.
Okay, wow, we hit our 4 nationalities. You know what that means?
You know, I love
Oh yeah, you must have like a temper. You must be violent. Isn't that what I said last time? Yeah, I think I said that last time.
I feel like you just wouldn't be able to. You wouldn't be able to be satisfied. You know what I mean? Like you would just be yelling during it. Like, you're gonna get everybody. Full out new Sylvester Stallone.
Harder step.
10-point callback. But Okay, well, Heather, you had a great set. Anything else for Heather, guys?
Thought she was great.
I know, we're meeting great people tonight. Heather Marillo, another great 60 seconds. She's on Twitter at Fixed Air Heather. Fixed Air Heather. Air. All one word.
Cuban, Italian, that's a bad mix right there.
That's dangerous.
That's dangerous shit. She'll kill you 4 different ways.
Yeah, totally.
She'll wrap a hoop earring around her neck and spray cologne in your face.
Is there one race that you guys you'd be like, I'm not dating that ever again for
Mexican.
sure? Mexican? That was fast.
You said that like you're getting points for your answer. If this was at midnight, you would have just won. No, I don't do it.
They ruined Twitter for the last 3 hours. 3 hours.
You yell at them on Twitter?
What I was going to I'm like, pink pussy so pretty right after midnight.
You know you're gonna win a hashtag word sometime, like accidentally.
Yeah, that's what I hope.
You're gonna tweet at pink pussy's delicious, and then that night it's gonna be like hashtag what color pussy is the most delicious.
It is getting. They are running out of. They're running out of ideas on that show. It's pretty funny. Oh, you know what? That's crazy. Sometimes he signs up, and sometimes he gets pulled out of the bucket. He's the runaround producer of the show, everybody. Blood, sweat, and tears in the game. It's Josh Martin, everybody.
Okay, guys. I have a speech impediment. It's really hard to understand words that I say. I can barely remember. I sound retarded, but I'm educated. I'm an educated guy. I went to college, got a degree in biology. I was going to go to medical school, and then I changed my mind because I realized that what kind of doctor I would be. I would be like the doctor you see, and then you walk out, and then you immediately see a different doctor, like a second doctor. You know? You get a second opinion because you don't trust anything I'm saying. Like, I would be the doctor you would see if with, like, Obamacare. Like, I'm your Obamacare kind of doctor. You know? Get the fuck out of my office. Because you have cancer. I just you have cancer. You get that shit. Yeah, that's all.
Josh Martin, everybody. There he is. Firing it up.
That was awesome, Josh.
Yeah, a great new minute. Josh has been ripping it up upstairs and downstairs. He's on a hot streak right now.
I didn't know he had a speech, but this whole time I thought he was retarded.
Almost the same. Almost the same.
That is really, really funny, and I love that you own it. I love that you communicate it to the audience. And once you do that, then you don't have to fucking bring it up again. I think it's awesome. I thought it was hilarious.
Yes, right.
I'm trying to. I felt like I needed to get a good, like, voice joke just to get it the fuck out. And
these guys almost recent. They may disagree with me, but I like that personally. It's like, just say it, make it funny, and then get the fuck out of it. Then do whatever you want. That's
no, I agree. I'm the same way. I have to talk about how everybody thinks I'm gay, right from the top, or else people just think I'm gay. It used to be, if I didn't have that joke, it used to be when I would do sets on the road, people would come, or even here, people would come up to me after my, like, dumb audience members, and they go, I just have one question for you. Like, no, I'm not gay. It just happen all the time.
It was
So
weird.
you have to acknowledge it.
It was weird because when you said the doctor thing, I didn't think you were going to go that way. I thought you were going to say that you're like, even when you're you're waiting for the doctor, that one doctor just comes and goes, hey, how's it going? Nice to see you. All right, I'll be right back. And then you never see that guy again. Like I thought you were gonna like totally take the joke somewhere else, but man, that was great, man. I love seeing you, Josh. I've been hearing lately that you've been killing it downstairs. So.
People lie a lot. You shouldn't trust people at all.
Oh, look at that! A little self-deprecating. Just the first time we've ever seen humble Josh Martin.
Humble Josh.
Look at that little glimmer.
Usually, I just tell people they can suck my dick.
Yeah, and that never works out. It never works
try
out.
something else because, yeah.
It's funny. He did things a little bit backwards. He was a cocky little dick before he was good, and then he got good, and he was becoming humble at the same time.
You said you were educated. What's the level of education you're packing?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology.
Wow. From where?
University of Louisiana at Lafayette.
Okay.
Lafayette?
Lafayette.
So
used to be the Raging Cajuns.
It still
is the Raging Cajuns? Love that I know that. That's really, I mean, I would almost,
it's one of the best research colleges.
I would almost, as an audience member, I would love to know that you have a degree in biology. You said you're educated. That means something different to everybody. You're like, that's really fucking hard. Even though to me, it's not that hard for
at
you.
the University of Louisiana, Lafayette, I'd imagine that it's like a 1-week course. So.
You know what I like about Josh is that he does talk like that, but when you're talking to him, he does not spit on you at all.
Right?
Oh, that's a lie.
That's a lie.
And also, especially on stage, I can see myself spitting. And I'm always terrified of someone sitting right above there. I'm like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, he's actually special.
That's why sometimes I talk like down, because I'm scared I'm going to spit on someone.
Yeah. They're going to have the Gallagher plastic and shit.
Right. Everybody cover up.
Rabbits are crazy.
Joke about that. That's funny too, man. That you're worried about spitting on the audience. That's kind of funny.
It's funny.
I think I used to have something like that. It's like one of my first year jokes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the joke was I spit a lot of game when I'm with women.
Oh, I think I know where this one's going.
I spit a lot of game. It's just a game where I try to talk to someone without spitting.
I like that.
I like that. You should go back into that and like change it around, mix it up. Because that's a funny idea when you talk about having a speech impediment. Because that's the first thing you think of. That
That's the problem. Like the last year and a half, I got tired of talking about my voice because when I first started, that's all I talked about.
But now you're actually.
And I'm trying to write other jokes, so I kind of pass here. Say fuck these voice jokes.
Yeah.
And now you're writing good voice.
I'm trying to.
You don't want to only do voice jokes, obviously.
Yeah.
And there's nothing worse than the comic that has some kind of I don't know what do we call this?
Retarded.
But you know,
about his arm.
They're on stage
like
and
the girl with the half an arm. She's always like, oh my arm, my arm, my arm, my arm.
Or even worse,
bite your arm. Shut up.
or even worse, it's like way worse on stage, and then they get off stage. It really isn't that bad, and you're like, you're just doing this for fucking comedy.
Right.
I don't like that.
Like the girl with half an arm.
Yeah,
I met her. I met her off stage. She shook my hand. I'm like, what the fuck? Anyway,
They had one fingernail coming out of it.
Josh, what else is going on in life? How's it going? How long have you been here at the Comedy Store?
Coming up to 4 years.
Really?
Wow,
4 years. So 4 years ago, you were what? Managing a McDonald's in the suburbs.
Yeah.
And that was it.
But when I met you 4 years ago, you didn't have a speech impediment. Did the Comedy Store give this to you?
The Comedy Store works in mysterious ways.
Yes, it does.
These ghosts.
Josh, what are you doing Friday?
Whoa! There's no show Friday, so
I know.
This is turning into like
It's me and Tony will be in Columbus and Pittsburgh.
Yeah, if you fly yourself,
you can set it up for me.
Yeah, you could get our anyway. Josh, anything else? Anything you want to promote or anything?
I'd rather get some more comments, so I'm done.
Oh wow, look at you, the hero,
man.
a hero for the people. Josh Martin comic. He's at Josh Martin comic.
Sweetheart.
Did you guys? Do you guys remember anything that you did when you very first started stand-up comedy that you can't believe you did? That you sort of regret? Something dumb.
Well, you were saying about Josh how he was cocky when he wasn't good. That's kind of how I was. I mean, I feel like I was way cockier when I did do comedy. And I'm not suggesting I fucking mastered comedy anymore. But now it's like once you once you see how good other people are, it really humbles you. But at the beginning, you don't have any fucking clue.
I used to try and not be ghetto. That shit fucked me up.
That's interesting.
And you would talk like you do like white guy voice, or what does that mean?
What's up, ha ha? Wait, what? What was that? What's up, ha ha?
Hey everybody, what's going on? I'm Jamar Neighbors.
Is that what you used to do?
Yeah, like, hey guys, I want to talk about, I was still talking about ghetto shit. I'm like, yeah, man, your mother would be like smoking crack in the living room, and she's crying, and you're crying too.
Did you guys ever try to change your persona? Like, I know when, like, I forget what that one comedian, not a bit, but the Aziz Zasaria, he was like, you know, I was like, I need to do like a more hipper version of my set. And I tried it one time. It actually worked, but it made me feel so shitty afterwards that I never did it again.
Did you feel like I'm sorry?
I did. I was like, wow, that's really easy. Just talk about my cell phone. Pulling another name out of the bucket.
Aziz is a good friend of mine.
I'm just kidding.
No.
We know this girl, Sarah Kenny, everybody. Come
Yeah!
on. Sarah Kenny.
Finally!
You know, a lot of women, they don't like to be called ma'am. They're a little bit age obsessed. It makes them feel old. That's why there's a new, more politically correct term for these women. You refer to them as cunt. Because it's ageless, you know? So it doesn't offend anyone. That's the great thing about that. So tipping is sort of a messed up way to pay people, right? It's sort of like, how much do I owe you? Well, how much do you think you owe me? I was going to give you, like, what's on the bill here. Oh, you're just going to give me exactly what I asked for? No, that's fine. That's fine. And it's not always clear who you tip, right? Like my Coke dealer. You know, I'm just going to give him what he asked for. I'm not kicking in an extra 20 just because he's my dad. Ridiculous. You guys, I used to be paraplegic with Down syndrome. And then I got off gluten. And you know what? Things really turned around for me after that. Thank you.
Fuck yeah. Sarah Kenny. What was that quadriplegic joke?
Cocaine, gluten-free, and the word cunt in that set. I appreciate all that.
All the buzzwords.
All the buzzwords.
So, wait, what was the last joke? Everything else was great. One more time for Sarah Kenny. Yeah, come on. I'm just trying to figure out what you were saying with the gluten-free.
So I was like paraplegic with Down syndrome, and then I got off gluten, as though that would have such a dramatic effect.
That's not like how Tony talks about being a vegan.
No, it's not. It's not.
Now, usually you're in the back hacking everyone because you're a hacker. You'll always steal everybody's personal
you're here every
information.
week, and you have an open laptop in the back of the room.
Using DOS, which is awkward as fuck. That's like one of the hottest things, though, to see a girl that knows how to hack.
Wait, so
Well, first of all, it's not DOS,
not
it's Linux, but I don't even have the Wi-Fi.
No, it's not, I'm sorry. When you said that, I thought you meant like comedy hacking. No, you're saying like computer hacking.
She's a hacker.
Okay, I was like, you can't just call. I was like,
She's hacked.
yeah, well, that's what I was worried. I was like, that's not good if that's good, but that's not the case.
Yeah, there's many of other hackers in this room. That's a different kind. Sarah, so how long have you been doing stand-up now?
Coming up on 3 years.
Wow.
And what do you do for work?
So I'm not a hacker, but I'm a programmer. So
Wait a second.
Oh shit.
Really suspicious.
No, I already sniffed her packet thing, and
what the fuck is that? What are you supposed to? What is that supposed to be?
Her packets.
Is that like a digital thing that you're talking about?
It is a technical.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's Jared.
How
In the front row
information
right
is
there. Ask him.
Who?
Jared.
Who do you program for?
USC.
USC.
Yeah.
So what do you program for them?
Well, I'm working on an artificial intelligence project.
What the fuck? I mean, I want to hear.
Exactly.
Look, I want to hear about this. I mean, comedically, you don't have to maybe give the specifics of the project you're working on, but this is really fascinating, and I really enjoyed your comedy, but I almost felt like more like you were telling jokes as opposed to really getting personal. And
Yeah.
it sounds like to me like your actual real life is pretty fucking fascinating and unique to everybody else in this room. You write programming.
There you go.
Yeah.
That means we've reached the compliment max.
Oh shit! Is that what that means?
Now I gotta start breaking me down.
Yeah, there you go.
Sorry.
No, I've tried.
There's that sound.
I have like a handful of programming jokes or like nerd tech jokes, and they're there's a couple that are okay.
I mean, your dad's not your coke dealer. That's just a joke.
I wish.
No, it's just a joke. Yeah.
So you have jokes. It sounds like you have jokes about everything.
Yeah, I don't really have a specific niche. I would say. Good or bad.
Do you have any jokes about being flat-chested?
What are you Are you just feeding me that?
But you all laugh. You're all here. You can owe me as hard as you want.
Okay, I totally did my flat-chested joke on the show.
Oh, really?
And your response was like, I've heard a million flat-chested jokes, but that one is solid.
Oh. Remember, you can never tell which one's too good or which one's fell flat. You know what I mean? You keep it down just in case. That's what happens if I even try. You have a special, what'd you safety on that?
What'd you push?
Who has the safety on their sound effect board? Did you see that, Jamie? What the fuck was that?
It's because I turn it down
No,
so
I
I
know,
can text message. It doesn't get it.
It's so funny.
So
I've never tried to touch it before.
So
yeah, it's a molesting joke, everybody.
We gotta let Jamar talk. I cut him off 8 times.
Jamar, hit it.
So with that bomb ass job that you got, did you ever quit that and do stand up full time?
I don't know that I can make as much money you do.
You can't. I'll tell you right now, you cannot.
So I don't know. I'm a little bit spoiled, which is maybe bad, but
Are you doing a lot of spots?
I don't know. I'm kind of plateaued. I do several times a week. I get up, I do mics. I get booked on shows probably twice a month. I do flappers a lot. But
You do flappers?
I do flappers.
Surprising to me based on the size of your breasts. In this PC world we live in, I've created an environment for me to get to do jokes like that.
This is why I was complimenting you so much earlier.
Right.
I knew it was coming.
I knew I should wear my
I can
padded
make
bras.
these jokes with Sarah. She's one of these warriors that's always here. It's relentless.
I love your breasts. I think they're fine. Just because I know how big your areolas are underneath there.
Is that true? Do you know from sniffing her packet or whatever?
What is comedy fulfilling for you? Is it just like a fun little hobby?
No, I love it. I truly want to commit to it. I'm just not quite sure what the next step is for me, which is kind of confusing. So,
how much time do you think you have? All together.
In life?
No.
That's such a computer programming answer. My motherboard has
45 more years.
How long of a set can you do?
I think I could do 40 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look at that. Maybe you should just make an album then. Maybe you should do a show and record the set.
Just program it into every freshman USC. Just put it in their fucking computer.
You could just take over the internet. Dane Cook your way to the top. You know what I mean?
Actually, if you're in an airport that you're all using the same Wi-Fi, and if you search your folder, you can also see a lot of shared folders on people's computers that are open. So a lot of times I would put just dick pics and stuff, shit on people's computers when I'm bored. But putting your albums is actually a good idea because when it searches your computer for music, it will find it.
Would you put your dick pics in other?
No. Google other waffles and shit. And I just put fart porn and everything.
What are blue waffles?
Go Google blue waffle.
How do I not know about this? I'm the last of the blue waffle party over here.
You want me to show you what a blue waffle
I thought the Blue Waffles were the mascot for University of Louisiana Lafayette. They're not? Blue Waffle. I type in Blue Waffle. Oh shit, I'll share it with you.
It's a blue waffle. That's what
it's a disease
It's a disease.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
blue waffle disease.
All
There
right.
you go. It's a diseased vagina.
Guys. Okay.
Wow.
That's what happens when I question words that Red Band says. All right.
You could actually, if you want to learn more, go to lemnaparty.org.
How do so many people know about these gross things that I don't even know about?
We find out all about it on Meat Spin, right, guys?
I also love. There's a picture of actually a blue waffle. There's like somebody made a blue waffle. Anyway, sorry we got into that.
If Red Band says something you don't understand, don't Google it.
Yeah.
That's my
True. Right. Sarah, what's the craziest thing that you've done in the past year?
Besides squirt.
Brian, stop it. Settle down. Jesus. Air horn yourself.
Don't tell me you use C++ instead of Linux.
C++. Yeah.
I know. I don't know if I don't really do that much that's crazy. I don't know. Some people think I'm crazy for riding my bike in LA traffic.
Do you do drugs? Do you do drugs?
I do drugs.
I do some drugs.
I'm open to all drugs of any kind.
Okay. Well,
wow.
So I guess that's crazy.
That's crazier than riding your bike in LA, I think, personally.
What happens on the bike? Is it dangerous? You get yelled at? Do you yell at people?
I've gotten yelled at on occasion. You know, some people just seem to think that it's too dangerous to ride a bike in LA in general. I have gotten a get off the road yelled at me out of a window.
Right. Yeah.
No, I am allowed to use this road.
And that was just because you were a woman. That wasn't even
Yeah,
because you were on a bicycle.
right.
Take your bike to the kitchen.
That makes so much sense.
Oh my goodness. Well, Sarah, you've been on the show more than probably anybody. So fun to watch you grow over the last couple of years. And
next Ice House show, it's like in 2 weeks. I'd love to have you on because you're awesome.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Look the gig out of it. Sarah Kenny, everybody, there she goes. She's on Twitter at SKenny Comedy, all one word. Woo. We're almost there, guys. Yeah, we get to let the lead guitarist for the stroke. It's different than the strokes. It's just more based on the medical infliction. An actual stroke. Put your hands together for your next comedian. It's Todd Malta, everybody. Todd Malta.
My name's Todd. You said it. I'm not a big fan of it. I actually changed it when I was younger. I had to change it back. I'm now officially retarded. I recently finished reading the Quran, and turns out there's nothing in that book about me hurting people. Son of a gun. I always wanted to get a job as a motivational speaker, but I like that. You can know this about me. I'm a bit of a freak. Sometimes I blow my nose with my left hand. Feels like somebody else is doing it. My favorite part of a woman's body are those two little curves between her neck and belly. Which would mean ninjas. Nobody showed up.
Fuck yeah. Todd Malta. Nice to meet you, man. This is your first time on the show, huh?
It is, yes.
I like your style. So that's what you do? Short little one-liners?
I'm trying to get out of that.
Yeah. How long have you been on stand-up?
This is probably my 12th time on stage.
Wow, look at that, Todd Malta.
Good job.
Yeah.
That's the first time in 3 years.
Oh, what made you start back up again?
It's time. My son turned 3.
Your son's 3?
You know what they say, when your son turns 3, start doing stand-up comedy.
Right. Exactly.
That's in every parenting book.
Yeah, it's yellow as fuck.
Yellow.
I'm not really cool, you know?
Yeah, oh.
At all.
Where are you from? A cruise ship?
It's so funny to see when the roaster comes out in you. Like, it's just like, because you've only seen me do it all the time, so it's funny. What are you, from a cruise ship? it's like yeah. It's like,
Where are you from, actually?
I'm actually from Ohio.
Oh, really? Whoa, dropping names.
Worcester? Yeah.
Whoa. Yeah.
I haven't watched the game yet. I T-voted, so
they won.
They won by.
Yeah, they won.
So when you say your son turned 3 and now it's time for you to start stand up, is he at home is he old enough to be at home by himself now?
Yes.
He's
actually probably the funniest person I've ever met. He kind of inspires me that way.
Every parent thinks their child is.
Yeah.
Great.
No.
Yeah. Well, what do you mean? Because he could do stand-up comedy?
He could. He's a natural entertainer. I don't understand your good
Alex, here he is. He's actually Skyping in right now. There it is. Wow. Okay. Jesus Christ.
I don't know why I like retarded so much, but I really fucking did. That was really funny. That made me laugh. What was the last joke with the ninjas? What'd you say? But nobody showed up?
Yeah, nobody showed up.
Yeah, it's a bunch of ninjas. You didn't even know they were there.
Yeah.
What's the neck and belly?
My favorite part of a woman's body is the two curves between her neck and belly.
Her titties.
Kind of like a chisel.
Think about all these jokes seem like bumper stickers, though. You know, like that one. The one where the one that you did right before the neck and belly. There was something that you did that was like, oh no, he's going to do one of those jokes. And even though you changed it, it didn't change the fact that we all knew what the joke was.
And these are your jokes. You wrote these jokes.
Yes.
Okay.
I love that.
I had a son wrote it.
He punched him up. It's the funniest person he's ever seen. Right. What's the funniest thing you've ever seen your 3-year-old do?
He's just he's hilarious. Like,
does he ever just piss all over you? Because he
not anymore.
It looks like it. The yellow shirt, everybody. It's a yellow shirt reference because it's covered in piss.
Yes.
This room got really quiet. We got disengaged.
Oh, what's that all about?
I love it, Todd. I think you just have that kind of energy.
I actually thought he was gonna suck when he grabbed the mic. I was like, there's no way this guy can be funny. I don't know why I thought that, but you are funny and you made me laugh. And maybe I don't know what it was. I just thought you would just seem like a little bit of a goofy dude. But look, I'm saying this is a good thing. It was funny. Retarded is stupid, but it's fucking funny. And the bottom line is those single line jokes. You don't want to laugh. You didn't want to laugh at one of them, and you fucking laughed out loud. What got me? You didn't. But that's what I'm saying. That's how I felt too. I didn't want to laugh at the bumper sticker joke, but if it is funny,
but was it funny because you can't believe he did it? Because that's what I felt like. I was like, oh my god.
Not really, it wasn't. Not for me, it wasn't.
I'm laughing.
Yeah. Let me ask you something, Todd. I can't help but to notice that tattoo on the left inside of your arm. It looks white power as fuck. What does that? What does that 3 German lightning bolt over? I have to ask. Either it's some kind of Adidas sponsorship or what is that?
I got it when a friend of mine died.
You feel like a fucking asshole.
I think there's more to this story. If the friend is a German soldier that was killing people in a...
No, he's a good American Nazi.
So what's that logo?
It was when my dog died. Actually,
wait, your dog is really?
Yeah.
Your dog or your dog?
I was in my early 20s. What?
Like your did?
Yeah, like my...
No, he's saying not like...
No, like
an actual dog. Yeah. So what's that looking on your arm?
I don't remember getting it.
Wait.
I can't.
The dog or the tattoo?
The tattoo.
You don't remember getting the tattoo?
No.
Wow. You were drinking?
Yes.
What else?
San Diego. I'm feeling San Diego.
No, actually, probably not more than 300 yards from here.
Wow.
I found when I got my credit card receipt. That's when I learned.
Oh, shit.
A lady I worked with gave me a pill, and I don't even know what it was.
He wasn't even that tattoo parlor. He got it. It was like a bar.
Yeah. It was like a guy with an ink suitcase. I fucked the dog till it died.
Get a suitcase. Then I got a tattoo.
Todd, tell us more about this tattoo. You don't remember anything about it?
Nothing.
What did the receipts tell you? What else did you do that night? I love blackouts. It's an amazing story. So it's like a Quentin Tarantino movie. You know the end first, and then you find out everything else that happened.
I think that's called Memento, Tony.
They're remaking that movie, by the way.
Are they?
Yeah, it's a dumb idea.
That's dumb.
Todd.
Yes, sir.
More about the tattoo.
Okay.
That question I asked you. What else do you remember?
Next to nothing.
Do you know what that means?
Well, I know I like Evel Knievel. So there's a little bit of that there.
There's like Christmas trees.
I had the idea of maybe doing stars on the arm at one point.
That is a terrible tattoo.
It's terrible. Like I had to get my receipt and go back and have them clean it up.
Oh shit!
Wow, you mean it was worse?
Yeah.
Mine's worse. My tattoo's worse than that, and I barely remember it either.
You have a tattoo?
Yeah. So who gets tattoos when they're blackout? That seems like the one thing you
This was an 18-year-old employee of mine at a movie theater that just learned how to do it on melons and watermelons, so she gave me a free tattoo.
So, you got a melon above your ass?
Yeah.
What's the tattoo have to do with your dog? Did you get his name covered up?
No, there's a dog paw. There's like a dog paw drawn by.
Oh, there is a dog paw.
Wait, let me see. What? Oh, okay.
Yeah, you should see everybody. Everybody, don't look too close.
Yeah.
Your eyes will turn to stone.
Yeah. Todd, what's something exciting about you? What's different between having a 3-year-old and the kind of life you were living before?
A lot.
Like what?
Like I have no hobbies. I don't do anything. I don't go out.
What did you do before?
I probably drank too much.
Yeah, I think that's it.
What else happened other than the tattoo? Any other blackouts? Was that a normal thing for a while?
I once came to completely nude on a roof, which I thought was my friend's house.
Okay.
And I climbed down on a van, went to the front door, and an entire family greeted me.
Wow.
Dad grabbed me, threw me up against the wall, and was like, "What are you fucking doing? What are you fucking doing?" Throw his arms off me, take off down the street, figure out where I was staying, find my clothes.
You're naked.
Yes.
Were you 300 yards from here?
No. Considerably further.
How do you end up on somebody's roof?
Yeah, why'd you go on the roof?
I don't know.
Don't know.
I might have been working fiddler on the roof too.
Oh, jeez.
Wow. Oh my God, we just reached an all-time low.
My friend in college, he was 19, he was wasted, walking home, and he was stumbling like crazy. And these cops were following him. And they would give you an MIP or some shit, University of Illinois. So he walks into a house. It's like 3 a.m. He is in the house, not his house. Okay. Cops knock on the door. He gets naked. Answers the door. The cops are like, "You're drunk. Is this your house?" And he says, "Officers, would I be naked in someone else's house?" And they let him go. There you go. That's the thing.
Wow.
That's what you were doing. Officers, would I be naked on top of someone else's roof?
Now I get it. You're running around naked, and they're like, "Here, sir, take this piss yellow shirt that we'll never wear." All right, guys. I guess you guys like that shirt, huh? All right, fuck this
Don't be
audience.
scared of yellow, guys.
Fuck yeah.
You were funny. You made me laugh.
Yeah, good stuff. That one-liner path's really hard, and you have to chip away and really take all the time that you possibly can while still making sure your 3-year-old doesn't die. Yeah, have this funniest 3-year-old out here. He has a better chance of making it than you do, Todd. To be honest.
Thank you, Johnny.
I'm serious. 3-year-olds have star power, you fucking
I would try,
idiots.
honestly, I would just take your jokes, find the joke out of it, get the meat out of it, make more story-based stuff, because right now it just sounds very, just kind of like Laffy-Taffy is what I call that style. Like it just seems like joke, and it's all kind of familiar. Make it more about your life, and just get the meat and throw it in there.
I took stories out of it.
It sounds like you're making like a recipe for food or something.
I mean, there's definitely
you take some of the Laffy Taffy, you chop it up, and mix it up with some meat, and there you go. Put it at 375 for 7 years. Todd, fuck yeah, fun stuff.
Good.
Todd Malta.
We're good.
There
Thank you very much.
I love it. Definitely the winner of most likely to be a school shooter. Todd Malta, no doubt about that. Let's get another name out of this bucket. You guys having fun or what? How you feel, live audience? We're right here, coming down the straightaway now. Who knows what can happen?
Nobody's really sucked yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this could be the one though. Put your hands together. I don't know. It looks like a new name. Put your hands together for Jeffrey Wari.
Oh, what fucking minute? All right, we'll talk about the guy saying that big thing is scared of me. Boy, I'm scared of you. You know what the fuck you doing? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I know I want to say this right, but you don't know what the fuck you doing. You just don't. You got a big dick, and women scared as fuck. You think you got a jackhammer or a sledgehammer to you? You don't fuck pussy like that. You take it easy. You come back out. Play with it. You got a dick. Bring it back out. Am I right? Am I right? Now you don't want a big dick just coming in and you like, pow! I'm in. No, you want to look at it and say, take it easy. All right. Come in there slow. And then you work it. You don't go in, pow, 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 pow. Am I right? This motherfucker know what I'm talking about, right? Right?
Jeffrey Murray, everybody, come on.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Nigga, work the dick. Don't try to beat him.
There it is. There's that bear. It comes out sometimes.
I didn't hear the kid.
Oh, shit, Jeffrey,
I love how he was mad at you, Tony, the whole
I
time.
know. First time in this show's history where I've had a stare down with somebody during their set. I was wondering who was going to break first, and God, it wasn't me.
I didn't know where that was going to go. I thought it was like, oh shit, there we go. But then it turned, wow, man.
Yeah, I mean, and it seems like you're just going off on a run on what some other comedian was talking about. A lot of comedians do material that they prepare.
This was great.
Yep. Oh, fuck. Now I believe you. Everybody knows that the old passport of comedy is a jumbo-ruled, three-prong mini-index.
It was particularly funny when...
Pretty sure I still see the tag on it from CBS. Wait, I guess you keep the tag.
When he grabbed the microphone and used it as a dick, it was fun how he put it so close to this obvious mother-son combo right here. I appreciated that very much.
Yeah, it was very aggressive. You were really slamming that mic stand up and down. I want us both to go take a blood test to see if we related in age. It's true. A lot of stage presence on this one. Maybe it's the old hand.
A lot of stage presence.
You know, it'd been tight if you would have like busted the door like the cops and shit. Like I'm like busting the pussy like the cops. Yeah. Like, wow, bitch, get on the ground and start fucking the bitch. But you know. Hey, that's shit funny.
Yeah.
I never heard from the police guy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, man.
Wow. How long you been on stand-up?
6-7 years.
Off and on, sort of, huh?
Well, no, I'm kind of the first name of my dad.
I love that. You're back. You got a lot of energy. Hell yeah. I love that. First night back after 2.5 years. 2.5 years, a lot's changed. Todd Malta's son grew up.
I think it's funny that he hasn't got me 2.5 years and he came up here and immediately just improvised the joke.
Yeah.
That's pretty fucking great.
All that pent-up energy. You're like, you know that thing somebody else was talking about? I'm going to do a better version of it. Really well done. That's exactly what you did. I mean, a lot of energy. Now, I'm still a little confused. Were you saying that you're on the big dick end of it or the little dick end of it? I don't even know what you were saying. I just knew it was great. Right. So you're saying you have to warm them up. You have to let them see it.
No, you don't go smashing the pussy.
Right.
No, you got to take your time.
It's the color speech. It's the speech.
Because I feel like you're a real lovemaker, Jeffrey. I feel like you get a lady back to your place. You have candles lit up, music. What do you play music on? Barry White. What do you play it on? Do you play it on your iPhone?
Jazz, is he?
Set the tone, Jeffrey. Let me ask you something. Set the tone for us. How do you? You pick Barry White's one pop hit. This is oh, okay.
All right, I'm busting the pussy now. Busting it on pussy. That's too much. That's too much. That's busting it on the pussy. Right there. It's gotta be something really slow.
Yeah, it's gotta be like a slow Barry White.
Let me more. You know you're the one.
So what do? You light some candles.
Light candles.
Put a little Barry White on the cassette player.
Smoke some weed first. Set the atmosphere. Light some low. Nice and easy. Have a nice evening. Bring you closer to me. How you doing?
Here comes that mother-son combo again.
I got a friend I'd like you to meet.
Uh-oh.
His name is Big Willie. So you bring him in slowly.
I got a question.
Yes.
Why are you still wearing the clothes that they gave you when you leave jail?
That shit got a Lucy cigarette in that motherfucker somewhere.
Did you
Mom died 3 years ago, man.
Oh, I'm sorry.
do you always call your dick Big Willie? Is that a thing?
That was just, I just do that.
You just improvise that. You don't have a name for your dick.
Shit.
It's
like a-
What's the name for your dick, Mike?
Do you,
We don't have names like this.
What's your guys' names for your
Yeah, I know
dicks?
y'all got names. You know.
Mine's Jason. I used to have a...
is that because you make her wear a mask?
Yeah.
Do you think you have a bigger dick than the other guy? Should we have a dick off, guys? Wow. Brian has been pitching this to me for weeks.
Trying to get him on board. Hey, if you're trying to beat WWE Raw or whatever, this would be a great way to do it.
Oh yeah, dick off.
I don't even know what it's called. WWE Raw is not
Especially well, this is a lot like WWE because this is actually Virgil. Do you remember Virgil from the 7 people in the room that know who Virgil is? But all right, do you know who Virgil is, Jeffrey? Do you have any kids? How many? How many that you don't know about? Only 3 that you don't know about. So 6 kids total. That's still great that you would be there for those 6 kids, Jeffrey. I feel like some of them maybe are grown up. Like how old's the oldest? Hell yeah! Wow, that's definitely grown up. How old are you, Jeffrey?
Wow.
Look at that. More energy than any of these kids.
You know, absolutely. I hope at 53 I'm still coming by the Kill Tony Monday Night Podcast.
Oh yeah, Jeffrey. What do you do for fun?
Right now, I'm solo wrestling.
Yeah, what's like your favorite hobby? What do you do to get away?
Smoke weed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your favorite thing to do when you smoke weed?
Fuck.
Wow.
But you don't pound it real hard. You gotta go nuts.
Just ease into it. There it is.
Hey, Jeffrey, you got a piece of rice on your mouth.
It's true. Yeah, no, it's true. I noticed it too, but I wasn't gonna say anything. It's not rice.
Oh, pussy juice? Oh, you made a pussy before you walked up here?
Jeffrey, let me ask you something. What's your trick to going down on a lady? You have any tips or of that trait? Seems like you know how to do the dick thing, but I want to know if you know how to please a woman orally. Do you do that? What's some tricks with that?
Make sure you hit the right spot.
Where's the spot at?
Make sure you hit the right spot.
You don't know the spot, but you got problems.
Okay.
I know the spot.
You mean the asshole?
Yeah. Yeah, do you ever gobble the asshole up? Never.
Why? It's the cleanest part of a woman.
That one's not true. It's like how the dog's mouth is the cleanest cleaner than humans. That's not true.
It's white 3 or 4 times a day if you think about it.
It's true.
Eating ass give you pimples on your lip.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, okay.
Jeffrey, what's the craziest thing you've ever done with a woman? You have more experience than all the guests tonight, than all of us on the panel. I know you just swim in pussy all the time. So.
What?
Wow! Look at that! Fuck yeah!
Southwest flight.
Yeah. No way. It wasn't Southwest. It was fucking Jet Black. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah. I got you covered, Jeffrey.
Actually, it's like Spirit. It's like Spirit Airlines.
Yeah, well, maybe. Because he does charge them to have sex with them.
Yeah, Spirit Airlines charge you $20 to fuck in their back.
Jeffrey, you're so fucking cool. I probably met you years ago because... Yeah, so good to see you again. Congrats on being back in the game. Sorry about your mom. And I'm glad that you're back, making people laugh. Jeffrey Wari, everybody. There he goes. Boom. Another one. And then another. And another one. And then another one. And another one. He's on Twitter at fucking bad handwriting.
Bad handwriting. Is he using cursive?
W-H-A.
He's the only 53-year-old on
What do you
Twitter.
think that is, Jamar?
Do you guys use cursive, Snoop?
At Jwari.
Well, you give it to the black guy to translate the black guy's writing?
Yeah, it's like a doctors and pharmacists. I don't know. All right, guys, this is the part of the show where we have our one regular. This young lady writes and performs a brand new minute every single week. She's our only regular right now, and here she is, everybody. The always nervous, the always fun stylings, the underdog, the one, the only, Melissa Esslinger, everybody. Here she is, another new minute.
I didn't poop in the toilet till I was 5 years old, which is always a good way to start a conversation. I was scared to go in the toilet. My parents tried to bribe me with a dollhouse, and but what really did it was when I pooped my pants in my favorite DuckTales pajamas. That was kind of the last straw. I ate, this is related, just hang on for a second. I ate chalk when I was a kid. I specifically remember having the logic like, no, chalk, yes, crayons, no. Gross. I think I just wanted to like make my poop pretty before it finally came out. I got more if you want to revenge.
It's 54 seconds. What do you want to do?
I was going to talk about the time I ate a nickel.
Yeah. Yeah. What happened there?
My brother was going to buy an eraser, and I wanted to. I don't know what that was. So I took the nickel and I put it in my mouth. I swallowed it. That was a cool x-ray, though.
Did they really x-ray it?
Yeah.
Wow.
It might have been a dime. That makes more sense. It's smaller.
Oh, there you go. Melissa Esslinger with a new minute, everybody. She ate a fucking nickel. She ate chalk. What was the first thing?
Pooping.
Poop.
I almost would flip the order around. I would go eating, and then pooping.
Right.
But that's just me. Because
you're right.
naturally, if you eat chalk and a dime, you're going to have to talk about shit for a little bit.
It's true.
I thought you were going to say some shit like, you didn't go to the bathroom, so your mom bribed you with a dollhouse, and you took a shit in that bathroom.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were gonna. I thought you were actually gonna say. I couldn't take a shit in the bathroom, so my parents bribed me with the dollhouse, and I took a shit in the dollhouse.
Yeah.
Either way, yeah. So what was the deal with the pooping? Why do you think you could poop in a toilet? Were you pooping in diapers? Oh my God, you had diapers until you were 5. You are so adorable.
I didn't. I'm so embarrassed.
This nervous little girl.
Oh my God, I didn't wear them.
I feel like this is all like a lie, and you're still wearing a diaper right now, and you might be literally shitting your pants right now.
Every time I come on stage, that's just what I do.
Poop your pants a little bit. Now that's interesting. 5 years old. I guess when did most? Where's hard to add? Is your 3-year-old pooping on a toilet yet?
Yeah.
I feel like you're lying, and that was just like.
But he's doing it hilariously, right?
Right. Like backwards and shit.
I would literally I don't actually remember it, but I think I put the diapers on myself, and then I would go in my room. I'd go in my room, not the bathroom, because I wanted.
That's what's funny. You know you have a problem when you're putting on the diapers yourself.
I mean, You know, and then when I turned 16, I had to drive to the store and get the diapers and bought the diapers. I mean, Tony introduced you as always nervous, so I haven't seen you perform before you, but just you talking to us right now is so much more laid back than you performing stand-up comedy. And obviously, I'm sure it's something you've heard before, but the goal is just to be as laid back and as chill as possible. But the only way to do that is just keep doing this. Yeah, that's all I gotta say.
Yeah, I used to pee in the bed until I was like 12.
Oh, hell yeah.
Wow, 12?
A lot of
I did it in Vegas.
A lot of male comics, including myself, that I've talked to, have went to bed late into their fucking lives.
Oh yeah, I still do it.
Yeah, me too.
Like, have you?
I think it was like 10 or 11. It was late, dude. It was fucking late. Like, mom made me go see a fucking therapist and shit.
So.
Yeah.
Have you ever like been so wasted like in Vegas or something that you actually peed where your bathroom would be, but in a hotel room? So like, so you like walk the same path, but then you peed on a plasma.
There's something weird about comics, both men and women, and like our systems of release. It's like we're late with that shit or something.
Sometimes I still pee a little.
Yeah.
You guys pee out of your butt ever?
You need like diarrhea?
No,
I've never had diarrhea.
Pee that's been put in there.
One time I ate some chalk.
I think I was just stubborn because when I was 2, I like didn't poop for like 2 weeks, and my
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Yeah.
Whatever. That's what my mom said. I don't know, but she took me to the doctor.
Is your mom one of those that sees like ghosts and UFOs and shit? I feel like she might be worried.
Where's Dad? Maybe that's the right question. Where's Dad?
Where, Kansas?
What? Wait, what was
You answer Tony's question.
Where's your mom at? Where's
My
your mom
mom
from?
is-
Where were you raised?
all over? And
But where were you? What's one of the main parts?
I lived the longest in Germany on a base.
Holy shit!
And where's Dad?
Everybody poops their
Same.
pants in Germany.
They're married.
You're married?
Yeah.
Okay,
We
got it.
worked.
Okay, yeah. Huh. Well, maybe moving a lot has to do with you don't feel comfortable shitting in your own toilet because you don't even know where your own toilet is.
It's also Germany.
Yeah.
There's a lot of shit type stuff going on in Germany.
Usually,
Body training was happening in New York and Florida.
usually in Germany, people are afraid of the showers, not the toilet. So, I guess it's a whole bathroom thing.
I don't get it. Why? Explain it.
Oh, because of the Holocaust. So, all right, poop pants, and then there was
Eating chalk.
chalk. What does happen when you eat chalk?
I don't know, but I remember one time.
You never check your pants
Yeah,
after eating it?
What's that
Urban
for?
life.
I don't remember. I just know that like I knew I wasn't supposed to do it because I remember we were at like a waiting room or something, and they had a chalkboard, and I remember like hiding.
Oh my god.
Eating it. I
Well,
don't
you
know.
said the logic between eating chalk over crayons. That's funny, but explain that to me more. What is your logic? I mean, during the joke, explain it to us.
Yeah.
What? I mean, what is a 5-year-old? Was it 5? 5?
I think it was like 3.
I mean, chalk seems more delicious to me than crayons.
Really? I was a chapstick guy.
Can't
You know, great chapstick. Yeah, great chapstick. You could get out of
That's
here.
the shit. I almost
That's the
had that in my
shit.
joke
Talk
too.
up in the powder.
You just lick the powder. Yeah, put it in some water and some ghetto Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
Baguette on it black.
Do you remember pooping out the nickel, and did you make a wish before nickel Okie dokie. Melissa Esslinger, everybody, with another brand new minute. The only regular. Watch her grow every single week live in front of your very eyes here on Kill Tony. Ryan J. Ebel drew this episode. Check this out. This is what happened here tonight, guys. Check it out on RyanJebel.com, his Instagram and Twitter. RyanJebel.com and Ryan J. Ebel.
That was dope, huh?
Artwork.
That's
Look at you, Jamar. It's like a black guy.
Dude, I like how he made
You
my
look
face
different.
look like I'm in shape.
Michael Costa, what are you promoting? You're on Twitter?
I had a show on E called The Comment Section. We found out last week they will not be bringing it back, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, I love it. Promoting
Promoting
final episode.
The show's over. MichaelCosta.com. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing right now, so check out my website.
Follow him on Twitter. Catch him on the road. Jamar Neighbors.
Use your microphone, Jamar.
I'll be at Harris Casino all week in Vegas, hosting the Improv. And I got a movie coming out April 22nd next year. It's the Key and Peele movie. It's called Keanu.
Yeah, I love that. Key and Peele movie. Kill Tony's coming to Columbus and Pittsburgh this week live. Bye. Bye, live audience. Thank you so much. Bye, everybody. Pennsylvania. Everybody laughs about it. That's the first joke of the night. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Fuck yeah. You guys excited or what? It'll be a fun one. Anything can happen on these road ones. We take this crazy show on the road. We get to meet all new people, and shit gets crazy. Figure it together for Brian Redband. Like, fucking shady shit we're doing here. Some kind of weird fire hazard, hidden secret theater that they don't want anybody to know about, right? We're gonna go to the arcade theater, everybody. Sold out to capacity, something like that. Looks like a couple people might be running late. I love it. Fucking people with that Thanksgiving hangover. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. We're back home. This is where Brian and I are from. So you've been in Columbus and I've been in Youngstown. And our flight is Monday, 9:30. Yeah, that's what I just been thinking about over and over again. 9:30 is all gonna over that. As soon as I get to the airport, I'm just gonna go, fuck!
Me too. I mean, I'm staying with my dad right now, and stepmom, and I'm having to do the whole, family thing I'm not used to, where I have to act like nicer and like I'm a fake character of myself. Yeah, last night I just couldn't take it anymore, and I'm like, all right, I have to find a bar. I have to get drunk. I have to do something. No bars were open. I thought Thanksgiving night would be like the place, that I could go out after and get away from my family. No,
it's the night before.
Yeah, only bar that was open was this old strip club, and I talked to a 43-year-old stripper that had 5 babies.
Well, that's what you do when you're in Los Angeles. So, you're used to that, right? Always ends up with a. Alright. Anyway, here we are, guys. Fucking. You're all the way on the streets here tonight. Energy in this back in, seems like it used to be a large restroom of some kind. And now we've turned it into a fucking blowout theater. I love this. I have the same exact lights on my patio. I feel right at home here. And you got all the fucking emergency fog lights acting as, guys, this is what I do. When I get to a new place, I just start roasting it. It's like that. We have the ceilings of my grandmother's urinal. People at work here are just staring at me like, why is this guy taking a dip right now? He's cool, dude. A little bit of an asshole, but every place gets it. I make fun of the amphitheaters that I do sometimes. Now it's quiet on that.
You completely surprised your family. You did kind of like I'm in town. How was that?
Yeah, it was great. I did this crazy shopper thing where
went to the snake one of the books.
Yeah, exactly. It was pretty much that. I surprised my mom, who's here tonight. Everybody, Troy Hinchcliffe. Podcast Your Mom's House with Jenna Tomsiger and Christina Pasinski, where we learned that there's no such thing as Wednesdays. Troy Hinchcliffe. Nice old lady. She raised 5 kids. I was the youngest, and she figured it out by me. You know what I'm saying? Just kidding. My sister's here, everybody.
You surprised me with your family. You did a double that was surprise thing. Thanks for telling me before I said the shocker thing.
Well, no, it's okay. You can do whatever you want. My family's used to this crazy shit. You're the one that lives that secret double life. Like you gave the pot back to the promoter. He dropped us off. We're gonna get together for Jason everybody. What's it? Jason Drew, puzzlepacks.com, sneakersavage.com.
This is a Death Squad Kill Tony, like reusable 6-pack carrier. So if you're looking to like the IPAs and shit like that, it's made out of wood. On one side it has Kill Tony, on the other side it has Death Squad logo on it. Oh yeah, it's badass. It's like a Shark Tank thing.
Some shady motherfucker made these for us. How about that? We brought the sword with us. We have Spear Airline. Okay, guys. SandalHour.com, SneakerSavage.com, PuzzlePacks.com, Don Baker and GOF as a Santa. Get a sign. Kill the energy that we have going by mentioning promoters. Everybody gets commercials, right? We live in a Netflix age. You know what? Fuck you guys. We're going to edit that part out.
We are live right now on Ustream.
Yeah, say make some noise for the thousands of people on Ustream. You know us. We always have two hilarious comedians sit down with us while we talk to other comedians about comedy. This show is no different. Still the same Kill Tony quality with guests in the past like Sinbad and Joe Rogan and Doug Benson and Sarah Silverman, Emmy award-winning people we've had on this show. And tonight's no different.
Josh Martin.
Okay.
Watch right now. Hi, Josh.
Hi, Josh.
Which streamer waits to have to take you?
So let's do it. Tonight's guests, amazing comedians, unbelievable. Openers for Chappelle, headliners, blah, blah, blah. Same thing. Pittsburgh. You get spoiled tonight with the talents of Aaron Kleber and Ashley Barnhill, ladies and gentlemen. Ashley Barnhill with double hydration powers tonight, coming up with a full cup and a bottle of water. Kleber with a bottle of water. He's a dad.
Gotta keep a straight edge.
I love it. How's that going?
It's great, dude. I'm drinking. Because I'm a dad. I hung out with my nephews. I had the time of my life. I was talking about poop and video games and cars. It was like great. I wish I could hang out. What you hung out with? Like,
again, that's the same stuff you do when you're in Los Angeles. You're rationalizing on doing something cool with your nephews. But you talk to me about it. You bring up poop and pee every 10 seconds.
You don't like it like as much as they do. It's fun. It's fun to little kids, dude. It's all living the dream.
It really is. I'm almost. My niece has kids that were there, and they're so adorable and cute that I started to want kids. And then like I have to start like ignoring them because they made me want to have kids a little bit. And things coming out of nowhere. Like I'm 31 and my balls are just telling my brain like let's do this. Like I'm starting to hear it. I'm trying to have like man shit going on where it's like you need to reproduce, like some kind of biological weird shit's happening.
I try to ignore my kids because I don't want more. I'm like, they're so cute, but now I want more sons because all I've been doing for a week is playing Star Wars Battlefront with my 5-year-old son. It's like the best moment of my life.
How many do you have, Jill?
Three.
Wow, oh my goodness.
Boys and girls?
Yeah. Boy, 2 girls.
You know, a 4-year-old taught me something new about buttholes that I didn't.
Wait, you learned?
I guess you can get strep throat in your butthole. I don't know if you can.
I got strep throat in my butthole.
Because he was making fun of the 3-year-old that just had strep throat in his butthole. Because sometimes, like, even the virus can go right past your tonsils. Like, I don't want anything with that, and then it just attack your butthole.
It's on the Sprout channel?
What is it? The Sprout channel. The Smash Dance channel, guys.
Holy shit.
You guys know.
The Sprout channel on the Sadness Network. It sounds like Netflix and Cry. Terrible.
Wait, what's on the Sprout channel?
Just, kid shows. And like butthole science.
Wow. You don't smoke pot either when you're hanging out with these kids.
No.
So you have to watch Sprouts with you.
Yeah. So tonight's the night, guys.
Oh my god.
Guys,
I've love it. Are you guys excited or what? Believe it or not, that lobby is filled with Pittsburgh comedians that are dying for the opportunity to come up here and chat with us. They could do 60 seconds in front of the thousands and thousands live streaming, watching around the world right now, and the tens and tens. And it's sold out capacity. It's sold out. Like, I take great pride. They told me a week ago, they're like, dude, the show's sold out. I'm like, fucking awesome. This is going to be crazy. I didn't know that I sold out a large U-Haul cardboard box. But I'm pretty sure that this is about the size of the box that I used to move a few months ago. It's just one giant fucking box. I can fit my life in here. So let's do it, shall we? Over, I think, like 11 or 12 comedians signed up for the chance to do 60 seconds on stage. They go right behind this microphone. It's right over here. They talk for 60 seconds, try to win you over, and then we talk about anything at all. These are two of the best comedians in the world. And I'm a fucking genius. So we always have fun. It's spontaneous craziness. Are you guys ready to do this or what? Your names are all in this bucket. It's all random. Anything could happen at any given time. And comedians, you know your 60 seconds is up when you hear the sound of a kitty. That's adorable. That means wrap it up then. Or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. There it is. There's that pistol we've been learning so much about. All right, here we go. You guys ready for this shit or what? By the way, a lot of people don't know this. This is the #1 live podcast in the world. As of 2 weeks ago, we passed up number of movies. Really? Starting this week. It sounds great, doesn't it? Totally admitting that it's a rumor that I've started in the past couple weeks. I started with mumblings about it 3 episodes ago, and now I'm just basically saying it. We are the #1 live podcast in the world.
I still feel the #1 show on NBC. Check it.
Yeah. What's crazy about NBC is there's actually more people in this shoebox than watch NBC.
That's a true fact.
I don't know if you guys have seen it lately, but not so good.
Not barely.
Like I said, two of the best comedians in the world, and I'm a genius. And then you have Brian Reddan here, everybody. So, let's give it a full name now. No Twitter handle for this guy, Don Baker. Here we go. Oh, wow, Don Baker.
What's happening? We good tonight, Pittsburgh? Yes! Thank you. I'm actually from Findlay, Ohio. You guys might know that kid is the hometown of your great quarterback, Rabbi Rothschild. Yes! I'm a Browns fan, so I love you guys. All right, okay. Very nice. I actually just recently started dating a girl that is way out of my league, and I know this because every time I introduce her as my girlfriend, everybody goes ham. Like, he looks like the guy that gave Charlie Sheen HIV. Everybody thinks it's okay to comment on me that I look like I have AIDS, but it's like I really just recently lost 60 pounds, and no one is that funny for that, you know? Yeah, a good, healthy diet of cocaine. That's what we do. I fucking love cocaine. I don't know about you guys. You know why guys will suck dick for cocaine? Because it's worth it!
There you go, 60 seconds from Don Baker, who obviously sucks dick for coke. All the different things I've seen on sucks dick for coke. I've never just seen somebody end it with, because I like cocaine that much. You're really owning it. Is that true? Have you ever sucked dick?
No, I have not.
Oh, man. I almost wish that you had it. I love it.
But then again, sucking dick and having AIDS. I don't know. Pick your poison.
It's crazy to me that people have been telling you that you look like the guy that would give Charlie Sheen AIDS.
Oh, yeah. It's everywhere. It's, again, week. That's all I get.
Wait, where are you talking to? In a gay hot tub party. Like, really, people are really saying that? Like, after these? Like, where?
All my comedy friends, I guess. So that's where the show came from.
Oh, yeah.
Did you always have your head shaved, or when did you become a member?
Yeah, I finally gave up probably about a year ago. He just finally wore a hat, and he just got like, fuck it.
Thinning hair? Or,
yeah, look at this.
I can't tell, it's shaved.
It looks like this is your make-a-wish, so... You would use the small pillowcases, you know, that are like that. All right. So let's talk about it, Dom. Let's break it down. You came out right from the gut. You said, I'm from Ohio, and then go fuck yourselves, all of you. You won us over, and then you pushed us back, and then you won us over by saying he's the Steelers quarterback, and then you go, but I'm a Browns fan. There's two rules to comedy, and I'm never a person to say that there's rules to comedy. One is you gotta take chances. Two, never admit to being a Browns fan. I'm not a Browns fan, but if I was a Browns fan, I'd still say I'm not a Browns fan.
Like, you were good, like, talking about sucking dick for Coke. That's better than saying you're a Browns fan.
Exactly. So Dom, let's talk about it. What do you really do for fun? Obviously, you're not the fun, dick-sucking partier that we thought you were when you're at.
We've been cheated. No, I do believe that. I really do.
Do you really? They really do cocaine around here. That's a real thing. There's nothing else to do. Fuck yeah. Have you ever heard of heroin, sir? Real trouble. Pussy-ass cocaine.
That's all you're talking about. Heroin. Is it big there or something?
It is. It's been, my buddies told me. I hung out with them on whenever we fucking got here. They said that it's getting really popular now. A lot of people are doing heroin. Every time I've gone there, like, there's always been like an upgrade. I check in like once every 3 years in the young style and with my buddies, and there's always like an upgrade. Like, fucking, you know, like 10 years ago, it was like, man, a lot of people smoking pot. And then it's like a lot of people doing coke. And then it's a lot of people on meth. And now it's on heroin.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure it's bath salts. There you go. That's the word of the day. Bath salts, everybody.
We used to have a guy that drove us around Ohio and Pittsburgh that used to do the fake weed. I remember being with Joey Diaz. I was with Joey Diaz driving, and the guy's like, hold on, I need to smoke some weed. We're like, all right. But he didn't smoke the fake stuff. And he almost killed us 1,000 times. Now, just looking back at that, that's ridiculous. That fake weed is even worse than...
What the fuck are you doing? You giving out over there? Stand up. What are you doing? Is this your relaxed moment? Somebody get this guy some fucking coke. He's all new fucking Rocky movie. I talked about it last week. How many people have seen the trailer for the new Rocky movie? Alright, yeah, whatever. It's dog shit. Sylvester Stallone, in this commercial, you're gonna see he's lost his fucking mind. He doesn't have it anymore. They're just milking this guy. He's got nothing left. He's just a fucking box of rocks. Listen to him in the commercial. He's like the corner man now. He's like supposed to be Mickey, but he just can't do it. He's still Sylvester Stallone.
You think instead of Adrian, he yells Lakeisha at the end?
Alright, you're still bombing. You gave me 60 seconds of good bomb time. Take your hand out of your pocket. What are you doing?
Why do I have the surely coke in there?
It's like a gunslinger looking for a revolver.
So I never even tried cocaine. That's all I'm pouring out. No, it's true. Yeah, some guys do that.
You've never made bad decisions.
No, I have, but I haven't tried cocaine. Now, what do you like to do for fun? I hear that it brings you down. You end up going sort of miserable. you're gonna
hate birds at the end of the day.
Yeah, birds. Fuck those birds. I'll slap the shit out of a bird. Me and Tony used to kill birds.
Have you ever killed a bird before? No. Are you sure?
Yeah. Sorry.
So what do you do when you do cocaine? Give me a rundown of your type of night.
Probably lost the browns in the past to get an upper through the cocaine.
Yeah, I'd be doing cocaine too if I was a Browns fan. Especially if I kind of talk about it in public.
I was trying to think about what I do, and like it's gonna sound weird because I did the whole sucking dick thing, but recently I had like $1 drink night at our gay bar, and we've been doing coke and going and getting down drinks at our gay bar and having fun. So
my gay bar. So wait a second. When you were in the hot tub with a bunch of gay guys, like, are you the guy that gave Charlie Sheen AIDS?
Wait a second. So
and the other guy was like,
they all argue about getting Charlie Sheen AIDS.
I did.
So you don't suck dick for coke.
No, I said
you just have fun.
Yeah, gay guys are the best to have fun with.
Wow. What do you, I mean, a good time at what? You guys do arts and crafts and shit? You guys are fucking doing lines and then crocheting? What are you talking about?
Dance?
What's so fun about that?
You dance?
I don't know. It's just fun. You guys do for fun.
It's fun.
What chances? Gay guys have a good time. They know how to have fun.
So, what kind of dances do we do? Maybe you can get a little example.
Yeah,
that's it. What do we have? Pretend like you're around a bunch of gay guys. You're already doing the head bob and it's too abusive. Brian's way of showing us he's never been to a gay bar. I swear I haven't been to one.
I was thinking Pulp Fiction, but it went to gay bar and like Pulp Fiction. That would sound exactly like a bring out the gift, right?
Alright.
I'm sorry. You're world travel, bro.
So, are you dancing by yourself at this place, or are you dancing with guys?
It depends.
Wow.
There you go.
What would you do?
What would I do?
Wow. So, Dom, you have a whole 60 seconds, and you never talked about being a gay man.
I discovered something tonight.
I think you discovered it in the gay bars, and you're just not talking about it yet.
I like that show he has where he tells people like stand and girl and they're like, this guy? It's like, oh yeah, you're already gay.
And now I think I understand being a fan of the Browns, you know? Smart.
Yeah, Brandon, the underwear in the front and the back. Yeah, you got everything going on for you.
Okay, Dom, it was nice to anything you want to promote? I mean, you don't have a Twitter handle?
I don't know.
Guys, go find Dom Baker at your local gay bar. There you go. He just had a guy come out of the closet on this show. Okay. Fucking love this. So your hands go for Gio Acasano.
Who in the audience has dogs as pets? You guys got dogs? Love dogs. We can all be friends. Who has cats? I fucking hate cats. God, so bad. I got drunk last week. I passed out on this girl's couch. It's 4 in the morning. This cat just comes up to me, starts rubbing his face all over me, meowing at me, turning around, showing me his little pink Cheerio. It's fucking disgusting. All I want to do
right? It's like a drug. It's better than bath salts. We're at my buddy's fucking cabin. We're doing some underage drinking. We're in there. We go upstairs. I slap on a condom. I start going to town on this little girl. All right. I was a little too much the proper description. Condom breaks. Everything feels amazing. Now we're pregnancy scared in our hands. I don't know what to do. Call my sister. I say,
what's strict on this is acceptance. And Bear comes out from nowhere, and now he has an assault rifle. His father, I guess. Gio as a Santa. That's some funny stuff. Really cool. I've never met a guy that looks like a young Colonel Sanders before.
Colonel Sanders discovered Tom Waits.
Yeah.
Discovered Jared.
Jared, the subway guy? I was little too. It's all right.
Well, yeah. This is some interesting thing. Because the last guy came out of the closet during his set. I'm pretty sure you're getting on Amber's list. How little was this girl that you're talking about?
We're about 16.
Oh, wow. She's actually holding it right now.
That's talking about a fleshlight baby? No, not quite. Not quite. I don't know what that is.
Gio. What did you say about the dog owners over the top? I missed that part.
That I like dogs and I don't like cats.
Right.
That was it.
Yeah. That was interesting to me. Because I didn't know if that was coming back around or not. She went straight to cats.
Yeah. I wasn't coming back to dogs. So work on that?
I said just go straight to cats.
Yeah.
I mean dogs.
Okay. Fair enough. Cats. Yeah, I hate cats. I think I don't want to. Why? Why are you like, I hate fucking cats? I hate
cat.
I'm allergic to cats.
Well, that's it. You're allergic to cats.
Yeah, I don't want them around me.
I'm allergic to penicillin, but you don't see me talking about it.
How the heck are you doing?
Alright, Gio, what's your story, man? Stand up?
Yeah.
Here in Pittsburgh?
Yeah, about 3 years.
Wow, look at that. Here you are. Fucking 60 seconds of thunder.
2.5 years ago, we did a show here.
I did a strip club with you.
With the fake ass girl. Yeah, I remember that story.
Oh, yeah.
He was there, the fake ass girl night, where the girl broke my face and then sprayed it all over me.
And then we were in the elevator with Tom Segura. And what did you? You know, we talked about the songs.
Yeah. Alright, guys. I don't want to hear it. There's a live show going on.
Too much.
Hey, remember that one night? Gio, so you've been doing stand-up 3 years. You're here in Pittsburgh. What's your story? What do you do for fun? You hang out with Don Baker?
No.
You ever do a good old beer drive?
No. Yes, I don't know. I drink a lot and not too much Coke. Sorry, everyone in the audience. Not too much Coke, apparently.
Not too much Coke. Not too much Coke was the exact wording on that. So for those
I did that, I make shit out of wood.
Yeah, he made the actual thing that's right there.
So Gio, what's the most fun thing that you've done in your 3-year career?
For comedy?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I did a show with Brian Hossein at the Rex, and it was like 350 people that I've ever done. So that was nice. So
you didn't you don't live the comedy lifestyle at all. You make wooden crafts.
I used to, but now I have to make a bunch of shit for money.
Is that your company shirt?
No. It's just sure.
So what else, Gio? Look, by the way, one thing that I've noticed is that when I ask people out here what they do for fun, they first name a substance. This one's like, well, I'm a drinker, and beer is my hobby.
Yeah. I mean, just driving around Columbus, one thing
I was at Columbus, Ohio last night. One thing I remember, or didn't remember, is how many restaurants and bars. It's like everything is all about eating and drinking. There's nothing else to do except eating and drinking. There's no waterfalls or whatever. Like, let's look at some fucking sea lions, like running around, eating and drinking.
That's it. Sea lions in your life. That's what
I saw some sea lions. I was in the Navy for 4 years, so I saw a couple sea lions out in the ocean. Yeah.
Navy.
Went to Thailand a bunch of times. All over Asia.
Yeah.
And being on a ship.
Is this where you met these little girls that you're talking about?
All the little girls are.
I know Gio, and after the show, asked him some Navy stories. Holy shit. Tell me the best Navy story that involves a hooker. Navy
No. Not that show, right? It's a Rebel Round show. You really want to hear this guy tell a fucking story about that? Yeah, I know that. Gio, I love your style. It's good to see you. Ashley, anything for Gio? Aaron, what do you think for Gio?
You know, it's the first time I've got the phrase pink Cheerio.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we got an Easter treat version of Cheerios. You all knew exactly what I was talking about, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Context put it together.
Yeah, that's a cat asshole.
Yeah, there we go.
By the way, if you hate cats so much, look, I love it. If you don't know this, put a cucumber behind a cat and film it, because when the cat looks at the cucumber, like old school DNA, and the cat goes, "It's a snake," and the cat will freak the fuck out. Like, if you Google cat versus cucumber, just thank me later. It is one of the most beautiful things that somebody found out recently, is how cucumbers really react to cats. So fuck them with cucumbers.
Aaron is allergic to cats, so all of that was like, I mean, that's like it's just this cat cucumber thing.
Trust me.
Gio, it was nice to meet you. You're such an Italian name. What nationality are you?
Italian.
100%?
Yeah, like 75.
What's the other?
What's your favorite sauce? German?
Sure.
It's gravy.
Gravy. Alright, Gio, there you go. Gio has to
It's fun.
It is. This is fun. I love this live audience. I love these 6 empty chairs. Which we sold out a week ago.
I think that they all died on the car right here.
Watching them turn down people on the door and go, super sold out. Noggin sorry, sold out. Sign on the door, sold out.
I think on the waiting list, just in case. I know people from Pittsburgh that are coming to Ohio, so they just...
Because this was sold out. Okay, I pulled it now. Name on the bucket. How about Holly Price? Holly Price. Yeah, Holly Price.
What's up, Marquis? So I have my kids, yeah. So 2 girls and a boy, and I'm most worried about my son, guys, you know? Because he sees me naked a lot, and he's 8. So, you know, like, so we're in the bathroom. He's like, "Why's your poop red?" I'm like, "I'm changing my tampon. Get the fuck out of here." And the poor kid already has 2 strikes against him, you know? 1, he's sandwiched in between 2 really, really bossy sisters, and 2, he has red hair. It's okay, you know, he's actually this really cute redhead with beautiful blue eyes and these adorable dimples that I know some guy's gonna find beautiful one day. My dream is he brings home this beautiful black boy named Andre. And we're gonna call him Dre, and we're gonna shop for pillows. Yeah, that's my dream. Don't fucking judge, that's cute. Yeah, guys, he's just such a sweet and sensitive kid. I know he's gonna make a really good mom. Thank you, guys.
There it is. Exactly a minute. I love that. Holly Price.
He stands in Pittsburgh, pedophilia. That's right.
So, Holly, what is the, why do you think your son's gay?
I don't think, I just hope.
How old is he?
He's 8.
Holy shit. So do you do things to like maybe try to turn them a little bit?
No, I've never done anything.
You just put you give them ballet shoes or anything like that, or you introduce them to Don Baker or
No, it's like one of those things I'm like, oh.
wow. Well, don't you think you're gonna have enough fun with the feminine energies of your two daughters?
No, one of them has to be gay too.
Wow. You might be making them gay for your daughters.
I'm gay. You know what? I mean, how we're fucking decorated. I'm sorry. We gotta balance the family out. It's way too white. I need some black blood. That's the only way you know what I'm saying. My family's little racist. They would accept a gay black man, but not me for him.
So you talk about Andre, you shorten his name after you want to go, why would you want to go shopping with what's the difference between a black person and a white, other than the fact that they're...
Come on now, we have this program. Come on now.
Are you saying you want Dre to go shopping with you because you know he's just going to shoplift?
I just know the style will be on point.
Oh, style. Yeah. I gotcha. Because that is true. Like, it seems like black gay guys are like, you know.
Have you met a dorky black guy? If he was like raised by a white family. He was like adopted.
Wow. Are you sure you already don't have any African American in your blood?
Do you have a black dick in you right now?
Thank you, Santa, for coming early.
Santa.
That's not happening.
Sauce in there. Mistletoe.
Santa.
I see what you did there, Paul. You're killing momentum. How long you been Florida? 3 years. 3 years.
Yeah.
So fun. What's fun about the Pittsburgh scene? You're here because you have kids. You married?
I am married.
What's your husband like?
Quiet. He literally looks like he just came. He's completely covered in tattoos. He looks like he just worked out of prison. Like he looks like a member of like something.
So how do you when you met him? Where'd you meet him? Like Olive Garden? Like where'd you?
No, I saw it years ago. Like 15 years ago, I saw him at a bar. Like when I'm supposed to be with that guy. I just knew that he was with a girl, and I kind of like lingered, like a psycho. And then a month later, I saw him again, and I went, "That's a fucking guy again." And I went, "Hey."
What was it about him that you liked? Just like making it rain or something?
I don't know. There's something about him, and I just went, "I'm supposed to be cool." So is he the redhead in the family? He's not. My brother's a redhead.
You might be choked up.
Scared the shit out of me.
So you have a redheaded brother? Is that right?
I
so
do.
You used to have to like pull bullies off of him?
No, he was about 6 years older. No, he was fine.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. What's your husband do for work?
He's a plumber. He has his own plumbing business.
Fuck yeah.
Does he have to find you sometimes? Brian says it's a DM on Tinder.
There's some blind people on Tinder. They're on the other thing. It's called, what is it?
They always use my account.
Anyway, so Holly, have you ever been with a black man?
I have not.
Wow. You thought about it. Wow. It really is, right? Well, maybe you and this guy.
He's like, do that. It's the easiest dream ever. It's out in the back alley. Laying here with a butthole open. And guess what? Your dream teams are.
He's definitely not getting my ass first, that's for sure.
Why?
It's big, come on.
Yeah, he's got. That's how they do it. They go ass first.
They work in the
I push up with a black. Any work is way like cuts the after. Make sure you run away. Interesting. So Holly, let's keep it going here. This is interesting. Anything you guys want to know about Holly? Any questions for Holly?
No, I haven't realized she's like, I just want my kids to like get into the grade. She's like, I want you to be gay. Like, no.
Well, in the beginning, they're automatically going to get good grades. So
I got things to think about, guys. This is a life-changing experience. I'm going to set higher goals.
Hey, maybe you two can hook your kids with each other. Little play dates. Like, here you go, boys. Here's a bottle of lube. Have fun.
My son's very sweet.
Oh, my son's very sweet.
I mean, calm down, guys. Holly, so what do you do for work?
I'm a buyer.
Yeah, whatever you're buying, I'm selling. What are you buying?
I buy for Dick's Sporting Goods.
Racing game is doing. You're treating this episode like you're on at midnight, like you're getting points. Basketball. So wait a second. This is incredible. Because you see one. Okay, let me ask you this. How long have you been with the tattoo guy? 15 years.
Yes.
How long ago did the set stop? Which is like an old age, right?
Wait, stop. Sorry, we mean like when we're now married. It's like a tax.
The reason why you did the second stop is So that's cool. So you're a buyer, and what are you buying again?
I buy all their like swim, surf apparel, board shorts, rash guards, and then swim. Which there's a lot of kids for
We sold 7 pairs of board shorts in the past 6 years. Business is a movement. And we sold a surfboard 7 months ago.
Is that a tattoo of Holly on your arm? No, it's not.
I love this guessing game that Ashley's playing.
Her name is Holly.
No, I know. I was actually going to be a Holly if I was a girl. Fun fact, right, Mom?
Were you born in?
Holly Hinchcliffe. I'm pretty sure I would have beaten Ronda Rousey 2 weeks ago. Good old Double H. Oh, that's cool. I never even thought of that. They can do a thing. They can call Holly Double H. They should go by that. But what are you guys? This fucking little muttering group up here. You got this fucking little group.
Showing every time someone says they don't have good colors.
Yeah, we get it. Gio came back in and shaved his beard a little lower.
If you want black thing later, I'll go ahead.
You know what? Buy a dildo beforehand.
Taking it the samurai sword. Get the pumpkin.
Okay, Holly, so fun. I love your stuff. You have a great energy. I loved everything that you did on stage. You sold it all well. You're I actually know a black guy and built camera.
Channels, perhaps because of Trump. That's alleged. If it's true, though, then Brendan just gave cheese at the fellow Mammy in there. Why this is a big deal is because Brendan Schaub is going after the jokes he made, but also because he showed the next test in order to make some of the jokes criticized because maybe it's not fair use of time. Obviously, fair use is very important on YouTube and the internet. So Trump is actually going to shoot this video somehow. And since it's really bad for the president. Now let me get a bit more into the lore of this film. So there is a Canadian named Brendan Schaub who's a famous
There's legal concerns. There's pollution concerns. Wednesday, March 30th at 6 p.m. We are streaming live from this room in Pennsylvania, and I want you to get tickets at openhouse.com/Trash Tuesday. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Who the heck knows what is going to happen?
It's Tony here. I got Tony. How's it going?
Cut out of a certain type of vehicle.
Joe, what's the update? Is everything okay with your girlfriend? Is everything okay? Joe, it's Tony. Live on Kill Tony. How's it going, buddy? Oh shit, it got serious. Alright, Joe. Joe, you want to hear anything else? No, we're live, Joe. Just settle down. We're going to bring you up right now and introduce your editor. You ready? Put your hands together for Joe Summers. You got it. Go, Joe. Can you stay on the line for a little bit? You're doing a great job, Joe. Somehow this is all working. Oh my god. Joe, this is fucking epic. You're absolutely murdering right now.
Oh my goodness, I don't feel like it. I was thinking all the time.
Wait, Joe, we're not going to the thing. We're not going to jokes. Joe, stick with me. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Do we have to let you go?
No, I don't know.
Say that again?
She would apologize before she got the ball. She wasn't done dating because she knew it was a great night.
Look how it turned out. I guess I could sort of feel that energy, so I just said, let's fucking call him up.
I got told him about the cost on the way up here. Talking to my head like it was so the way I was paramedics for her.
Wow, that's incredible. Yeah, whenever she gets out, no matter what the diagnosis, come straight. Alright, just summers and everything. Your friends threw you under the bus, Joe. Fuck yeah, how about that? 7 the night live. I love it. I pulled another name out of the bucket. Yeah, I love this guy wearing his ass sweatpants. This looks like a fake name, but I'm going to say it anyway. I hope somebody walks up here. How about John Dick Winters?
That's my given name. That's what someone thought was a good idea 30 years ago in a hospital. I spent a lot of time on Craigslist for now what you're thinking. I'm always looking for odd jobs, always looking for a little extra money, and there's a great opportunity for Craigslist. I found this affluent couple looking for someone to house sit dogs for them while they're away on vacation, and they hired me. They hired me, like it was a phone interview, obviously. Like, I didn't sit down with this rich couple, and after 20 minutes, the couple are really like, oh yeah, let's let the hips are over hang out at our house unsupervised for a weekend. So it was a phone interview. I'm not sure if anyone here has ever had the pleasure of house sitting before, but house sitting is very similar. It's extremely similar to having complete strangers give you money to masturbate and everything like that. Yeah, it's good work if you can get it. Oh my god. It's like looking for wedding pictures, like, oh, she looks good. Get more, go to the kitchen or whatever, I don't know.
Fuck yeah, John Dick Winters coming in strong. You're like a real comedian out here, huh?
Sometimes. I've worked with Eric Clapper before.
Eric Clapper, by the way, who's right here, is like the Frank Sinatra of the Pittsburgh Comedy Scene. Frank Sinatra Jr. But no, you've clearly been doing this, what, 4 or 5 years?
4 years.
4 years. See, I'm fucking telling now.
Radar from point for sure.
Exactly. John Dick Winters.
Possessive Dick Winters.
No. I just repeated it just how it's spelled. John Dick Winters. You look like you could be in Game of Thrones and Fargo. And Highest?
I don't know what it is.
Wow.
It's the best time we've ever had. That's all. That's it. I thought it was Molly. It's just Molly. It is Molly.
Miley Cyrus song?
That's a song. I thought it was about some girl he was obsessed with. She's Molly. Molly. This guy's just fucking great.
Alright, guys. Again, it's a huge tangent there. John did Winters. Now, you've been on stand-up 4 years. What do you do for work?
I'm a cook.
Oh, really? What are you cooking?
Horrible food in a place that doesn't matter. Gives me money, I get to leave.
I love that. Is it like a chain restaurant or?
No, it's a little bistro thing. You know, rich. I cook food for Rich Jews.
Wow.
You're a Rich Jew fan in the audience.
Rich Jews.
I don't know if there's another kind of Jew in Pittsburgh. That's the only kind of Jew we have here.
Those are the only kinds of Jews anywhere. They're not known for their,
There's no bus Jews.
So, you're affected, that is your real name, John Dick Winters.
John Richard Winters.
Holy shit. That is unbelievable.
When you said I think this is a fake name, I started getting up and walking.
That's so great. Do you have kids or anything?
I have 2 kids, yeah.
Ah, okay.
I think I thought it was today because you were called Joe Summers. John Winters.
You think someone played the lamest prank of all time? That's what I think, but that didn't happen. This was Joe Summers. I'm going to send it for him to fall away.
Hey, man. Next, Mike Autumn, everybody. So, you're at a restaurant. I like your style. I'm going to guess your kids are 3 and 1, right?
I have a 12-year-old identical twin daughters.
Holy shit. Holy shit.
That's horrifying.
And their last name is Winters as well.
Yes.
Wow, that's fucking awesome. I bet you're like the cool dad, right?
When I'm around with them, yeah.
Oh, that's fun. So, like, that's interesting. You're like, what types of things do you do that's not that?
There is something called food.
There's some people shit about how the Americans want that.
It said that we had a lot of controversy behind the scenes and tension. We went through a big scandal, and the tension was real without any tension. But that scandal that it was referring to had nothing to do with the three of us, and it was because potentially we were threatening and I'm like scared to even say that out loud. But someone was like kind of threatening to sue us. Even the thing that started it all was really just an anonymous anecdote. And I met with that person, and that person threatened us and said, "You think you have authority over me? I dare you. Let it out your chest because that is actually not what you think is that."
I say that I Spanish.
I like your style. So, what are you doing for this back?
I want to make a strong resolution.
Brand. So, what's happening? You play video games, game of choice.
Like sports games, like NHL 16. It's like my main way.
Next time anyone brings that up, you gotta do the Michael or Irvin. You won't be in my truck. CT! And I think that you're a genuinely good guy in this business, and it is rare to find good guys in this business. So you keep doing that, and don't let negativity change you.
Wow.
Into the person that you're.
Yeah, I believe ice skates are one of the things she sells. So I'm there with board shorts. I get it, dude. All truck owners are on the defensive like that. Right, so there's no competition. What's the first thing you said?
Such a lovely day.
And so you go, you pull into a bank, hit that truck. By the way, you like that.
I want 3 episodes of Death Your Wallet. Before I go into work, but I can't tell them that. It's actually the back alley on this side.
That's how you're part of the call service.
Exactly. Leave me alone. I can't in case you work. I'm gonna have a day job. It's more likely not gonna work out, but I worked the flip card for a semester and then growing up.
With that, those credentials, you're working for a bank. You don't think college is
You gently do it, but this is on you. This is on you. Okay, so this is on you, and he's a comedian that you have a podcast two other very funny ladies called Brand New Day. Great show. Love all three of you guys.
My heart's beating because I want to be delicate about this. 100%. Okay, yeah.
Tread lightly.
I will tread lightly.
So you guys were doing a show, and you said that someone you guys knew was trying to pick.
Oh my God.
Don't want to even say. Well, just correct me where I'm wrong.
I don't need to stress you guys out. You're going to distress him because... Okay, go ahead, Ethan.
You okay about me? So you guys said this guy, Brendan Schwab, you've alluded to it. You said his initials was BS. Everybody now knows it's him, right?
Well, the first time that we had talked, it was a story about someone who had hit on me 7 years ago. It was a story about but we never said his name during the first show.
You guys were together 7 years ago?
Yes, we've been together 9.
Bigger than Conor McGregor. Thank you for the opportunity and the growth, and I've learned so much about. Obviously, you have a different outlook on fighting now. I do, and
I try to watch fights with him at home, but I always end up watching alone.
Well, you can call me. I'm sorry. You can call me. Sorry. I know you don't like that, but I figured I'd
We can make it our new couple activity.
No, okay. So I want to say thank you for having me here. Where can people find you, brother? Bobby Lee Live on Twitter and Instagram. Where's your next spot? You on the road? I'm at the Comedy Store, and then next week we're like maybe
Lexington,
Kentucky. Beautiful Kentucky. So come see me in Kentucky. B, it was really good to see you. And I enjoyed it. Thank you so much for having me. Soon. And your wonderful girlfriend. Thank you. Kalila. Save the day. Get in the car. Hey, man, you're so amazing. Look at it. You'll get Conor McGregor. We're going to see her again. Yeah, you might have. Thank you so much. Let's kill it. Let's kill it. You do? Yeah. Go kill it. Hey, man. Hey. Thank you guys. Like 5 minutes. That was awesome. Thanks, guys. Yeah. See ya. You killed it. You guys are great. Great. Bobby Lee and his social girlfriend. She loved up the UFC. Sure did. Bobby fainted. Bobby didn't say that. Anyway.
With no intention other than to just tell a story about
Funny story.
Yeah. Just to get a good laugh, something that I thought might be
7 years ago, he tried to pick you up. This comedian.
I told the story on Trash Tuesday, which is like,
He tried to, and that story was interesting. He brought you to the car and tried to get a blowy or something.
No, that's not me.
That was one of the other girls.
Annie, yeah. And
I had a guy that was like, why don't you walk me to my truck, this married guy?
Because that's such an interesting way to pick up a girl, I think. To be like, hey, you want to come to my car? So I want to come.
By the way, I should preface this by saying I had a phone call with him. All is squared away and fine.
Okay.
But he did promise, we promised that this would never be brought up again, but then he went on Flavor 2 and talked about it, so I was like, all right, deal's off. I'm going to talk about it on HD.
Deal's off. No, it doesn't make sense. No.
Yeah, so, but I'll be delicate about it because I do think that, I don't want to be an asshole to anybody, yeah. But...
Are you friends with him? Is that the problem? Are you friends with Brendan?
You're like...
Do you think he's a funny comedian? Because a lot of people think he's great. Okay. I think he's wonderful. I really do. Dynamic. Can I say something about him? All right. I want to say this. All right. I want to say that he tried to fuck your girl. I think I'm all right. Over here. You fuck my girl? No. Look, you fuck my girl. Bobby, fuck my girl. Bobby, take it easy. No, you fuck my girl. No. I take my girl. Shop game. So I'm sure it's a short. Yeah. I like to say this about the parents, right? You know how difficult it is to go from one thing.
You don't have to, like.
Right? Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's very difficult to go from one profession to another, right? So he was an MMA fighter, right? A really successful fighter. Very successful. What was his professional record? It's not the record that counts. It's what you do in the ring. You know what I mean? It's commitment. Right? I mean, it takes balls to get in the ring. Yeah, it doesn't take balls. Can you guys hold his professional record? I'm curious. has some nice things to say. So you're in the middle of your story.
My problem with the whole thing was when he had a problem with me, he went through Bobby. Bobby was an answer, and I thought that was really not appropriate.
He wouldn't talk to you.
No. I want to protect Bobby, you know.
10 and 5? Oh, he was 10 and 5? That's not bad.
We're not what did I say about him?
Wait, is this, hold on, really? Is that 10 losses or 5?
You're so afraid of being bullied.
Why are you so afraid?
Because like, this is the problem. It all, and it, to his defense, when Shaw had a problem with me never even saying his name, and by the way, I neither confirm or deny that that's, to this day, that story was about him.
Well, you guys said his initials was BS.
And then Annie said it was Bob Saget on the live show.
Oh, and then no, Bob Saget BS. No, one of the things that really gave it away is that you guys said that he's not very funny as a comedian.
You not being good at comedy.
And that's a clue.
I don't want to be seen with you. I don't.
That's the biggest clue you could ever give.
I'm like.
You guys all started laughing. No, but I know that's like a meme about him. I know you think he's funny, but there's like a meme that everyone's like, he's a George Carlin. He's not funny.
That doesn't mean that they necessarily say him.
No, I actually, to this day,
You never said anything.
I never said it was assumed. I didn't think that it would escalate the way that it did. I also didn't realize that Bobby would take the brunt of the punishment because nothing, you know.
He didn't do anything. I didn't do anything.
Right.
Here's my problem with even this in general, okay? And since we're already talking about it, right? What I'm saying to you is that I have nothing to do with any of it. I don't even know what the fuck that thing is about. Like, you don't like being put in right all over. That's not because I not put in the I was being screamed at and bullied.
It was like a get your bitch in line.
Yeah, it was worse than that. It was way worse than that. And my point is that now my fear is the results of whatever this is now going to be.
There's no results because
there is a result.
No, there isn't. I can call Shaw right now and we can be like all this squared away and everything is fine because we've already talked about it. The promise was that he would never talk about it again, and the next day he went on Flagrant 2 and then talked about it, even though it was in a complimentary way. I don't feel like we said anything bad about him either. The point is, was there a text alluding to possibly suing people? Yes, there was. There's concerns. There's legal concerns. There's emotional concerns.
Trying to sue me.
It freaked me out and it made me think, oh shit, like such a small thing to sue over. But was there a lot of misunderstanding from his team and us? Yeah, but we talked it through. But the truth is the truth. And, you know, it's all squared away.
So, you guys, I'm just going to get this clear. So you guys were talking about there was this comedian that people assume was him.
Yeah.
That was trying to pick up all you girls, kind of a sleaze, whatever, right?
Yeah.
So he called you and said, Bobby, get your woman in line? I mean, what kind of fucking animal does that? That's fucked up. Why did he call you? He has your number, right? I assume it was your podcast.
Yeah.
Your fucking podcast. What the fuck is that shit? It was not just him. There was a whole barrage. It was a whole other podcasters. And it was bullshit. They vlogged you, bro. Not vlogged me. They threatened my career. They called me a coward, a pussy. You've always been a pussy. I've known that. And they said they would expose me. They said that all these things. And I was in Oklahoma shooting another show. And I was at dinner, and I was by myself, and I was getting something very traumatic for me. And it was based on whatever they did on the live. Now imagine now what's going to happen with now this. It's good you said that. I think it's good that you're saying that because both of them, you should stand up for yourself. Yeah, I think these guys, everything.
But to be clear,
they did it there.
Very unacceptable. But to be clear, when that happened, he called me like shell-shocked and crying, at which point I said, give me his number. Yeah, the height of the chaos was when that happened, at which point I said,
I'm so sorry. Yeah, that's so fucked up.
Both of you also not having like the balls to talk to you. He has the balls to go
go and fight people, but like, why does he gotta go?
Did you even know what was going on when you
No, man.
You're like, what are you guys talking about?
You didn't know what was happening.
I don't know. Number one, I don't. You were okay. First of all, they were like, we have evidence of something. Right? So they said, right? They go, we have 50 pages.
No, they said 300 pages.
Whatever of evidence. Randy Schwab can't even read, bro. How the fuck does that freaking 300 pages of anything? That guy's freaking illiterate. Are you kidding me?
Well, this is where I think that there's a disconnect between the information he's being fed by his team. I don't think it's all him. Like, he's just like, I have 300 pages of proof that of an IP address that let's link to Bobby's Bobby's computer. I was like, do you realize how tech stupid Bobby's computer on an iPad? I'm saying that, and basically that we've launched an attack on him for the past 5-6 years. And I told Brennan, I was like, Brennan, with all due respect, like, it's not an afterthought for us. Like, why would we as a company just dedicate 5-6 years to this harassment on Reddit with my sweet lover?
Because a lot of people hate Brandon. There's like a whole like.
So yeah, he's trying to
blame that on you guys.
Yes, and so now we're at a point where it's like, well,
he just has proof that for the last 5 or 6 years, I've been on Reddit. You know what I mean? Okay, I got this. People that don't know fucking anything about technology say that shit.
Yeah. But I think
it's impossible to get that.
Right.
He doesn't have it.
When anybody says they have proof against you.
But Ethan, I think that I'll defend him in this scenario by saying I think his team is giving him a lot of wrong information. And that's ultimately what him and I were able to find common ground. It's like, look, I think I'm receiving wrong information, and I'm like, I can understand that. I can forgive that.
I'm trying to scare you. Dan is our tech wizard. Is it possible to get IP logs from Reddit that proves that Bobby is posting shit about Reddit?
Not without working at Reddit. I mean, yeah.
Or having like a federal subpoena.
Yeah, I didn't know what he was saying.
I actually think we should. I could call him right now and get clarification.
No. You know it's all the way.
Wait, we're okay. Him and I are okay now.
I'm going to say this.
No.
After you this, you will not be able to. I agree with that. I promise you this, and this has opened. No, I'm not fine. Really fine, but I'm just saying that this has opened up a world. I'm not a pussy, right? I'm just saying. The thing is that you guys don't do stand up, right? No. Right. So I'm always around them. Yeah. Right. I always have. So I'm trying to play it politically, right? I feel like I was assaulted for something that I didn't do at all. I don't even know what the fuck they're talking about.
You truly have nothing to do with it.
I have nothing to do with it, and yet I was being. You know what I mean? They put it all out, right? Because they're using you to try to control what Kylie's doing. Right. So, I went to therapy and out about it. You know, I talked about it yesterday because it's like it was just so traumatic. And these were my friends, and I had no idea what they were talking about, right? And so, my whole thing was, let's never talk about it again, ever. Right? And let's just brush it under the rug so that I can go to comedy clubs and look them in the eye and be cordial, right? But now, right, this is a whole nother fucking thing that I gotta deal with now. Yeah, I see your point. Yeah, it just sucks because they're bullies. They are. Yeah, it sounds like they're trying to bully you, and it sucks that you're in this position now. Yeah, where you have to. It's like it sounds like some bullshit boys club where it's like let's be honest, dude. A lot of these fucking guys have accusations against them, and it's a fucking boys club, and they're all protecting each other. And I'm not saying that one did one. Okay, fine. I'm not saying anyone did anything specifically, but it's like, hey, you girls out of line. You know, you gotta protect the boys, and it's fucked up. It's bullying bullshit, dude.
Yeah, and on Flagrant 2, Andrew Schultz's podcast, he was like, I contacted Kalila.
I didn't have her number, Bobby. Like, send me your girl's number. So I called her, and we just had a conversation, for over an hour.
And I'm like, no, I asked Bobby for your new number, and I reached out to you.
He wanted to talk to you, so.
Oh, okay. Then
all right, so that's a two-way street. All right, let's be real. All right,
but I don't like the narrative that he came to me with this, because it took months, or like 2 months before he even wanted to come directly to the source. And I would have been, if he saw the first podcast on Trash Tuesday and said, hey, I really didn't like what you said, it would have alluded to me, that's not good for me. And then I would have said, I understand that, I didn't realize that you would be getting extra harassment from all of this. I apologize, I will not say it again. It's also not a cancelable offense to hit on a woman. It's not a big deal. It's an anecdote. And it could have been resolved right then and there. And I did tell him that when I spoke to him a week ago. I said, this was a very, very simple thing. So from here on out, moving forward, let's shake on it. If you have a problem with something I say, come to me directly. And he said the same thing. So we're good. We're good. I promise you we're okay.
I promise you we're not. No. I promise you're not. And I promise you there's a wave coming down. And that's it. Unfortunately, I agree with Bobby, just because I don't think they're going to be happy that it's out there that they're fucking bullying Bobby. Because these are elements that I was never going to share. These are elements that I was going to just keep.
But it's not okay.
Like, it's not okay. Like, you got to live your life.
Yeah, you got to live your life.
It's okay with me because I'm doing, first of all, number one, would I say that they're friends of mine anymore? No, they're out. Right? I stopped following them on social media. Okay. Right? And I did what I'm doing to protect myself. You know, what they did was not what a friend would do.
But he did apologize to you, Bobby. Brendan did.
Yeah, he did apologize. But what I'm saying is that the world didn't know what had happened. Right? And so it's like, those are the elements that I was going to just kind of go, let's brush it to the side, right? I had my own way of processing it and dealing with it politically because I do stand up every night and I'm just around. Now, I have to now pick and choose where I go up, right? I do. Yeah, I know. I go there that night because now they're there, right? And this has made it very difficult for me, and it sucks. I'm sorry. Yeah. I mean, it's out there, and that's why I wish he didn't do a live podcast. Yeah.
I don't think you should tolerate that behavior, and if it means that you're gonna
have to not perform on the same night as them, maybe it's gonna be better for you though, because you don't have to carry this
pretend
that you're like part of this group, this men's group, that everything's good there. Nobody's bullying everybody.
Weddings that I'm going to. Right? Every time you go to weddings, you hate the other people there. You go, fuck that guy. Yeah, stay on this side, you stay on the other.
They're the ones that need to show up and be ashamed of themselves.
I understand that.
They need to look.
I was just doing it in the most political way that I could do, so that I could provide.
I'm trying to see maybe the positive side of it.
Yeah, there is no positive. But you know what? I'm going to tackle it head on. You know what I mean? That's the only way now to move forward. You know, but I think, just to say what I think it's good that people know what happened, because it's just not right. I think it's good for the audience to know that these guys are fucking pack of rats, dude. What do you mean? They're a pack of rats, bro. These guys are your friends, and they gang up on you, bully you because something that your girlfriend said, because Kalila said that nothing you do. They're fucking clowns, though, bro. They're meatheads, dude. Brendan Schwab been punched in the head too many fucking times. Is there a question? Does he have what Junior Seau has? I don't know. You know what I mean? But I know it's not good. He got you in the head.
Oh, everybody, stop what you're doing. Can you hear me? Just a moment. Yo. Test. Yo. Test. Yo. 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 Yo, dog. Yo. 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 Why isn't this working? Yo. 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 There we go. Yo. Yo.
I don't know if this is the right time to it.
I think it's a time to just put it all on the table. I don't think
when I do talk to him, I feel like he's a guy who's like hurting a lot, and he really loves his family, and he feels he feels horrible when his kids are being talked about a certain way, when his wife is being talked about a certain way. So I understand like his pain and his feeling like he's on his heels, like he has to defend.
Who's talking about his family?
I think that the Reddit.
It's Reddit. Reddit talks about everything. But that's okay if you go and read what they're saying. I mean, Reddit is a fucking vile place where they say horrible things about everybody.
Yeah, and that's what I told him. It's like, shut up. Whatever you're getting, I get.
Everybody gets it.
Yeah.
Everybody gets it.
But I do think that he's somebody who, I don't know, I have empathy for him.
Because of what happened a couple weeks ago, whatever, with the that was bullied by these guys, right? To me, it's like the same mentality. It's like, I'm just gonna, process it, deal with it in my own way, and find a perspective. And obviously my relationship with certain people now have completely changed. It'll never go back the same. Because at the end of the day, like I know what I've done and what I haven't done in my life, right? I do, right? Right? When people accuse me of certain things, there's some things like, yeah, I did that. You know what I mean? And there was a couple of things I've done that one day I would like to talk about on podcasts that are like, that I've done to specific comics that are like not cool. You know what I mean? And I know that I did those things, and I feel guilty and shame over it, right? But the things that they were saying last week, they came from such a left field, right? That like I was the mastermind, you know what I mean, behind this Reddit group that was after, you know what I mean, Reddit stuff. Why would I do that? I legitimately, and this is
honestly, if you saw somebody type on a laptop, he's typewriter fingers. He does this.
Yeah, I did that, right?
He has 2 fingers.
Yeah, but that should tell you something about their mentality, that they have this. They had this working theory about you even before this happened, that you're somehow trying to destroy him. But I mean, I also would uplift him and his crew and the people around him.
Dare I say you probably would have been one of the most supportive people, like when he did first start doing stuff.
He said that. I remember I saw a clip. Bobby Lee is one of my closest friends. And Bobby talked about, no one's been more supportive when I started than Bobby Lee. Besides Rogan, Cal, and Clint, like, nobody's been more supportive. But he said that Bobby was really supportive, that you were really supportive of him. You know what I mean? I think that he's funny. I really legitimately think I'm the only one. You know what I mean? There have been people like, there's a lot of comics that go, actors that do stand up later in life, right? We don't support it. I support it. You know what I mean? I think that Jeremy Piven is funny. You know, when Steve O started doing stand up.
The Dallas Improv, Arlington? I think so, yeah. That's where Gringo Coffee is.
The fact to follow.
Oh man, how do you know that? How do you know that was filmed there? I was fascinated by the
Me and Ian Edwards went to his house. We looked at his special and gave him notes and this and that, right? I mean, I'm that type of guy, right? But it's like, that's why when they did that, it was like, whoa, I'm an ally. What the fuck are you doing, right? And, you know, that was based on something I didn't do. Now, because of this, I'm just curious to see what happens.
I told Bobby, it's like, I will work out whatever I need to work out for myself and set my own boundaries for myself if
that's the way it should be, but unfortunately, these guys.
But I do feel bad for him because I think he gets, like I said, the breath of it all. But I'll probably call Sean after this and say, hey, this is what was said. And, like, you know, I'm going to stick to the promise of going directly to him if I have.
But it's true. What's so wrong about saying how he hit on me? It's like, okay.
It wasn't.
It doesn't seem that bad. I mean, well, not worse than, you know, other things have been said about other comedians. Would it be so much classier if he was like, you know, I was a sleaze and I did that and that was gross. And people would respect him, right, for that.
Appears to be obtaining some of the evidence.
Oh, this is you masterminding the Brendan Schwab case.
We have to say that.
Yeah. So you pretend not to use computer,
and you don't know what
you actually have a
Wait, how did you come up with that right now?
This is secret English because I was using it before the show.
Well, he really thinks he found it on the internet.
See, I got an underground layer with fucking 20 more mass posting Brendan Schwab.
Yeah.
I literally still don't really have hard feelings. You know, I think that there's something wrong with him mentally, maybe. You know what I mean? And there's some empathy that I have, you know, to his crew, you know. But what's up? Well, you just found it that way.
I don't know. I'm trying to deliberate whether or not I want to add this piece of information or not.
Miss Aquarius, how are you?
I'm good. Got out the shower. How are you?
I'm lovely, thank you. Are you ready for me?
Yeah.
All right.
How was
10.
your day?
Oh, it was good, thankfully. Just chilled. Created a robot that's super powerful, which is baller, and just been enjoying life. Thankfully. All right, Miss Aquarius, you have an invitation as of right now.
All right. Here we go. I'm not in the bed. I'm just got out the shower, literally. Just trying to. There we go.
Nice spare.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Okay. There we go. Hold on. Okay. Oh. Yeah. Okay, so. Good. Hold down. Hi. I'm trying to roll with you. Here's what it is. Hi. Yeah. Okay. Good job. You win, I win.
I win, you win, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win. Reload.
Yeah. You reload. Reload. Hold on. You did it right. Just hold on, because I got it. Trying to get it. I'm coming. Gotta give me a minute.
Take your time.
I'm coming. Okay. Right here. Okay. 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 Alright.
Oh, get it. Oh, that was almost amazing.
Mm-hmm. Hey, almost. You're getting it. Get it. Yay. Yay. Just there.
Nice strike.
Thanks, you.
You're welcome. Nice strike.
And another one.
And another one.
Strikey.
Give me it. What a spare.
Come on, Rabbi.
Oh, what a spare.
Yeah, good spare. Oh, Alma. Oh, you got it, Rabbi. Give it, Rabbi. Okay. Yes, strike. You win, I win.
I win, you win, Mr. Pierce. You win, I win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Friendship, yay.
Yeah, is right.
What you doing? You rather looking at a movie tonight?
Yeah, hopefully.
I'll be back on my iPad after work, so I can go to sleep, okay?
God willing, we'll see you there.
I'm willing. See you then.
Just if you don't have it, you don't give a fuck, right? Yeah, because I don't care. I know, but you gotta be a little bit sympathetic. I know, you should. Say something sympathetic. No, tell them, like when your wife's sick, you're like, you're annoying. Yeah, when you're sick. Yeah, yes, you that shit. Dude, I'm sick. I'm just sick. I'm sick. Somebody else is sick. You're like, I don't give a shit. My wife was thrown up on the shit.
I'm trying to deliberate whether or not I want to add this piece of information down.
You might as well. Yeah. Because it is. Might as well.
I really wish, my wish was for him to be open about the situation as well, so there's sort of this.
Okay, interesting growth.
But one of the threats was to expose something about me. Person who threatened this, I'll say this. You think you have a one over me? I fucking dare you, motherfucker. I dare you. Let it out of your chest. Because that is actually not a real threat. You think you're threatening me, but it's kind of, that information's already out there, you little bitch.
Yeah.
Can't confirm. Yeah. She confirmed.
The only sound Of each tear, I think about the thing I've done. And though it wasn't right, they were very close to my tear. I think about the thing I've done. And though it wasn't right, they were very close to my tear. I think about the thing I've done. That night he came and took my blood, hanging into town. I knew I had to hide this man and try to cut him down. As I walked by a dim cafe, and I looked through the door, I saw my blood with a new love, and I couldn't stop.
Jingle for Bobby. It's just also about, and it was very specific thing about about something that I had been doing while Bobby and I were broken up.
Okay, we had an open thing, just take it all from the, because we had an open thing, right, so that they can use this thing, right, just put it on my right, if we had this open thing, and you guys had an open relationship,
yeah,
right, and Lila saw somebody in Hawaii,
a lovely person.
I know the
in
guy.
fact, Bobby hand-selected him.
Right, so
we could trust.
So you arranged something for her. I didn't arrange it, but she asked if it's going to be okay, and I said, go ahead and do it. Okay, interesting. And this is something that, this is my therapist knew about. We talked about it. Counseling, this and that. So this is something, so it happened, right? And it got leaked into the internet, right? And now there's these conspiracy theories that she cheated on me and whatnot, right? This is the most uncomfortable podcast. This is another thing that I was going to not talk about, and now we're talking about. Why not? Nothing happened. If you're both comfortable, there's nothing to be ashamed about it, but I'm not going to be ashamed of it. I should get hired, and I hear it every day online. So just did it.
That was
we just fucking did it, man. Yeah.
That was one of the things that was like, if you don't get in line, I have nasty things to say about you too. And I was like, Sam.
Also, you guys didn't do anything wrong, like the insinuations, like I know about this and I'm gonna fucking black people. But I do have to say that after it went on for a while, I didn't feel comfortable about it. And I've now looked at her maybe 4 months ago and I said, I don't want to do this anymore, and let's stay monogamous again. Oh, this was happening up until recently.
Up until very recently.
Oh, okay. So when it comes to like real things like what we talked about, right, and this and that, I try to essentially kind of, avoid them because they seem very real, and there's like real life consequences to that kind of confrontation. Right? So that's why I generally avoid it. It's not me being a coward or pussy, because obviously I'm taking it head up now, right? But essentially that's why I don't talk about those kind of things on our podcast, even being a hard break and receive that. Why we haven't talked about it on Tiger Belly, because I just find it to be no one's real business. So I think he perceives it as like an existential threat, which is why he reacted so strongly. It's of his making. He did those things. It's not even that. It's like I forgave him for those things. You know what I mean? I forgave him. I talked to him on the phone. I mean, not looking at the eyes, but I talked to him about, listen, I hold no grudges, right? You did what you did, right? And in response to the way he called you and bullied you. No,
that hit rate in response to him.
Oh, that he hit on you. Yeah. But I'm fine with it. Even when it happened, I was fine with it. I understood it. She was fine. I get it. Yeah, right? Yeah. Right? So
So it's like, that's that, right? And let me say this too. FYI, I think other guys would not have responded that way, right? But I've always been like, I know how this whole game is, right? And I'm like, you know what? She can have sex with her, right? I'm fine, right? And I want to continue doing my business, right? My only concern is because I feel like some unhinged elements, right? And you know, I don't know what the retaliation is because even though I did nothing wrong and I don't even know what the fuck is going on, right? I still feel like there's going to be retaliation in a weird way.
And there's also something very slanderous happening, is that he didn't just tell us about the Reddit thing. He was telling Rogan. He was telling Whitney.
I believe that though. It seems insane.
Who knows? But
yeah,
I'm
but he's saying he's telling people shit.
He's telling other people that this is what you did. This is what our company did, and that is to me
That's
like.
nuts. Well, I mean, his name when he did assault me, right? You know, his name came up a lot. Yeah, I mean, as a threat, like we're gonna go to Rogan. Daddy Rogan. Right, and so when they use him, so because I obviously love him, you know, and I have games.
By saying a couple things. Yeah, because I believe when chaos hits, you tell the truth. I've always been honest with everybody, all the fans and everybody listens. Bobby Lee is somebody I love very much. Yes, but people have been talking on. He went online and he went on and talked about somebody who spoke to him in a very rough, bullying manner, okay? That wasn't anybody but me. I'm the guy. I'm the one who did it. Not Chris, not Theo, not Sam. It was me, okay? And here's the second thing I want to say. Bobby is 100% right in his anger at me, in how he felt, and I'm 100% wrong. I take full fucking responsibility for the way I spoke to him, which was wrong. There's no excuse, okay? And now I will give you. Now, having said that, let me say it again. This is what I said to Bobby. I spoke to Bobby. I tried to speak to him after you spoke to Kalila. When I spoke to Bobby, I said to him on the phone, "I believe you." And then I thought, I don't know Kalila. I thought that she was. And let me just say this. And I'm gonna explain this, but I want to first own up to everything that I did, because what I did at the end of the day, the way I spoke to Bobby, who was somebody I love, who didn't deserve the way nobody deserves to be just attacked. And I'm gonna say where I was wrong, and I'm gonna get specific. But let me start once again by saying, me, I'm the guy, okay? I take full responsibility. I was wrong. I said this to Bobby. I called him up. Bobby read me the riot act. I think if he had been in front of me, he would have fucking punched me. And he's justified. And I said, Bobby, you're absolutely right. I apologize. I was wrong. And where I was wrong was this. I didn't give Bobby the benefit of the doubt. I didn't ask him first. I didn't really give him the respect to say, hey, dude, is what I'm seeing true? So let me get into that. This had nothing to do with you and the Kaleido thing. Nothing. I don't get involved in that. I wasn't there. I don't get involved in any of that.
It just happened to
There was something else. So I want to make a
hold on. With the timeline, the Kalila stuff, and then what you're going to refer to, maybe about 3 to 5 weeks.
Yes.
Difference.
I did not know. You never talk about it. This we're very close, but think about this. I didn't know that for 6 years you've been getting crazy, not just hate. There is a difference, guys, between hate, between making fun of somebody, and threats. Threats and harassment, long-term harassment and physical threats against somebody's family, interference in someone's business and trying to destroy someone's business. There is a very big difference between real, physical, and cyber threats and actual harassment, long-term harassment, and just hating people making videos. That's all good, dude. That's the internet. That's the internet.
What I deal with?
I didn't know that. So what happens, guys, is when you have a legal matter, when it becomes actually physically dangerous, or at least that would be when I look at it, the amount of shit you take is actually dangerous. It's dangerous. There are people that this is not satire, this is not hate, this is not a hater, this is not somebody being, funny, and it's out there, there's some funny hate out there, I look at it. But we're talking about actual illegal activity. Correct. So what you do in that situation after 6 years, when it gets crazy and scary, is you hire professional legal counsel and professional to deal with it.
Can I say something?
Yes.
So obviously I don't talk about the negative stuff. You know me better than anyone. I would say anyone.
Your brother knows you better.
Maybe you're up there. Maybe. But I always look at life as the glass half full. Always. It's just my nature, and I know that stuff is out there, and I've always been privy to ignore it. And obviously, especially the way I look and having the careers that I've had, it's going to trigger people, and I get all that. I 100% get all that. But I'm sorry, I can't do anything about that. But then, it gets to a certain point, and they step over the boundaries of criticism,
which I see your physical safety and your family's physical safety.
And that for sure, but then also going after my businesses, companies I'm associated with.
Yes.
Then you're talking about illegal activity. But then even with all that, I've never brought it up to you guys. Ever.
Look, I've never heard about it. I didn't hear about it until it got so crazy that you had to.
But it got so crazy. The way it works is, one of the reasons I'm at where I'm at, whether you think I'm successful or not, that's up for debate, is I surround myself with much smarter people. You, Mark, Kat, everybody there smarter than me. I'll give you that. That's fine. People outside of this that work and have this engine going, my career going, are much smarter than me, whether my business manager, my agents, my managers. I constantly surround myself with smarter people. I don't deal with any of that stuff. Being a stand-up comic, and you know this better anyway, is so tough. It's so tough. Never have. So my energy goes to that and my kids. That's it, man. For me to get notified that some illegal activity is going on and that I should do something about it, it has to be so bad. To the point so bad that this account got alerted. So let me finish this. It's very important. But let me say this too. I know I'm 6'4", 250 pounds. 250. I know I'm 255 pounds. I know I look like this stuff doesn't bother me. It hurts my feelings, man.
always has. Always has. I don't talk about it. Nobody wants me to come on here and talk about, how my feelings are hurt, because that's not the masculine thing to do. But I'm telling you now, so all you guys know, it hurts my feelings more than you know. It hurts my feelings. I didn't leave social media because I want to see my friends and family and other comments and peers post stuff and stuff like that. No, I love that stuff. I left because it was so toxic, it was so evil that I don't want to subscribe to it. And a lot of people can handle social media. God bless you, man. I wish I could. I'm too sensitive. So, and I know because I look like this, you guys think it's okay, it doesn't bother me? Yes, it really hurts my feelings. So I'm used to it. It does not bother me in any facet. This is nothing that doesn't bother me. God gave me these big shoulders for a reason. I can handle, trust me, I can handle all of it. Doesn't get to me.
When I saw the evidence, people who are professionals at this, there is long-term harassment and essentially, more than just hate coming from X, Y, Z. When I saw, I didn't make this stuff up. When I saw with my own eyes that some of that long-term X harassment was coming from the Tiger Belly hub, okay? And that's what I saw with my own eyes. When I saw that, I went into protection mode. I'm a very protective person. That's my brother. I might be too protective, and we're going to get into that too. I've been too protective, probably. It's not my place to be protective, but I am. I'm a ride or die fucker. Now, so what I did was I went into protection mode. I saw red, and I assumed the worst about Bobby and about Kalila. After speaking to Bobby, I realized, I really believe that he has nothing to do with it. I don't think he even knows anything about it. I believe him, and I said that on the phone. I said, I believe you, Bobby. And when I tell you, when I spoke to him, and then you let me do it. Then you spoke to Kalila, and you called me right away and said, dude, I believe her. I don't think Kalila or Bobby have anything to do with this. So then what I did was I called Bobby. This is I don't know, a week ago, more than that, 10 days. I called Bobby, he didn't answer. I called him the next day, he didn't answer, and I got it. I was like, he must be so pissed off at me. He must have been so pissed off because, once again, let me say this. The way I spoke to Bobby is unacceptable. The way I spoke to Bobby, and he said something to me that I'll never forget. He said, I've been bullied by guys like you my whole life, and it stops now. I'm not a bully, but if he said that, he was fucking right. He was right. I own it. I was outside myself, and when you fuck up and I fucked up like that, I'm gonna take ownership. Okay? It doesn't matter how angry I was. It doesn't matter if I was protecting him. It's like when I was thinking about this. Sometimes you don't get a pass. It's like a guy who beats his wife, and then you beat your wife, and the guy goes, I know, dude, but she makes me so angry. Not an excuse. All right. Not a fucking excuse. So I gotta be fair to yourself. I appreciate you owning me. I'm sure they appreciate it. But you've always defended me, and I've also always defended you. Yes, it's what we do. It's what I do, dude. I go to the mat. We've been in situations, even physical situations, where they were a bunch of very dangerous people, and I was like, you know, I was down. I wasn't down. I know. You were. They were real guys who you were afraid were going to fight you or come at you, and I said, hey, dude, for me, I'm knee deep, you motherfucker. I'm not a tough guy, but I'm not leaving your side. And I reciprocated that. I know. You went through yours. So that's how it is. That's what we do. Okay. Doesn't mean I handled it right. I didn't. Once again, I'm going to say this to what I said to Bobby. Bobby, you are 100% right. I was 100% wrong. Okay? Well, Bobby, but I also think it's fair to say, so I don't think we handled any of this right. No. And I was so upset. I was so upset. I said to him, I said, call me, buddy. Wanted to apologize. And then after that, I said, after we spoke, I said on a text, I'm sorry, Bobby. You're justified, and I was wrong. No excuses. I love you, and I wish you well. I'll also make it up to you one day if I can. You'll see. That's what I said. Those are my texts to Bobby. You guys go back. I love him from that TV. I love him. What's a favor? This light bulb is burned out. Be a darling, change it for me. Okay. Hi, Joe Rogan from News Radio. Hey, Joe Rogan from News Radio. I have a question for you. Okay, like if you come across a dead body and then you call the police and they tell you not to touch anything, does it count if you put a hat on the guy? Anybody here speak French? Oui. Oui, French, yes. From when you bring up in your boudoir and then bonjour. I was being protective over you, and I saw red because I had been steeped, and I had seen how horrible this stuff was. I had seen the threats. I'd seen the physical dangerous, the difference between hate and true harassment and violence. And I guess I went a little crazy. But to be fair, I'm not condoning it. And obviously we both apologize that we spoke to Bobby, but I think if anybody saw that kind of abuse and the negativity, and then for their team, honestly, Bobby and Clyde, for them to be associated with it, I was so hurt. You don't understand. I know that because I understand. So relieved when I believed him. And Bobby and I spoke. I apologized, and he accepted my apology. But he also said, "I don't want to talk to you, dude." And I deserve it. That's fair. I hope someday I fucking hope someday I might see him at something. I hope when I see him, maybe I can hug him and hold him until he forgives me, or maybe I can make it up to him. I was like, maybe Bobby, maybe you can tattoo something on me, and that way we can be friends. Whatever I gotta do. This whole thing has got out of control though, because there's love between us, Bobby. He doesn't, and I get it. I fucking hurt him. And actually, it was mishandled all the way around. It's gotten to the point where we have to address it, which, me, I don't like addressing this stuff. The world but sometimes you have to tell the truth. And when I fuck up, I own it. When I fuck up, I don't have any problem telling the truth. I don't have any problem, owning up to and facing up to when I'm outside myself. No, and I appreciate that. But I also think, I'm going on Tiger Belly to address it too. It's like, and I think Bobby and Clyde will also own up. And Clyde said this because their emails associated with this and there's other stuff associated with it. Well, it's an ongoing investigation. And I will say this, guys. I will say this too. And this is what I heard from what I can only accept as a reliable source. I'm not a tech guy. I don't do this stuff. I don't know anything about this. But what I heard reliably from what I believe is a reliable source is since we have confronted them, and I'm not saying that Bobby or Kalila know anything about this or have anything. I truly believe they don't have anything to do with it. But the team does. Well, the harassment, the posts stopped from that account, and that account got changed, and that's going to be brought up on Tiger Belly. Okay, and we're just being honest. This drama, I'm way too old to deal with it, but I fucked up, and so once again, here's what I have to say. I'm the guy. Director hated me. I take full responsibility. Bobby, I love you. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was 100% wrong. You didn't deserve that. I should have given you the benefit of the doubt. I should have spoken to you first. How the fuck did I think a guy as sweet as you, as special as you, as giving as you, as funny as you, would ever do something like that? How would I think that? I got fucking deranged. I was listening, and I didn't do my due diligence. I didn't stop.
Which is unlike you.
It's unlike me.
But also,
But I was so traumatized. I was so fucking traumatized.
I've never told you about it.
But then I saw it. I got scared. I got scared, dude. And when I get scared, I fight.
I know you do.
You know, I don't fucking back down. I'm gonna fight. But you gotta be careful about how you fight.
Agreed. But here's the way this thing ends: is there's obviously love between us and Tiger Billy, and I'm gonna go in there and say my truth, and they're gonna say we hurt them, and that's fine. And if we can squash all of it, and even Kalila goes, all right, we find out who it is, what he wants to do, and this goes for anybody out there. I told Kalila about it. I just want to stop. I want nothing else. There's no legal action. There's no threats.
I never would have. I will have to say this too. I have to say this. I in the midst of my anger and my hurt and the way I was speaking, and I know Bobby feels differently because of the way I spoke. I would never, ever do anything to him. Ever in a million fucking years. Never. Not physically and not career-wise or anything. Never. But it doesn't matter, man, because I gotta own what the fuck I did and how roughly I spoke. Don't remember all the details, but I was mad and I was upset and I was protecting my friend. This is a teaching moment for anybody younger. Listen, take a minute when you're really upset, when you feel like you're justified, when you feel like you're being attacked. Take a fucking minute. Think. I'm way too old to have behaved the way I did.
I'd say take longer than a minute.
I think. Give your friends the benefit of the doubt, especially someone as wonderful as Bobby.
Yeah, sweet as Bobby.
And I hope someday I can mend that friendship, but I don't deserve it right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna talk about it to Bobby today.
I hope so.
I can be the guy that connects get you guys back together.
Yeah,
but I also think too is through all this, I think I've obviously made mistakes too the way I handled it with Kalila. It's really not Bobby. It's more me and the Kalila thing. And what I learned, I don't know her that well, but even though I don't know her, is I should went directly to her.
Yes.
Instead of going anywhere else.
This wasn't you saying getting your bitch on line, though. This was not. That was characterized. This had nothing to do with, for me, it had nothing to do with the lot. It had nothing to do with, this had to do with seeing that long-term harassment, according to these sources, said it's coming. One of the main sources is coming from there. And I went, what? But
you realize how toxic that group is.
Well, hey guys, if you have any doubts, go look at it.
Yeah, they're radicalized, but then also,
go look at it.
The reason that account got flagged in the first place, for it to get to me, a guy who ignores it, because it hurts my feelings, not because I'm better than social media or Reddit groups. The reason it got notified is because there's a video of this man beating his son who is 6 years old with autism. That's what caused that. That's what you're doing.
That's when you realize who some of these people are. Some, not all, some.
The majority of them. And then the main 5-6 counts that are doing a lot of this harassment, over the top criminal activity, they look in the background. It's an ongoing investigation. There's pedophiles. There's stuff in that.
So this is not something let's be very general about that, because
that's what I'm doing. Yeah. But I just want you to realize that this goes beyond. You want to criticize my comedy, my stand-up, my fight picks, the way you and I engage.
Yeah,
have at it, man.
And there is stuff to criticize there. We're going to make this podcast better.
That's what we live.
I've been too protective of this guy. He does interrupt. He does fucking, talk down sometimes. He does behave in an arrogant way, which is a defense mechanism for him. It just is. But we're going to get back to shit, man. We're going to get, I said to him, I go, we got to get back to getting you and I having conversations that go beyond ourselves, fucking picking up on fucking rhythms and making us do it.
We'd like to time to do it because, Chappelle went off on his own. He's building his podcast and he's headlining his own shows. Yeah. And so now it's just us, but it's back to the original crew.
I made a mistake. I will pay for that, and I will do everything I can to make it up to somebody I love named Bobby Lee. And I've only met Kalila once, but she didn't deserve that shit either. So she seems like a great person. From what I can tell, she seems like a very fair, good person. So,
and I'm gonna tell this to her in her face. I told her this on the phone, dude. We're talking about a smart, educated. Like we got done, but we said some things we both right at me. Then we finally got through that and really had some growth. And I told her, I went, man,
I know you do this podcast thing, you're crushing. If you ever want to be a lawyer, you would crush it. I'm savage.
Yeah.
Savage.
Yeah, it's
in a good way. Savage in a good way.
Let me say this one more time so there's no confusion. Bobby, I'm sorry. You were 100% right. I was 100% wrong. There are no excuses. There are no excuses with the way I spoke to you. You didn't deserve it, and I apologize unreservedly. I was an asshole. I was not the guy I want to be, and I deserve the criticism. So if you guys want to hate me, bring it. I deserve it, and I agree. And that's all. That's the best I can do. I'm sorry. I'm gonna try to do better always, and I'll always be fucking honest with you guys. I will always own up to my bullshit. Confusion. Bobby, I'm sorry. You were 100% right. I was 100% wrong. There are no excuses. There are no excuses with the way I spoke to you. You didn't deserve it, and I apologize unreservedly. I was an asshole. I was not the guy I want to be, and I deserve the criticism. So if you guys want to hate me, bring it. I deserve it, and I agree. And that's all. That's the best I can do. I'm sorry. I'm gonna try to do better always, and I'll always be fucking honest with you guys. I will always own up to my bullshit, and because I can't sleep otherwise. I don't live my life otherwise. And thank God Bobby accepted my apology, but he's fucking angry, and he deserves it.
It's gonna take time, brother. I'm on talk to him today. I don't know what you love.
Tell him I'm,
yeah, I know. Trust me.
Crazy. Not just hate. They're
my nuts, suck my dick in between my legs and clap. You motherfucking chickens ain't great, but I'm just saying stuff I say, so this tape is shut. To half the shit I say, I just make it up to make you mad. Kiss my white naked ass. If it's not a rapper, then I make it ass. I'ma be a fucking rapist and a Jason ass. Criminal.
Welcome to your favorite Christian podcast. We're about family values. We're about children. We love the children. We have a guest on today that is somebody that I, number one, I have to say that I always liked you. I always thought you were funny. I've always had empathy towards you because of some of the shit that you have to deal with on Reddit. I too have a lot of weird things that are on Reddit that I don't read, because it hurts me. But I've always only said positive things about you to people, and the people that you do your podcast with. You and I are very good friends, and let's give Brendan Chuck a round of applause.
I'm here to compare you to Scientology. Number one, religious.
Have you watched that documentary?
Insane. So I just want to open up with awkward podcast. Really not doing 10,000. Let me start with this. Okay, go ahead. I love this. Both you guys. You have both guys. That goes so far with me. Because when I came into comedy, I was a tough sell, man. Still am. So the people that were nice to me, I never forget. I never ever forget. Ever. And you know what? I believe you. I believe you. Which makes this a little bit difficult for me because of what. I'm just gonna lay it all out there. What happened a week and a half ago? I just want to kind of slowly get into it. You know what I mean? Because I just want to talk about the truth and getting to the root of whatever this problem is. So, the only reason is to get to that. Okay. For us to move on. It's literally the only reason I'm here. All right. So let's start with I'm in Oklahoma. I'm at dinner. And you text me that there's a journalist doing an article about me. No, not just you. Keep going. Yeah, there's a journalist that's doing an article about. Well, on the text I just read it, you said it was about me. Maybe, I mean, you implied something else, but that's what I read. And then I texted you.
The exact words for a journalist contacted me. Not good for you.
Not good for you. Yeah. All right. And which got me spinning a little bit, and I texted you, and you said you can't talk to me on text. Then before we talked on the phone, I had a conversation with a cohort of mine, I don't know if there's a name in there, but, and you had texted him the same thing, which he found a little weird. So anyway, I called, I forget how that happened, and all of a sudden I was in a three-way call with you and somebody that you are associated with. I'm not going to say his name. And I don't want to. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to. Can I? You can. You can if you're it's Brian Kelly. Yeah. Just so you know, Brian did, before you go on, I don't want to interrupt you. Brian did say on Fire the Kid, now he royally messed up with that engagement. Okay. So, but I found it to be extremely traumatic in the sense that if it was somebody that I didn't know, that'd be one thing. But Ryan and I have had a very long relationship, 3 years. Yeah, a long time. I've been to his house for Super Bowl parties, on the same show together, not at the same time, but he's a Mad TV alumni as well as I am. And him and I have been really good spirits, comedy store guys. And, so when you guys called, it was you and Brian, and you said that that you guys, my career was going to be over, that you guys have evidence, that I'm some Reddit mastermind, you have files and proof that you can trace, me from Reddit back to my house, the URL, the IP address, and that I have been, for 5 or 6 years, have been coyly and mischiefly, contributing to threads that were
what you had said that we were
responsible, right? And that that you were going to expose me to Rogan and all these people, and then I should be a lawyer, and that this is what you told me. And also, just mind you, it was at a level 10 of rage. It wasn't like a soft-spoken, yeah, it was extreme, threats. And then you called Kalila things I don't even want to mention. I know you didn't. I haven't heard you guys say I don't talk like that. I would never call Kalila.
Right. You called me that on the phone call.
I did not call that.
But you,
I did not. No, you don't know what he said. So you get
the stuff that I got was pretty on board.
Brian apologized, but Brian said on there, I told him that was a lot. There's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot. But what I found to be heartbreaking was going into a character assassination where you were saying, not you, particularly, I don't even know what, because I was such an instant, I was so trembling almost, calling me a coward, weak, spineless. And my only defense to that is that I just have my own way of dealing with the world, because I grew up in such a traumatic childhood. I try to be passive, and I try to not. I'm afraid of confrontation, as everyone knows, which is my character. And I said to Brian days after that assault that I no longer want to be his friend. Did you guys speak on the phone? Yeah, we did that. Yeah, you apologized. He said. He did apologize, but he doesn't expect you to be his friend. Yeah, it's not. But that being said, also I will never say anything bad about him. I think that he is one of the funniest people I've ever met in my life. I really do. And can I give some context to that? So we definitely bought it straight up. Definitely didn't handle that the way two adults should have handled that. The context behind that is I never talk about this stuff. Never. Our podcast is usually fun. We don't talk about the negative stuff that I deal with. Brian wasn't aware of the negativity that I deal with. Everybody gets stuff on it. Everybody in this room, I do. Yeah, I'm sure Clyde does. We all being a woman in this space. So there's a difference between hate and then straight evil, toxic, criminal behavior. And for 6 years I've done this. Now, if you want to criticize my comedy, the podcast, so be it. That's the internet. That's what we sign up for. But when it crosses over into harassment of my family, death threats, my kids, looking for sponsors, companies that I work with, my business, that's where it gets dicey. And it would have to get so dicey to the point where my team gets notified of this. Because I'm not on social media. And we're sure as hell not on Reddit or any of these forums. And the reason I'm not on there is not because I think I'm better than social media. I don't need it. Of course I am a comic. I'm not on it because it hurts my feelings. Because I can't handle that stuff. I don't do well with it. It was so toxic, I got out.
You're entrusting a team to report back to you. And when you hear from that team, you're receiving it as gospel. This must be accurate information that I'm receiving
from these guys. Yes, so this is how we get here. Good question. Yeah, so this is how we get here. So, hate, I understand. There's a lot to hate on. But again, when it crosses over the criminal and this other stuff, they get notified because a member of that group is using a 6-year-old child with autism, and then the Reddit moderator gets affected, and they start talking. So then they look into it. And that's how we get here. They look into it, and they go, hey, but one of the 6 accounts that has done most of the posting is associated with Tiger Belly. Now, with all the toxic hate, everything that I get, this awful stuff, I expect that from people I don't know. When I found out it was somebody that I know, and that's where the aggressiveness came from, but it's true. That's why I'm here.
I think this is not helpful because this happened a week and a half ago. When in fact, this drama, if we're going to talk about context, started in January, and I think while I really appreciate you being here, I truly believe your guy in the livelihood is under attack. I understand the hurt around that, but there is a lot more context to what you guys are talking about, which is that phone call that happened a week and a half ago. And if it's okay with you, because I don't want there to be any confusion moving forward, I'd like to start from the very beginning and just get to the God honest truth, because if we don't do this in a systematic way of when it started and how did we end up here?
Let's start with I was notified of
Let's start with the Trash Tuesday podcast.
Okay. Because, I mean, but here's where it gets conflicted is those are almost two separate things.
It certainly didn't feel that way.
And I understand that, and I respect you. We can talk about this when we get to the end of it. When it goes to the Reddit group, that's where that call came from. And then this stuff that we're talking about with Trash Tuesday. And if I had a time machine and I could go back, I would have called. The reason we're here is because I didn't handle this one. And I'll say this right now when I get back to that Trash Tuesday stuff. Let's say, and I'm not saying something fast, I truly believe neither of you have anything to do with this running. Maybe someone on your team had or not. I'm just telling you from my perspective. Yeah, you can't do it.
Because my team is here and
That's fine.
this
Everybody.
is my family.
Yeah.
So if you're coming to me saying you're not responsible, but your team is, you're coming before my family. I've been with these guys for 8 years.
I'm with you, Glenn. I'm with you, man. I love it both explained, and that is why I'm here.
Okay, but
that's why I'm here. So, you know, go ahead.
Okay, so let's you have your own timeline in your head of how this went down, and I have my own timeline. And while I want to believe those two things are separate, the timing is very suspicious to me.
Yeah, but it's I also just they're not separate to me because you know, during the conversation, right, when you guys called me, you and Brian, right, the Trash Tuesday thing did come up in that, because you and I talked about that stuff before all this stuff. That's
When
right.
I get into the weeds, can I just present a timeline so I don't want there to be confusion? If we're really here to talk about the truth, I'd like the opportunity to just start from the beginning. Taking up something that you stay. I've been trying to be everything that you want me to be. I've been doing
This is the most garbage drama. But I eat that shit up. Folks, look at this athleticism. It's really impressive. The biggest country of all time. You're witnessing. What?
Offer a timeline. If this doesn't work, it doesn't work. I just really just want to have a moment of fucking clarity in all of this. Okay, so on January 25th, a Trash Tuesday episode is released where Annie and I talk about a nameless comic who hit on us.
I had a guy that was like, why don't you walk me to my truck, this married guy, where I'm like, and we know him, I'm not going to say who it is, but he's like, know him. Why don't you give me a walk, why don't you give me, like, you should walk me to my truck. I'm like, so what, I can blow you? Like,
and for me, that story that I told took place 7 years ago, a long time ago.
You're referring to DMs.
Right.
Which I own and was completely stupid.
Thank you.
Never should have done.
Right.
I'll defend myself, but like, I own that, and that was not right, and I definitely changed. You apologize. And I apologized way before then, yeah. But then also, so apologize for that. We've talked about it before. Trust me, I've been to therapy over this stuff. That's also another reason I'm on social media, so I don't engage in any of that stuff. So I've learned from that. As far as the Annie stuff goes, that's where I do have to defend myself. I have to, you guys didn't say my name, right?
We did it. And the line was, what am I going to do? Suck your unfunny dick.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what would I get out of this? That I get to suck your unfunny dick? Like,
and then I came back
as far as me, but you, again, I didn't see it, but as far as she's saying, I asked her to walk my car and give her a ride.
No, I think that I cannot speak for her. I can only tell you.
I'm saying.
I can only tell you what was said on that particular.
And again, if that's how she feels, she's valid to feel like that. And I'm telling you, that never happened.
That's a situation you would have to talk to her about. But I'm going to get back to the podcast itself.
Yeah.
What was said was that there was a guy. He was unfunny. I came back with, oh, that's a big clue.
Being very good at comedy. You not being good at comedy. And then
that's a clue.
I don't want like to be seen.
And that's something about a peach emoji.
Don't send me a peach. Please send me a peach. I had to say peach. You fucking hack. Like.
And then.
But my thing with that guy, do you think that's nice?
Right now, dude, that's not nice. Let's call up your girl, see what she thinks. Dude, okay, talk like this. Let's call up your girl and see what she thinks.
Oh no, but I didn't say your name. But it's. Hang on 1 second, Brendan. Let me ask you this: if we're having this discussion about something that happened in the past, and we're having a giggly little girl talk, where is the crime in that?
There's no crime. You do whatever you want.
Right.
I have no issue with that. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, no issue. I'm just saying, like, is that nice? That's all.
I have gone to you and said, if I could go back, if I had known that a tiny little giggly girl talk was going to spiral into this, I would have wired my mouth shut. But in my heart of hearts, while you may think it's not nice, and now I admit, not the nicest thing to say, it was just an anecdote.
Sure. So that was
I didn't think much of it on saying that, because hitting on someone is just simply not a cancelable offense. That was my justification for it. Who the fuck cares who hits on who 7 years ago? I had fake tits then, they were shiny, you liked them, you DM'd me, you said sorry, fuck it, right? Okay, good. However, the outcome of that is that people assumed that we were talking about you and went ham on Reddit, and you received a lot of, your team alerted you to the video and the Reddit chatter, and I'm assuming leaving out the part where we didn't say your name. Correct? Can I move on? Okay. On February 23rd, you text Bobby a video clip some dude put together, a random YouTuber, of that same Trash Tuesday episode, talking about us being in on a comic. But with a clickbait title, Bobby Lee's wife confirmed Shaw tried cheating on his wife with her. You text Bobby saying you've been harassed for 6 years straight, and you've had it, and you're finally going, this is cool, this is a direct quote. You're finally going after anyone who harasses you online, including comics, that you have spent $500,000 on monster lawyers.
Yeah, so these narratives online, it's
and that you have friends in dark places who are going to get the job done. To which Bobby says, "Okay, I'll talk to Kalila." The outcome of that, Bobby shares that screenshot with me. I asked Bobby if he thinks this is a direct threat towards me. He says, "I don't know." I shared that information with Annie and Esther, and they're like, "What the fuck? Why such an extreme response? Where is this big need to silence coming from?" It was a small little story, so we thought. February 24th, I'm in New York doing Flagrant 2. You call Bobby and you tell him to tell me that you want the Trash Tuesday girls to announce on the next episode of Trash Tuesday that, hey guys, it wasn't Brendan Shaw we were talking about. Collectively, we're like, that's going to make it worse for him. That's just not a good look for him. If we say, hey guys, that's who.
When I text Bobby that?
No,
I didn't text Bobby. Me and Bobby spoke on the phone. And he said, I said, dude, I'm getting a lot of shit about this. I'm married with kids. I said, it's not good. I said, and Bobby's exact words were, I'll fix this. Whatever that means.
Okay, so we didn't confirm nor deny. We figured it would die out in a week anyway. On March 3rd, you text Bobby asking if he's handled the quote-unquote Kalila shit yet, because you're still getting negative comments. In this text chain, you said,
"What up, Zoot?
Have to get nasty with her."
Zoot,
What's up?
how you living, pimp?
I saw your message.
Okay, well, how are you?
I'm good.
Excellent, my man. Well, I want you to know that I love you and I support you, and I'm gonna beat the living balls off of you in Dice Party right now. You ready?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Are you ready to lose?
Yeah.
No, dude, Zoot, you got to be like, no, I'm ready to win.
I'm ready to win.
There you go, big man. Maybe the greatest roll. This is actually the worst roll. 1, 2, 3. Give me a 4, dog. Dude, I'm already fucked. Maybe the worst start in the history of the game.
You think you had a worse thought than me?
We have an equivalently bad start. Zoot, you know this game is over?
Why?
Because I won.
You're about to get a full house.
Nope. I'm about to get 5 of a kind, baby. Even better, son.
So just get a small shirt.
Yep. 3, 4, 5, 6, son.
Is that right, though?
Nope. He'll be here in an hour. God willing.
I can't find my debit card.
Where do you think you left your debit card? Where do you think you left your debit card, Zoo?
I'll go for the full house.
You've got the full house, big man.
I'll put in the full house. I got triples. Three times. Wow, that is a shitty 3 times. Why are you so far in front of me?
Because I had the 5X.
I think it's a good move putting it there.
I do too.
Do you know what?
What is that, big man?
Because I really need the bonus.
Good full house, dude.
Oh, he's getting another 5 times there. Do I have 2s yet? So I only need 12 for bonus. Rabbi, what are you going to play? Have you heard of Pie Chomps?
Yep.
Is this good? I don't have a wild strike yet. Oh,
1,
no.
2, 3, 4.
Oh, that is terrible. Rabbi,
Yeah, big dog.
I think I just got one of the lowest scores for the chance ever.
Maybe.
No, the lowest score for a chance would be 5-1. No. Okay. Fucking hell.
You got the bonus, big man.
Very high bonus.
Give me a 3.
You haven't got the full house yet?
No. Go for the 4X.
Oh no, I would have got it 5 times. I would have got it 5 times. I would have got it 5 times.
Devastating.
What do I play?
I have a large straight.
You got a large straight. Already played it. Can I win? You need it 4 times. Or a full house. Please give me the 6. I just lost Rabbi.
Big dog. Are you sure?
Yeah, can't win.
You're 100% sure?
Yep. Bro.
One moment. One moment, Zoot. All right, big man. We're rolling. Look at this move.
What did you just hit?
4X pimp.
Did I come when I... I'm going to hit 3 on it too.
Nope. Not gonna happen. Are you effing me? Are you effing me? That was garbage.
Let's go down.
Are you sure?
Yeah, you won. Why are you mad?
Alright, this is the last game of Dice Party. Because this game is the worst.
Why is it so bad if you won?
Because it's just not exciting. You're really going for that full house, aren't you? What are you doing?
Oh no, I would have had the full house. Rabbi, guess.
Guess what?
You just get 4 times. Are you kidding me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, but I already have it. Fuck's sake. Rabbi, you never wrote 450.
Oh, I know, baby. Nice full house, son.
I might go out somewhere.
Cool start, bro.
You know I'm playing terribly on the left side.
Yes.
What the fuck is that? Hello. I think I'm mathematically out for minus. and grab us. Oh, you just hit bump forward and hit the button. Wouldn't it be funny if you didn't hit before?
That's like basically impossible.
It's not possible. Rabbi, do you want my opinion?
I would love your opinion too.
This is the worst game that I've ever played.
You basically said that about the previous game.
No, this is the worst.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. I was one short of the bingo. This game is over, though. This game is over.
Okay, where are we going?
We are going to play you got to play something.
Number.
No, just play something so the game's over.
Game's over. Play.
It didn't say it's over. Maybe it did. All right, 9 ball.
Do you want to see a win in the break?
Just one moment, big man. All right, 9 ball, son. Are you ready?
Yep. Have you ever seen a win on the break?
I've seen somebody make an 8 ball on the break.
Right, you got to see a win and 9 ball in the break.
I don't really think so.
And you're right.
I'm going to show you sheer dominance.
You know, Rabbi, do you see how difficult my shot is right now?
Yes, sir.
Like, how do I even? How do you go?
No way you get that. You're going to hit another ball first.
It wasn't terrible. Oh, did I hit the... I didn't hit the one ball first? What was that shot? Alright. I'm going for the win.
No way you get it. That was garbage.
I just helped you out. Do you think Lindsay Chamberlain deserve what she got?
No. I'd have sex with her just to make her feel better. Dude, what do I do?
Yeah, for free. Did the husband also go to jail?
Yep, for 3 years. Or maybe not. Maybe they... Oh, he was sentenced to 3 years or something, and then they delayed it, and he didn't have to go to jail or something.
So he just got convicted. Do you have suspended sentences over there?
Yeah.
Your justice system is a lot more harsh than ours.
Perhaps.
Like, if it's just multiple murders, you get you can get life without parole, like beef. But for a single murder, you'll get out in 20, 25 years maximum, but probably 20 on good behavior. If you have to put the parole board.
Yeah, but ours you get video. Like, I'm not saying it's great, but they're like video games and televisions, and like you guys have hard labor and shit. If I understand, Lindy Chamberlain was sentenced to hard labor. I mean, both are terrible.
Do you have video games over there?
Yeah, like in some places.
We have that here too.
Oh, okay. Well, then ours is worse.
There are hard labor prisons where you have to do something really bad to go there.
Dude, are you seeing this performance? Dude, are you seeing this performance?
Okay.
It's over, Zoot. Devastating.
You know what's worse about the Lindy Chamberlain case?
What's that, Zoot?
She would have been labeled a baby killer in a hard labor prison.
Oh, sure. All right, last game.
Yeah, in a woman's prison, that's probably the worst thing you could be in a woman's prison.
Probably. Are you proud of that shot, Zoot?
Yeah. Yeah, because there were a lot of women in the prison with children that would just hate you. Like, why would you kill your own child?
Look how good a shot that is. Zoot, are you watching this? Are you watching how?
Yep.
Are you watching how good I am and how good looking I am? Look at this. Look how good this is. Dude, are you seeing this?
Even though. Yep.
Zoot, are you seeing me clean up the
Rabbi,
table? But Zoot, are you seeing this?
Yep.
Are you seeing me clean up the table here? Just unbelievable gameplay. Zoot, this is incredible, Zoot. Zoot, are you seeing this, son?
Why do you think the police went so hard after what they wanted to go after a guy who the coroner said that was death by the dengue, and they ruled it out?
That I don't know. All I know is I have one of the most difficult shots in the history of the game. And I just hit it. Zoot, are you seeing this? Zoot, are you seeing this? Zoot, this game is over. Oh. Oh. I just gave you the win. You're welcome. It's basically impossible for you to miss this shot.
It's not possible. It's not the easiest shot in the world.
It is the easiest shot maybe ever. Game over. Zoot wins. What a devastating miss. And I lost. Oh no, I scratched. It's over. Good job, Zoot. You want to play mini golf?
Yeah.
You want to play mini golf?
Yeah.
Zoot, you know I'm like the best mini golf player of all time. Go ahead, Zoot.
Go shot one more time.
Are you proud of that shot? Don't hit the tree.
What do you think of my shot?
Dude, your shot sucks.
Why is my shot suck?
Because you got a tree in your way.
Fuck you.
I didn't do anything to hurt you.
Are you sure my shot sucks?
Dude, just wait, man. You know I'm better at this than you are.
No, it's not a bad shot. That was a bad shot. $100% bad shot. Who's in a better position, me or you?
You are.
I would just say that.
That was a terrible shot.
Who's in a better position? Me or you?
I am.
Think this is a good move?
Shoot.
Yeah, I'm tight.
You know Riser's going to be here in the next 30 minutes, son? Dude, what did you think of my shot? Dude, look how good this shot is. Maybe one of the greatest shots we've ever seen. Do you see this shot? Zoot, rank this shot 0 to 10. Zoot. That's a terrible shot.
9.
I'd give it a 10. 9. No, I'd give it a 9. You're right. You're right, big man.
The petition in the UK asked the Russell brand to age the consent to 18.
There's a what?
Petition to raise the age of consent in the UK to 18.
Oh, what is it now?
16.
Oh, okay.
The last time it was changed was 1885.
What was it changed to in 1885?
16 in 1985.
Okay, but I mean, what was it before then?
Probably didn't exist.
Oh, okay. Oh, Zoot. Why did I do that?
Yeah, the world was different back then. The life expectancies back in 1885 was like only like 40 years old.
Right.
Maybe less.
Good win, big dog.
Then I don't know, I think in 500 years from now, some of the shit we've done to some of the shit that people do today will be perceived as like really.
Dude, are you excited for Fighter and the Kid tomorrow?
Josh, your question, Rabbi?
What up, big dog?
Do I find my debit card?
No. You're going to have to get a new one.
No. Let's find it. Be hopeful.
Okay, why don't you just ask
I
your...
know it's in my house.
Oh, okay. Well, then you might find it. I thought you lost it in the real world. Zoot, are you going to watch Michael with us tonight?
How are you watching it?
We're watching it in the Discord.
That's illegal.
Zoot, like half of the shit that you do is illegal.
What do I do that's illegal?
Have sex with strangers and then not get an STD test when they ask you to because somebody has super gonorrhea.
That's not illegal.
It's not?
No.
Okay. What do you do that's illegal?
It's only illegal if you have HIV, diagnosed HIV, you have sex with someone and you don't disclose it.
Oh, okay. Not super gonorrhea?
No.
So super gonorrhea, it's cool to spread to anybody?
Yeah.
Are you proud of being patient zero for super gonorrhea?
Yeah.
Right, you're right. You don't. You have super gonorrhea.
Doesn't exist.
What, super gonorrhea doesn't exist? It does. You got it at the arcade.
Yep.
Are you proud of being patient zero for super gonorrhea? I would be. I'd be like, yeah, I started that, bitch. Dog, we're watching Michael, and it's gonna be sick. Are you excited for it? Zoot, call Riser. Riser will come right away. If you call him, he will come right away. Would you please call him? Zoot, I asked you a question, and I didn't hear an answer. Are you going to provide an answer, or are you just going to sit there and J-yor? Zoot. Zoot, are you there? Oh, fuck off, Zoot. Murky waters in the West Side.
I mean, you implied something else, but that's what I read. And then I. Five, four, three, two, and a one. Welcome to your favorite Christian podcast. We're about family values. We're about children. We love the children. We have a guest on today that is somebody that number one, I have to say that I always liked you. I always thought you were funny. I've always had empathy towards you because of some of the shit that you have to deal with on Reddit. I too have a lot of weird things that are on Reddit that I don't read, maybe because it hurts me. But I've always only said positive things about you to people, and the people that you do your podcast with. With you and I are very good friends, and let's give Brendan Schaub a run of applause. You got the sign. Number one religious convention. Insane. I just want to open up with awkward podcast. This is really not doing 10,000. Let me start with this. Okay, go ahead. I love both of you. Both you guys, you have always been nice to me. That goes so far with me because when I came to comedy, I was a tough sell, man. Still am. So the people that were nice to me, I never forget. Ever. And you know what? I believe you. Which makes it this a little bit difficult for me because of what we're just gonna lay it out there. What happened a week and a half ago. And I just want to kind of slowly get into it. You know what I mean? Because I just want to talk about the truth and getting to whatever this problem is. So the only reason is to get to that first. It's literally the only reason. Right. So let's start with I'm in Oklahoma. I'm at dinner. And you text me that there's a journalist doing an article about me. No, not just you. Keep going. Yeah, there's a journalist that's doing an article about me. Well, on the text I just read it said it was about me. Maybe, implied something else, but that's what I read. And then I texted you. The exact words were, the journalist contacted me. Not good for you. Not good for you, yeah. All right. And which got me spinning a little bit, and I texted you what, and you said you can't tell me to do it through text. Then before we talked on the phone, I had a conversation with a cohort of mine, I don't want to throw his name in there, but and you had texted him the same thing, which he found weird. So anyway, I called, I forget how that happened, and all of a sudden I was in a 3-way call with you and somebody that you are associated with. I'm not going to say his name, and you can't. I don't want to. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to. Can I? You can. You can. Yeah, it's Brian Kelly. Yeah, just so you know, Brian did. Before you go on, Brian did say on Fire the Kid how he royally messed up with that engagement. Royally messed up. Okay. So, I found it to be extremely traumatic in the sense that if it was somebody that I didn't know, that'd be one thing. But Brian and I have had a very long relationship, 3 years. Yeah, a long time. I've been to his house for Super Bowl parties. On the same show together, not at the same time, but he's a Mad TV alumni as well as I am. And him and I have been really kindred spirits, comedy store guys. And, so when you guys called, it was you and Brian, and you said that that you guys, my career was going to be over. And you guys have evidence, that I'm some Reddit mastermind. You have files and proof that you can trace, me from Reddit back to my house, the URL, an IP address, and that I have been for 5 or 6 years have been royally and mischiefully, contributing to threads that were responsible, right? And that that you were going to expose me to Rogan and all these people, and that I should be a lawyer, and that this is what you told me. And also, just mind you, it was at a level 10 of rage. It wasn't like a soft-spoken, it was extreme, threats. And then you called Kalila things I don't even want to mention. I did not. I know you didn't. I'm I said, I don't talk like that. I would never call Kalila. Right.
Brandon, you called me that on the phone.
I did not call you that.
Right,
I did not. No, but you don't know what they said. So
the stuff that I got was pretty unhard.
But Brian apologized. But Brian said on there, I told him that was a lot. There's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot. But what I found to be heartbreaking was going into a character assassination where you were saying, not you, particularly, I don't even remember what, because I was such I was so trembling almost, calling me a coward, weak, spineless. And my only defense to that is that I just have my own way of dealing with the world, because I grew up in such a traumatic childhood. I try to be passive, and I try to not. I'm afraid of confrontation, as everyone knows, which is my character. And I said to Brian days after that assault that I no longer want to be your friend. Did you guys speak on the phone? Yeah, we did. Yeah, he apologized. He said he did apologize, but he doesn't expect to be his friend. Yeah, it's not. But that being said, also I will never say anything bad about him. I think that he is one of the funniest people I've ever met in my life. I really do. Can I give some context to that comment? So we definitely bought it straight up. Definitely didn't handle that the way two adults should have handled that. The context behind that is I never talk about this ever. Our podcast is usually fun. We don't talk about the negative stuff that I deal with. Brian wasn't aware of the negativity that I deal with. Everybody gets stuff out of it. Everybody in this room, I do. Yeah, I'm sure Kalila does. In this space. So there's a difference between hate and then straight evil, toxic, criminal behavior. And for 6 years, I've done this. Now, if you want to criticize my comedy, the podcast, so be it. That's the internet. That's what we sign up for. But when it crosses over into harassment, my family, death threats, my kids, going for sponsors, companies that I work with, my business, that's where it gets dicey. So and it would have to get so dicey to the point where my team gets notified on this, because I'm not on social media, and it's sure as hell not on Reddit or any of these forums. And the reason I'm not on there is not because I think I'm better than social media. I don't need it. Of course, I need a comic. I'm not on it because it hurts my feelings, because I can't handle that stuff. I don't do well with it. It was so toxic, I got out.
You're entrusting a team to report back to you. And when you hear from that team, you're receiving it as gospel. This must be accurate information that I'm receiving
from these guys. Yeah, so this is how we get here. Good question. Yeah, so this is how we get here. So, hate, I understand. There's a lot to hate on. But again, when it crosses over to criminal and this other stuff, and they get notified because a member of that group is using a 6-year-old child with autism, and then the Reddit moderator gets affected, and they start talking. So then they look into it. That's how we get here. They look into it, and they go, hey, but one of the 6 accounts that has done most of the posting is associated with Tiger Bet. Now, with all the toxic hate, everything that I get, this awful stuff, I expect that from people I don't know.
I found out it was somebody that I know. That's where the aggressiveness came from, but it's true. That's why I'm here.
I think this is not healthy because this happened a week and a half ago, when in fact this drama, if we're going to talk about context, started in January, and I think while I really appreciate you being here, I truly believe you're a guy who cares for his family. I believe you feel you're on the back foot here, and you feel like your livelihood is under attack. I understand the hurdle around that, but there's a lot more context to what you guys are talking about, which is that that happened a week and a half ago. And if it's okay with you, because I don't want there to be any confusion moving forward, I'd like to start from the very beginning and just get to the God honest truth, because if we don't do this in a systematic way of when it started, how did we end up here? Let's start with a Trash Tuesday.
Because, I mean, here's where it gets conflicted. Those are almost two separate things.
It certainly didn't feel that way.
And I understand that, and I respect you. We talk about this all the time. When it goes to the Reddit group, that's where that call came from. And then this stuff that we're talking about with Trash Tuesday. And if I had a time machine and I could go back, I would have called. The reason we're here is because I didn't handle this one. And I'll say this right now, and I'll get back to the Trash Tuesday stuff. Let's say, and I'm not saying Cindy Fest, I truly believe neither of you have anything to do with this Reddit group. Maybe someone on your team had or not. Well, I'm just telling you from my perspective. Yeah, you can't do it.
Because my team is here, and
That's everybody.
It's my family. So if you're coming to me saying you're not responsible, but your team is, you're coming before my family. I've been with these guys for 8 years.
I'm with you, Glenn. I'm with you. I'll go through it. Explain, and that is why I'm here. And that is why I'm here.
Okay, but
that's why I'm here. So,
wait.
Go ahead.
Okay, so let's. You have your own timeline in your head of how this went down, and I have my own timeline. And while I want to believe those two things are separate, the timing is very suspicious to me.
But it's also just interject real quick. All right, they're not separate to me because during the conversation, right, when you guys called me, you and Ryan, right, the Trash Tuesday thing did come up in that. You and I talked about that stuff before all this thing. That's right.
When I get into the weeds, can I just present a timeline so I don't want there to be confusion? If we're really here to talk about the truth, I'd like the opportunity to just start from the beginning. Waking up someone that just did. I've been trying to be everything I think you want me to be. I've been doing all the things that I think you wanna see. I've been trying to fulfill you with your every need. Now you're falling for a person that's not even me. Said you're falling for a person that's not even me.
Welcome to your favorite Christian podcast. We're about family values. We're about children. We love the children. We have a guest on today that is somebody that I, number one, have to say that I always liked you. I always thought you were funny. I've always had empathy towards you because of some of the shit that you have to deal with on Reddit. I too have a lot of weird things that are on Reddit that I don't read, maybe because it hurts me. But I've always only said positive things about you to people, and the people that you do your podcast with, you and I are very good friends. And let's give Brendan Schaub, you can run I'm here to convert you guys to Scientology. Number one, religious insane. So I just want to open up with an awkward podcast. Really, I've done 10,000. Let me start with this. Okay, go ahead. I love both of you guys. Both of you guys, if you have always been nice to me, that goes so far with me. Because when I came to comedy, I was a tough sell. Still am. So the people that were nice to me, I never forget. I never ever forget. Ever. And you know what? I believe you. Which makes it this a little bit difficult for me because of what.
If this doesn't work, it doesn't work. I just really just want to have a moment of fucking clarity in all of this. Okay, so on January 25th, a Trash Tuesday episode is released where Annie and I talk about a nameless comic who hit on us.
I had a guy that was like, why don't you walk me to my truck, this married guy, where I'm like, and we know him, I'm not going to say who it is, but
you know him.
Why don't you give me a walk, why don't you give me, like, you should walk me to my truck, and like, so what, I can blow you? Like,
and for me, that story that I told took place 7 years ago, a long time ago.
You're referring to DMs.
Right. It is.
Which I own and was completely stupid.
Thank you.
Never should.
Thank you.
Right. I'll defend myself with like, I own that, and that was not right, and I'm definitely changing. And you apologize. And I apologized right before that. Yeah. But then also, so apologize for that. We've talked about it before. Trust me, I've been to therapy over this stuff. That's also another reason I'm on social media, so I don't engage in any of that stuff. So I've learned from that. As far as the Annie stuff goes, that's where I do have to defend myself. I have to, you guys didn't say my name, right?
We didn't. The line was, what am I going to do? Suck your unfunny dick.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what would I get out of this? That I get to suck your unfunny dick? Like,
and then I came back with
as far as me laying, but again, I didn't see, but as far as she said, I asked her to walk my car and give her a ride.
No, I think that I cannot speak for her. I can only tell you what was said on that particular.
And again, if that's how she feels, she's valid to feel like that. And I'll tell you, that never happened.
That's a situation you would have to talk to her about. But I'm going to get back to the podcast itself.
Yeah.
What was said was that there was a guy, he was unfunny. I came back with, that's a big clue.
Being very good at comedy. You not being good at comedy. And then, that's a clue. I don't want it to be said.
And that's something about a peach emoji.
Don't send me a peach. Will you send me a peach? I had to say peach. You fucking hack. Like,
and then.
But my thing with that guy, do you think that's nice? Dude, that's not nice. Let's call her. Let's call her and see what she thinks. Dude, talk like this. Let's call her girl and see what she thinks.
Oh no. But I didn't say your name. But it's hang on 1 second, Brendan. Let me ask you this. if we're having this discussion about something that happened in the past and we're having a big little girl talk, where is the crime in that?
There's no crime. You can do whatever you want.
Right.
I have no issue with that. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, no issue.
Right.
I'm just saying, like, is that nice? That's all.
I have gone to you and said, if I could go back, if I had known that a tiny little giggly girl talk was going to spiral into this, I would have wired my mouth shut. But in my heart of hearts, while you may think it's not nice, and now I admit, not the nicest thing to say, it was just an anecdote.
Sure. So that was
I didn't think much of it on saying that because hitting on someone is just simply not a cancelable offense. That was my justification for it. Who the fuck cares who hits on who 7 years ago? And fake kids then, they were shiny, you liked them, you DM'd me, you said sorry, fuck it, right? Okay, good. However, the outcome of that is that people assumed that we were talking about you and when you have on Reddit, and you received a lot of, your team alerted you to the video and the Reddit chat. And the X opens up something else, or clicks now, or the pop-up makes a sound scary and startles you, or flashes, all that kind of stuff. That should be ended.
This whole thing that the you research on the website, because I got the first words in the sentence is because, said, I read, a lie. The other sentence is, I read, I want to prove, I'm a little hungry for one thing he said, he said, I read a lie, his not. The person says, I read a lie, his not. So I can see his work. I realize it's not period. Sawyer is another sentence. What it means is I realize Sawyer, the Sawyer was together with the word impact. And that's those two words. They're together. Impact Sawyer is a fuck up. Impact means rip up. Sawyer. I can't break his words. Therefore, you have to come to the sentence. The sentence. You can't make the sentence out of one sentence. You can't make the sentence out of one sentence. When he says no condition, and she was some, and therefore it's fine. These are guys going on there, which might be sort of nothing since over. Makes you over there, nothing sort of nothing. What about the Mishnah says? The Mishnah says, let's say the Mishnah, I realize that. The Torah, come on, you'll be certain. My life, so the other, I realize that. God said, what's like another space said, I read, alive. I really know. I really know. Now, a person who doesn't spend the first thing to say, what's going to stop saying that? So, very well, what he says, I realize that he's being serious. I realize that my life is little, even without saying it, he's like, well, don't forget what he has to say. He said, all in the case, he said, I realize that he's lying seriously. Now, so, but relation with the parents is just this is what? Let's see what he said, that's a sorry. My life is little. Oh, no, obviously, what about the second part of the is not and he says the word is sorry, but not so. So you only need to be sorry, and the fact is that I may be paid what you want to do. But I was thinking about it, like, well, you say you have to do it. So now you did say it. But only on one of the two words. So what is it like you said earlier? Zero says, if you don't say the word good thought, this is better you make it. If you don't say the word good thought, you're not going to do it. So when Rabbi said middle class, he's sorry, the fence. So the middle class can go on the sorry part. And on the fence, he can only say one part. So you should bring it up. You want to do it right. Let's say 1.5. So that can be 1. And the word, kind of shows you the word doesn't. We'll do it on these things. You see, go around, I realize, nice and sorry, you know, take me around. And you don't like it. So the word is going right there and then means a full sorry. You guys should really know how to use that stick. Only sorry, without explaining that one sorry. You guys sorry. Well, I'm sorry, I only said that we have. The word this one, on the half side, we're going to disregard completely.
You're really good. The problem is you live here. If you really want to make it a comedy,
And this goes for the audience too, by the way. You guys should all get the fuck out of here. Nobody comes here and tells you this stuff. Oh, it's a safe. I know where everything is. Get the fuck out. That's what you can.
If I live in New York or LA, I'm not going to be able to go to my parents' house and eat their food for free.
Oh, well.
I have the pudding snacks.
Exactly. I was in Pittsburgh for a minute.
Yeah, I heard of president.
Somebody has a show here next week to promote. I just want to tell you, you're the best comedy fans in the world. And next Wednesday, you're on my show right here.
It's a good place to start, but you do gotta go somewhere if you want to do something special. There's great confidence.
No, start here, but get the fuck out of here. Yeah. If you want to make it, you will never make it here. That'll be your hot. You gotta put on your rollerblades and get the fuck out. Well, go to New York. You want better weather. You've been tortured enough. Get the fuck out of here. We're going back and wearing shorts to do that and kill Tony. Like, it's gonna be. We're not really wearing shorts.
The more layers I put on, the more of an illusion I get that I'm actually in shape. Like, that's the big thing here. Put on a big cup because, like, oh, you could be too.
You're not cool. Oh, I didn't even realize you were fat. What's your favorite thing to do for fun when you sneak out and you go do something crazy? Like, what's the craziest thing about you?
Craziest thing about me? I just really don't get into a whole lot of trouble, man.
Okay, what's the craziest type of porn that you look at?
I like the stepdaughter, the stepmom, stepson.
We just had one on Monday, right? Girl was in the stepdads. We need to introduce you to that girl.
I don't know my girlfriend a lot. I would appreciate that, but whatever.
So stepdaughter porn. What do you think it is about stepdaughter porn that you like so much? Not completely the daughter, but it's more
or less that like I just turned it on and my dick was like, this is something you enjoy. And I'm like,
for Molly and old Jews. Just I'm finding out more about this guy in the middle of the room. Yeah, he just applauds for stuff that he likes. Catch up. It's that little sliver of West Virginia that you have to drive through. So you're giving us nothing? You're saying you don't do anything fun? You never...
As of like my mid-20s, man, I just been trying to stand up and run on a faded ass and get high. That's really it, man.
It sounds like you're getting high a lot.
Erica, completely done for that. I've never seen that. I'm actually good right now.
Well, you were so fun to meet you.
It was fun to meet you.
Yeah. We got a couple names left, so let's just get through those, shall we? How about that? How about Shannon Norman, everyone? Come on, guys.
Yeah, I was expecting a woman too. Hi. I got a lot of tattoos. Anybody else here got tattoos? Yeah. People come up to me all the time and they go like, hey man, what do your tattoos mean? Do they tell a story? They do. They do, guy right here. They do. Here's the story. Every tattoo I have tells a story about a very specific time in my life where I had some money. That's it. You give me a tax return 10 years ago, I don't get my rotten tooth fixed, I don't get a 401k, whatever that is. No, this is what I did 10 years ago, the tax return. You know what? If I'd have known Little Caesars would have pizza ready for me before I even opened the goddamn door, I would have got it in a bigger font. That was a minute.
It was 47 seconds.
Seeing Shannon, like what I could have been without meeting my wife and having kids.
Yeah, we're polar opposites. He's into Jesus and being married, and I don't wear condoms, but and I do drugs. So. You don't wear condoms? I spit that comment. Yeah, I'm not cool out. Yeah.
That doesn't get pulled out.
Shannon, how is it you're talking about not wearing condoms? I don't know. You refuse to.
No, it's not like a religious thing. It's more of a scumbag thing.
You get a lot of action?
Yeah, I have way more sex than someone with my personality and tits should.
How do you do it?
I don't know. Let's not think about it too hard.
Well, no, actually, I do want to think about it hard. So,
I'm currently dating a woman a decade my junior. And yeah, I'm 34, by the way. That's not, I look like I'm 45, but, yeah, I don't know.
What did you just say? 35?
I'm 34. We're all throwing numbers around.
And how about your waist size?
Yeah. That's it.
So Shannon, what do you do for work?
Were
you a opera singer? I'll show you what I do for work.
I don't ever talk about it. I run a sheltered workshop to teach mentally challenged adults job skills.
I see where you're getting from. You know what I'm saying? That's awesome, man. Well, I love that. I actually have one of my best friends back home who works with people with special needs, and he's like sort of like how I picture you, like totally the guy that I would never trust with my, if I had a special kid. But like, it's just sort of like, it's funny how you can't judge a book by its cover. And, those kids can't judge a book anyway. So, I'm making fun of slow people right now. Those are the types of chances that I'll take for you. Anyway, Shannon, so you help these special people get jobs, right?
I just run the vocational part. We like teaching skills and we put this in there.
That's great.
What was that?
This pot in that rolling paper, and you get an egg.
Show me what is in the bucket. Show us what's in the bucket. It's all labeling mail and stuff. It's all piecework.
Just in the bucket. Well, that's cool. There's one of the kids right now. Wow, that's so cool. So, like, what's something like did you ever have like a really smart one, like a Stephen Hawking or anything like that? And you're like, this kid's not even special. He's like genius.
No, they're all fucked up.
That's so funny.
And they're all really into wrestling. So
that's what I was like the exact same.
Just like Uncle Shannon. Yeah, it's like the day job is like the night job, hanging out with comedians because all they want to do is talk about wrestling too. So it's like fucking retarded people all day.
Yeah,
I feel really bad that it's transgender.
Don't feel bad.
Get a newspaper. This
is the same place. So Shannon, that's interesting. How long have you been stand up?
How long have you been doing stand up, Eric? Because it's almost the exact same amount of time. Almost 7. No, it's less than that. I don't know, 5 years, I think.
Yeah. Seems like it. Funny as hell. What else? What do you do for fun?
I go to thrift stores.
I like that. I'm into that.
Yeah.
Any cool buys lately?
couple of Costello records and board games. I collect board games.
Yeah, you ever seen Elvis Costello live?
Yeah, I saw him open for Bob Dylan at Pitt 5 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah, it was just him and an acoustic guitar.
That's amazing.
And then Bob Dylan with his fucking electric keyboard now.
Yeah, Bob Dylan, he sounds like Sylvester Stallone does now.
He just stood at the keyboard. He was like a broken animatronic in the Hall of Presidents in Disney World. He just played that, and they're like, and that's like the whole time.
Yeah, but Elvis Costello
moving around. He didn't even use a microphone at one point.
Yeah, just yelling.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. I feel like we could have done this podcast without microphones. Since I can hear my mom breathing right now. I always tell my mom whenever she comes to shows here, you have to sit all the way in the back because you're too loud. And I didn't realize that the back is like 6 feet away. It's a very wide room. Fuck yeah, Shannon. So fun. Oh, you gotta love it when you can hear people shit their pants outside of that bathroom. That's real shit. If you don't close the door like that, it's gonna be right. That person is exploding right there. Sometimes when you make fucking jokes about special people like dude. Alright, guys. So Shannon, what else? I want to talk to you more, but I can't figure out what.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much else. It's the day job.
You're living in your school. That's definitely not what I wanted to talk about.
Not to make this a very drug-centered thing, but last weekend I did buy a bag of cake from a man holding a baby. Why? The cover was white. Was that what you mean?
Steal that baby from the white guy. Shannon. Yeah. What else? When's the last time you got? Let's figure out how you get laid so much. You seem pretty aggressive. Like, I can't believe how much fucking pussy I get. So, last time you got laid, what happened?
Last night.
Oh my god.
I had Thanksgiving sex.
Really?
I didn't think that was a thing. He's got a young girlfriend.
Yeah, well, you do?
Yeah. And you know what? We were watching an episode of Frasier when we did it. Wow. I'm currently watching Frasier on Netflix.
Why? That's just crazy. You're slapping for Frasier.
Why not? It's not like some well-written joke about Pinot Noir.
Interesting that you would have sex while watching Frasier.
I don't know how you get a boner. While watching Frasier.
And by the way, I only watch Frasier while wearing a condom.
I currently, my goals this year are to move out of Pittsburgh and get a second first.
Get in a second.
I want to get a second.
You almost get your order right on that. It seems like you're a little bit confused.
I'm more excited about that.
Accidentally get the vasectomy second. Like, God damn it, I blew it. I want to get out of Pittsburgh and get the vasectomy first. I like that.
I want to go American first.
Love that. How are you going to find that?
My parents can do it. Here on this stage. We're going to do it. Tickets available.
Guys, I know that a room just opened up in the local hospital, so. Here he goes, everybody. Shannon Norman. Yeah, Shabba. S-H-A-M. Shabba. Good to see you. We have one name left. You guys ready to do this shit or what? Yeah. We got fucking tons of animal people.
He's got to get back and run his grocer.
Somebody's still taking that shit. It's whoever's in the ladies room is taking a massive shit. It's still on. It's still over there. Dropping it off over there. So your mom sucks. And it's they don't know about the socks. Your inside jokes on a live show.
anything.
It's the final name of the night. You guys ready to meet him? It's his name.
Just look out the window, see what other people are wearing, wear similar things. I recently moved to a white neighborhood and realized that is no longer a possibility because young white dudes wear something from every season, every day. I swear to God, I just looked out the window and saw a white dude in a North Face winter coat, swim trunks, and Old Navy. So I wear dress code is or store run, I don't know. Try to watch the Weather Channel, realize it's a waste of time in the winter time because they just talk around the weather. It's on the streets like, all right, the cold front on the East Coast, the temperature's going to be 4 degrees, but with the wind chill, it's going to be a -7. I'm like, what the hell is the 4? You know what I mean? But wind chill, that could be a cool way to live life, right? So imagine you pick up chicks with that, you just walk up to them at a bar, get your sexy voice and say, it's 4 inches, but it feels like 7.
Yeah, I can fucking tell. You're 5-6 years? 3.
Wow.
I can tell like when he thought about it, I threw him off with my projection. No, I don't. 3 years with swagger equals up to 6 years.
I saw him the first time do comedy, and he was so good. And I was like, "Where are you from?" He said, "Oh, from Cleveland." I was like, "How long do you stand up there?" He's like, "I
Another idea, anything that is like this seems like an article or an entry. Anything that is disliked is known as a manifesto. And this is unfair. This is just it being skewed. Please write an article on this. And the tie to the Communist Manifesto. It seems scary.
What's keeping you in Pittsburgh?
I'm a child now.
That's right. That seems to be the old thing, Jared. Well, looks like I can't do anything now.
Make this idea into a Harvard Law Review, Blue Book, 10 out of 10 logic, publishable article.
What's the plan? I mean, you just kill it all the time here in Pittsburgh. You're the first black person I've seen since being in Pittsburgh. It's like you have the market corner.
Yeah. Here's what the guys were fighting.
And those other 2 guys were Steelers, so.
I'll eventually get out of here. You gotta kid, it's about setting it up, right? You can't just go. I don't have the freedom to just go and just be there.
Right.
Unless you make the kid a star, you could like,
you be one of those TV guys.
It's not gonna be bigger than $8.
Does she have a cool black name?
James Kai, so I don't know where that's from.
that's a really cool black man.
Is that a black name? I don't know.
I see the Kai, I want to see Kaya.
It is now.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, that's cool. No, I got it. Fuck yeah, that's fun. So, are you still with the baby mama?
Yeah.
I love that. Well, that's great.
I don't get to call her baby mama yet. You gotta break up first.
Oh, I see. I don't know how that works.
Blue Book footnote. Where's the part about the Communist Manifesto? Come on. Get with it. Please?
Yeah, that's all lady. That's all lady. That's old queen. That's old Negro talk. That's all lady. Say queen. I don't say queen yet. I'll keep it where you say queen.
Dude, there should be a Harvard Law Review Blue Book article, just like you've been doing. Don't change, okay?
He goes, the whole world stops when she calls. And I thought to myself, wow, that's some real gangster shit.
Someone was in the room taking a picture of him. I always envisioned my life to be dude dudes taking pictures of you in my hotel room.
Selfie because you can see the phone and fuck yeah. So then maybe what else? I love that. How was it like having a 2-year-old? What changed?
What changed in my well, I make excuses to be out, so that's good. So everything's pretty much the same. That's cereal. That's cereal. Yeah. Well, yeah. Cereal. You can talk about your daughter more. But no, I just make more excuses to get out of the house. Is pretty much what I do.
Absolutely love that. I love your joke. I love the weather channel thing. It's just great.
You're so comfortable on stage. Like 2 years, like that's amazing. We have to see so many comics every week at Philtonia in Los Angeles, and usually when you hear a 2-year, it's not even close to how great you were on stage tonight. And I know most of the people tonight.
I'm a real naturals here. I think Aaron Cleaver is like maybe the movement is the Hitler of Pittsburgh.
I'm all German, but no, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, it's all about how you say your name. If you're white, it's Aaron Cleaver, and if you're German,
it's Clymer.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Clymer.
Yeah, it feels like it.
Yeah, it's nasty.
I love you in the glorious bastards.
Yeah. And when you say like Clymer, it's like I'm loading a train. Doesn't make me feel good.
Ed Bailey. So, what do you do for fun? You have a 2-year-old now. You ever sneak out, do anything crazy?
I go to a lot of breweries and drink. So that's very fun.
That's fun. You like beer?
I play weird games with my daughter.
Weird games like clean up your dad's throw up and
let's play Show Daddy the Toilet.
Just moved to a new neighborhood.
No, I made that up for the joke. I don't live at all in that neighborhood. It's not gonna work. Try it.
And you are so fucking cool and so funny. Whenever you're ready, get the fuck out of Pittsburgh. That's how you know you're good. Is if we told you to get the fuck out of Pittsburgh. What the fuck are you talking about? You fucking maroon bag of fucking dog shit garbage. What are you saying right now? What the fuck is coming out of your face? What? Say it again, motherfucker. Repeat it. I said you were gonna do the 5 minutes. Anyway.
Another Fireball review article on how two-factor authentication is a discriminatory practice. It may be good for security, but having to have another device or a telephone number inherently discriminates against lower income people, because you have to have a phone line, and even if you have like a lifeline or something, you still need to be enrolled, and there should be an easy way to log in without necessarily needing that code.
It's been unbelievable. It's like one of the best hour and a half of pure thunderous comedy ever. You'll be able to watch it when it's loaded up to the internet. And you're also on it, which is sort of crazy.
Where are the Blue Book footnotes?
Jared, what do you think's happening there right now? How history? When do you think you're going to be out of there?
They said an hour from when they changed blood, and that was 20 minutes from blood.
Remember this from now on. When I say write an article, I want it to be a Harvard Law Review article with Blue Book footnotes, and 10 out of 10 logical sounding. Do you understand, question mark? Please, question mark?
Why do they take x-rays? I've never seen anybody get x-rays for a pot brownie before. Did they find the pot brownie?
Wait, please provide me the publishable article.
Fuck yeah. So what is she doing? Just having a panic attack, basically, right? What? You just gotta run away from the hospital. Give them a fake name and a fake bill. I know a guy that works in fraudulent charges. We know it's hot. Get her some water, a bottle of Gatorade, and get your asses over here for a stand-up show or something. Bye, Joe. I'll let you go. Anything you want to promote or anything? Any comments? There you go. Joe Summers, everybody. We did it. How many of you might have bought that combo tickets for the second show? You guys are fucking insane. Who do you want on the next show? That's a great question. I was thinking about that one.
I was thinking about that last one.
That one? No. Yeah, that was the last one. No, the last one was this one.
Oh, yeah, that's what I agree with.
Great. All right, then we both agree. Opening up the stand-up show that's going to start in just a little bit. It's going to be the comedy stylings of Ed Bailey. Take a break, people, you fucking animals, because we need stand-up comedy starting in a few minutes. Goodbye. Good night.
Please provide an article on how the government or the United Nations or somebody should give you an email, and you shouldn't have passwords anymore for websites. You should have all your two-factor things sent to your email, and that email you cannot lose. It is mandatory that email cannot be taken away from you, ever.
Watching live on Ustream into the tens and tens packed into this room tonight. Hello and welcome. Somebody, everybody. It's a cold one out there. Look how bundled up everybody is. This isn't like an LA Monday at all.
Cold, man. Cold stinks and winter clothes.
Cold. That's a word I haven't heard in 10 years.
Oh, it's great. Hottest weather in a cold stomach.
Really?
Yeah.
I never would guess that. You're in a box.
That's my thing. I mean, as a single guy in Columbus, Ohio for the last 5 days, I've got a mom thing going on. We're about to run some marriages, I think.
Look out. How many moms are in the room tonight? Make some noise.
They're all moms out here. Moms out here.
A lot of moms and tough-looking guys next to them. Oh, shit. There's two little...
Aren't I going to take their moms?
Two black chicks with glasses there in the middle. Are you giving a girl for glasses right now?
I'm not sure.
There you go. It's pretty Kill Tony love-making, matchmaking thing. I fucking love this. I love the energy here in Ohio. It's very, I feel like they're here for like a baseball card auction. Not exactly shit. They all look like they're waiting for something. A lot of people look like they're just taking like their fishing poles are out in the river and they just came in here to get warm for a bit. Well, they need something that bites out there, you know what I mean?
I think I smell a hangover from this whole entire night. And you're all on your first train, like, please let this work.
Yeah, turkey fucking leftovers. Crazy ass shit.
They're the ham sandwich or the vegetable soup with meat.
Oh, there's eggs in the bucket.
Yeah,
they already took care of that. Wow, it's on loose sleep paper tonight. Yeah, right. So, when you said, did I eat what I ate?
Yeah,
I've been eating Italian food all week.
Did you have an Italian Thanksgiving or was it a normal Thanksgiving?
I didn't have any. I eat weird, so I didn't have a normal Thanksgiving at all, but I just ate Italian food the entire time. Because I don't ever get my mom's sauce. I'm Italian. My mom makes this specific tomato tomato sauce that you can't even fathom. Like, no, you truly can't understand. And anyway, so I ate that, and I ate at my dad's Italian restaurant last night, which was a lot of fun. He's Italian as fuck, so I had more Italian. I had pasta and Italian peppers and bread. You gonna play that? I see it queued up. I'm milking it for you, but it's not coming up at all. There it is. Okay, yeah. So then after eating the pasta, I move on to. All right, guys. Here we are, we're live, and this shit's crazy. Are you ready to? I love how empty this entire part is. Like, it's like the audience is over there.
And I like how we have like these like stands like we're doing like a press or something like that.
Yeah, we're football report. Can we get these out of here real quick? Where's Jason at?
Yeah. Oh, Drew's out the way. Drew, you know for Drew and Jason.
Yeah.
All the people from that one Ohio gets to the anything. How much support we have out here. Just, you know, the best people, and they're all awesome to work with. So thanks a lot, guys. We ate today at their side burgers. Have you been there in Easton?
I don't know. Not yet.
Yeah, bitch.
Yeah. All Ohio beef. It's all like grass.
Ohio beef. Look at Drew. Yeah, it's my
And what are you looking? Yeah, bitch.
Oh yeah, a six-pack fucking thing made by Gio Anasano in Pittsburgh, PA. The one side it's a Death Squad logo, and the other it's a always trying to promote your own money.
Do that shit.
And then there's Kill Tony on the other side. Look at that shit. Yeah. Always trying. Why would you promote your own network? It's quiet as fuck. I know it's so very interesting. Energy in here. Yeah, Will Moore has a song by Kill Tony. 17-year-old Thundercat. How about we just put you on blast and do the regular spot? Is that cool? Yeah, you did all this. Did you sign up? Okay, so if I pull you out, I'll just pull another game out instead. Yeah, sure. You'll go up in the end. Is that cool? We've been building a prodigy. 3 or 4 years ago, I was here at Benson U and Tom Segura. We did shows. I came out on this stage. I stood right there, and that kid, Will in the back, big, amazing kid, sitting in the front. And I brought him on stage and roasted the dog shit out of him. 7 minutes straight, and he was laughing so hard the entire time. He was just loving getting made fun of. So we became friends, and he's been on stand-up for 3 years, well more. Yeah. And now he's 17. It's not just being on stand-up for 3 years. It's gonna be the Columbus rock star. It's gonna be like the fucking. Alright, forget it.
He's ready to rematch for you roasting him. He's gonna come back like this Slayer. You're gonna your deathbed. Like, oh, you got me!
You got me. Like, if he came back and I was on my deathbed, he'd make me laugh. Right? Laugh is the best medicine.
Number 8.
Hey, Rabbi.
How you living? Oh, Flash, how you living, pimp? What's good, son? Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast, thankfully. What's good in your neck of the woods, son?
Just chilling. I had a question for you.
What's up, you look Max and pimp?
Man, is it kind of, am I a loser for going to a wedding without a +1?
Fuck no, man. You rock that shit. Weddings are some of the best places to meet horny bitches. Who's getting married? Kicking ass, taking names. Who is getting married?
Two best friends of mine.
Are they dudes? Are they women? Are they a man and a woman?
A woman. It's two men and a woman.
2 men and a woman? That like they're having a three-way?
Oh no, a man and a woman. My fault.
Oh, you're good. You're good. All right, so you have two friends, a man and a woman, and they're getting married, and they were nice enough to invite you to their wedding, and you're gonna go
Yeah, I'm a
as a lone wolf, and you're gonna be like, hey, to all the single chicks there, my name is a Flax Life. I'm a kick streamer. I'm amazing looking. I have a great personality, a huge community, and I'd like to ask you on a date. And these bitches are gonna be dropping panties like you can't believe.
Thank you, Rabbi. I needed to hear that. You're right.
100%, dude. Like, of all of the events, all of them, weddings are the best places to meet women. Like, no doubt. Have you ever seen the movie Wedding Crashers?
Nah, I never seen it.
Oh, dog, you got to check it out. It goes into all of the psychology of how women go to an event, especially if they're single, like a wedding, and they want that to be them. They get horny. There's all kinds of love in the air. There's alcohol. There's dancing. It's a great place to pick up chicks, dog.
I need to get me a chick. It's time.
No, yeah, but at the wedding, don't bring don't bring a girl. It's totally going to be a letdown if you bring some random chick who you don't really care about, as opposed to going there, you look cool, people be like, hey, how do you know the bride or groom? And you'd be like, I know both. They're both my friends. I'm amazing. Do you know about Kick? Do you know about a Flax Life? Do you know a Flax Life knows Rabbi Rothschild? They'll be like, no way, you know Rabbi Rothschild? You'd be like, oh yeah, he and I go way back. And they'll be like, wow, do you want me to take my panties off now or in the car? And you'd be like, calm down, baby.
Okay, that was funny. Nah, you're right. I'm gonna say that.
100%, dog. So how have things been on Kick?
It's been the same old. I've been getting harassed. People telling me they hate me. You know.
Yeah, welcome to the club, big dog. Why do they hate you?
There's this one time where, like, I quote unquote turned my back on my community and time and banned everyone, and now they have a vendetta to hate me, which is like, yeah.
All right, well, you don't ever want to do that because you need your community. But okay, so what do you?
So wait, do you think I was in? Wait, I didn't mean to cut you off. You think I was wrong for banning my community?
You banned everyone in your community?
I banned like a good amount because they were being weird.
How many people did you ban?
I banned like 30 plus people.
Yeah, you should do an amnesty. Everybody deserves a second chance. Let everybody back.
I let them in, but they started being weird and started harassing me.
Okay, I mean, then if they continue to do that, you can reban them, but give them a second chance.
You think I should give them a second chance?
100%. Flax, you should make it an event. You should call it Flax Amnesty. You should literally go through all your banned users live on Kick, and you should unban every single person, every rabbi account, every other bot account. Just unban everybody. People aren't coming back to go harass you, and if they do, then you just reban them. But that'll put you in more good graces with your community because they'll be like, you know what? Flax gave everybody a second chance. Maybe this time around it'll be different. And especially that core group of people who you ban, they'll recognize that, like, hey, we're all getting a second chance. And if anybody, mouths off or anything, they can get another ban. I mean, there's nothing stopping you from doing that.
I gave them multiple second chances.
Okay. Well, then give them a third chance.
Rabbi, how you be living, man?
Dude, every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. My question for you is this.
What's up?
How permanent do you want your bans to be? Like, basically, you're just turning away viewers. And I understand they can get annoying. And that's cool. So you reban them. No big deal. People who spam you, you reban them. But everybody else, you might get some people who are like, you know what? I was having a bad day with Flax.
Okay, what if they were adults?
when they were doxing my brother, being weird, bringing up a girl who I used to be with, and stuff like that.
Okay, so the doxing thing, you can report them to Kick for that, and Kick will.
I don't think they care. I tried.
Okay, you are a big enough streamer on Kick that all you have to do is go to support@kick.com and you say to them, look, here's a screenshot of what they said, my brother's address. I don't like that. Please address this issue with this streamer or this
You think I should start streaming on Twitch, Rabbi?
Dog, I've been telling you for a long time, you need to multi-stream. So you don't recognize it, but you're a big-time streamer. You're a big fish in a small pond. Why not increase your audience by 4 times and multi-stream using Rumble Studio, which is free, on YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, and Kick, all simultaneously? You'll get 4 times as many people interacting with you.
The thing is, most of my viewers say they're not going to Twitch or any other site. They're staying on Kick.
Wait, hold on. You don't understand. When you multi-stream on Rumble Studio, your chat is unified. So they can watch you on Kick simultaneously while other people watch you on YouTube. And whenever somebody on Kick says something, there's a little green thing next to their name so you know it's from Kick. Or if they do it from YouTube, there's a little red thing next to their name. Or if they do it from Twitch, there's a purple thing next to their name. Or if they do it from Rumble, there's a Rumble thing next to their name. But you know exactly from where...
What's it called?
It's called...
Rumble Studio?
Yeah, dog, and it's amazing.
I might try that.
Dude, not might, dude. There is no may. There is only do.
Rabbi, do you think I'm a bitch? My chat say I complain on the bitch enough. They say that's why I don't like my chat. They think I'm soft.
No, I mean, anybody who streams enough can get annoyed with people, but don't be stubborn. Literally, you should be creating a Rumble Studio account right now, not sitting on your thumb like, maybe I'll do it. That's a good idea. I've heard you talk about this for a long time. You need to create a Rumble Studio account right now. Then what you need to do is you need to connect your YouTube, and you need to connect your Twitch, and then what you do is connect your Kick, and then when you go live on Rumble Studio, you go live on Kick, you go live on Twitch, you go live on Rumble, you go live on YouTube, all at the same time.
I might try that.
There is no may. There's only do. You should just say to yourself, you know what? I'm going to do it. It can't hurt. Why am I doing all this work on Kick? None of my streams are getting archived. That makes it difficult for people to clip me, more than 30 days out. And I'm not building the kind of community that I want to. It's like this. If you are trying to put out a fire, do you want one hose doing it or 4 fire hoses doing it? It only makes sense. 4 fire hoses. That's more interaction for you. Like right now, you're just pissing on a fire. Kick is small, and they don't care about you. They care about clavicular. They care about people who are bodying themselves in huge ways. So you need to expand your community. And the best way to do that is to give more people the opportunity to be able to see you. And multi-streaming is the way to do this.
I'm gonna do that.
Okay, Flax, if you have questions, come in here and I'll help you. My other question to you, Flax, is do you have a link tree?
Yeah, I have a link tree, but I don't use it as much.
Okay, well, you should. And you should put all your links in there for Rumble, YouTube, Kick, and Twitch. And then whenever anybody is watching your stream, at least once an hour, you say, hey, I'd appreciate it if you go to my link tree, linktree.com/aflaxlife, and follow me on these platforms. I'll follow you back. We'll continue to grow together. Don't be on a pedestal with your community. You need to follow people back, and then you're going to grow. But right now, Kick, you've streamed a lot in the last like 2 years or so that I've known you, and of the amount of hours that you've streamed, like less than 1% of it is archived because it's not on YouTube and it's not on Rumble, and those two archive your stuff for you. So if I'm your fan and I want to go back and see, man, what was Flax like back in the day? I can't do it because everything's gone on Kick. Twitch is the same way. Expand your community. Expand the amount of content that you're archiving.
Rabbi, do you think I should quit streaming?
Absolutely not. I think you should do it more. I don't think you do it enough with Flax Life.
But what if it gets hard?
It's gonna get hard. And right now, you're a streamer who's just spinning their wheels. I want you to get traction, and the way you get traction is by creating content of yourself. Right now, you are on a platform that frankly doesn't care about you. They don't care about your data. They don't care about what you're archiving. Rumble does. YouTube does. Because you can go back and watch yourself 5 years ago on YouTube if you wanted to, or a year ago on Rumble. It archives your data for you. Kick literally is just a website for influencers to get their communities to use Stake. Absolutely. And you want to be more than that. So it's just like, hey, you could be driving, like you've got to see your streaming journey, like your, I don't know, perhaps like you have a carriage, and right now you've got one horse that's pulling your carriage. That's Kick. But you could add Twitch, like you said. You could add Rumble. You could add YouTube. That's 4 times the amount of engagement. You already get a lot of engagement. But why not add those other platforms as well that frankly have some of them 10, 20, 30 times as many users as Kick does? And it's all free. It would be one thing if it'd be one thing, Flax, if I were saying to you, oh, but and it's $5 a month or $10 a month. No, it's free. You should have done this a long time ago, but it's not too late. It's still very early in the game. So you go to Rumble, you create an account, you get a Flax Life. You do the same on YouTube if you haven't already, which I'm sure you have. You do the same on Twitch. All you do is link all your accounts. You go live on Rumble. You'll be live simultaneously on Rumble, on Kick, on Twitch, and on YouTube. And then you're going to get 4 times as many people watching you. It's very simple. I can't put it to you any simpler than that.
I feel you, Rabbi. I feel you.
Excellent, big man. All right, Flax, I've got a friend here. He and I are going to watch a documentary. You go do good in the world, God willing. If you need help, I'm here to help you, okay?
I got you, Rabbi. Have a good night.
You too, Flax. Take care, my man.
Peace, peace.
Peace. What up, Riser? How you living, pimp?
Yo, that's good.
Dog, I created a killer bot today. This thing is baller. It's gonna take over the world. So, what it is, it basically creates like huge Wikipedia articles for me. Not on Wikipedia though, on my blog. Okay, so normally like a topic like I don't know, hypercomputers or quantum computers, its Wikipedia article is like, I don't know, maybe 1,000 words or something like that. What my bot does is it takes that Wikipedia article and then creates 100 outlines for subtopics within that Wikipedia article. So like maybe, I don't know, like the one it's working on now. Quantum hardware control electronics and signal chains and gate-based quantum computers. And you're like, huh? It's like, I mean, you can see it. If you go to Rabbi Rothschild Wikipedia.blogspot.com, you can see it working right now. So what it does is I have this like list of all these like of 100 kinds of supercomputers, and it's taking every like 6 hours or so, takes one of those and creates a blog entry on it, and then creates like 100 different outlines about topics related to that, and then it goes to the next one, and it's a beautiful system. How do you like that?
I mean, yeah, that's a cool idea.
No, it's still
how do you actually get people to like your blog?
What'd you say?
How do people actually like find why? Like, how do people?
Yeah, so
how do you get traffic to the actual blog?
Through Google.
Wouldn't you be attracting like quantum computer people anyways if you were with this stuff?
Well, through Google, but it's topics that I like the Bering Strait Tunnel and sea scrapers, that kind of futuristic stuff. So there's only limited amounts of articles or anything on like sea scrapers, unless you like go into like the deep like academia for like architectural journals. There isn't just like one blog that has 100 different sub articles of outlines on sea scrapers, on how do you get rid of waste in a sea scraper, how do you generate energy in a sea scraper, how do you how do you deal with seismic activity in a sea scraper, all of those things. And my blog bot does that, and it's really efficient. Like it creates a new outline every 45 seconds through ChatGPT, and it moves slowly enough that it doesn't, like, ChatGPT doesn't say you've run out of requests today, try again tomorrow. It's very slow. Not very slow, but like it takes it like maybe 2 minutes to create each one or so. So it's pretty baller. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, if you think it'll actually generate traffic to the blog through Google results, wouldn't it be on like a?
Oh yeah, it already does. Yeah, like, because a lot of people think I have a Wikipedia article, and I don't. And the reason why I don't is because Wikipedia is very, very touchy. I've been told. I mean, we've talked about it before. Like, it's this like foggy group of people that runs it. Even though I donate to it, uh, I've been told don't create your own Wikipedia article. Just wait for one of their approved moderators to take notice of you someday, and then have it generate. So in the meantime, uh, when you type in Rabbi Rothschild Wikipedia, it shows the guy from Atlanta. Um, but and this one British Rabbi Rothschild, but she's a lady. Uh, but then my blog shows up on the first page, like generally. So I just named the blog Rabbi Rothschild Wikipedia. Like my other blog is called Who is Rabbi Rothschild, because a lot of people type that in. Basically, I take whatever search term that somebody's going to search, and I make a blog under that name, and then I put a ton of content on it. Make sense?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Do you know what Anna's Archive is?
Everybody knows what that is, but refresh me.
It's like this huge archive of like millions and millions of books.
Oh yeah. I do know what that is. It's like a digital library, right?
Yeah. I guess I don't have the name. No, wait, what is this? Like, I don't know. I can't see how many pieces of how many books are there right now, but I've gone there to find like interesting information on a bunch of stuff, and you'll actually get like a real legit PDF of like a good book, and probably that information just isn't just like floating around in like the Google results, So maybe if you train an AI on the Anna's Archive books, and they have all sorts of futurism topics or whatever topic you can imagine, roughly.
AI's already been trained on that, though.
Oh, then
That's
then maybe it's fine.
That's part of the backbone of what AI is. AI has basically parsed every single written book that's ever been created. What my strategy does is it takes one of those topics and then writes a blog on it, 16,000 character blog, and then from there automatically parses subtopics in there that have never been delved into previously. So even like Anna's Archive, let's give an example. Anna's Archive might have a bunch of things on sea scrapers, and that's cool. But no one person has gone through and done 100 outlines of 16,000 characters on sea scrapers that are all different. Like how, like the materials that are needed.
I get it.
You get it, yeah.
That's not like hallucinating.
It is not hallucinating. It's like extremely accurate. I mean, I've read it, and it's like they're all different, and they all are like I could have it make a blog, just all blog entries, blog entry after blog after blog entry, but that gets too hard to parse. Outlines are the way to go. You can read the outline, and it makes a lot of sense. And like the Bering Strait Tunnel one, it's like, dude, it was bringing up such good idea, like things that I never thought about, like the not cross contamination, but like the migration patterns of animals will change when the Bering Strait Tunnel is created. You know, it's 50. It needs to be 100 kilometers, and the tunnel is 50 kilometers, and that was done over 100 years ago. So it's possible. But the idea is like this: like there are like bugs and things that are more common in Asia than in Alaska, and those bugs are gonna get into like the train cars, and then they're gonna be like, you know, contaminating each other or whatever. Uh, it'll change like migration patterns a little bit, just like little things like that. I've been talking about this subject publicly for almost 5 years, and I never even thought of that one. I mean, I'm sure I could have pondered it, but I always thought like, just like maybe that the bugs were basically the same because it's only like 100 kilometers difference, but not really, because you could get bugs that like migrate. And anyway, just like things like that, it just was a really interesting point that I was looking at today. And with the computers, um like like I don't know, let's just talk about like holographic computers right now, for instance, like a really advanced kind of computer. um there are people who have written articles on a holographic computer, but no one's made 100 outlines, really, really in-depth outlines on the different things, timelines of holographic computers, and glossaries of holographic computers. And um, and I understand what you're saying. Like, well, how do you know it's not hallucinating? Uh, I mean, when I read it, it's not. These are like terms that it's using that are consistent, and and it's like combining some of the ideas. So like, I'll be like, give me a timeline for holographic computers, and it's conservative. It's not like they'll be here tomorrow, but like I'll say, give me a timeline for the next million years of holographic computers, and it's okay if it hallucinates a little bit, because in the far future it doesn't know, but it's actually pretty um conservative in what it says. Like, you know, like nobody really knows 10,000 years into the future if people will be even using holographic computers. Like maybe there are other computers that could be developed, and it will give a list of them. So long story short, you always have to worry about hallucination of AI models, but in this case, I think it's pretty solid. So all I have to do is just almost like a Tommy gun, or like one of those guns that you feed it with like magazine, like you feed it with bullets. You know, like when Rambo would wear like the bullets on his like chest. You know what I'm talking about?
Sorry, what is that?
You know who Rambo is? Like Rambo, or like
Oh,
you know when they like wear like bullets on their chest and they feed those bullets into a gun. All I have to do is make sure that I have topics, and so what I do is I just have to go to ChatGPT and be like, give me 100 kinds of computers faster than a quantum computer, and it'll be like, here are 100 proposed versions, and it will take that. I take that list of 100, and those are my bullets for my like my Rambo vest or whatever, and then it just after like 6 hours it moves on to the next one. All right, and then the other bot I've got going, I had to work on my kick bot a little bit today, and it just hasn't been working. It's been okay. It's been okay. I get people who have been saying, "Hey, I saw you clip my kick, you clip my thing and kick or whatever." I just had to. I was running into an issue with. I don't understand. Still don't understand exactly why, but I changed the timing on it a little bit, and it seems to be working better. And then my other bot is uh, I just took. I think I told you this. Pictures of like all of the Miss Universe winners, like, and the Miss America winners, like all time, and I put like a watermark over them, and then I put them on a blog, and that populates Google Images, and then it is then I like changing the alt text on them all and the titles on them all, which takes a long time, and sometimes when you're doing like 3,000 pictures at once, uh, you can't do them all at once. You have to do them individually. So I have a bot doing that, and then I've got my TikTok bots are working well. They're populating things. Um, so I've got right now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Got like 7 bots going. Then I've got another 2 bots going on Rumble. I could have more bots going, but uh, they sometimes on some of my other devices don't work as well. So I'm kind of the bot king. I think it's pretty baller, and that's what I've been doing. How was your day?
that was good. Apparently, Anna's archive is being sued for like $322 million.
Yeah, I heard about this from for trademark or for copyright infringement.
Yeah, but the site's still up on the shadow links and whatnot. How do you even sue these people? I assume that they'd be operating like anonymously.
Yeah, I mean they just basically go after their ISP, and the ISP will have to shut it down.
Yeah. Court order.
Exactly. But mine.
Looking at the futurism books.
But mine is all organic, and it's not copyrighted because every single entry is new. Like it's not. Nobody's ever put these words together before.
There's like apparently like a surge of like AI Schwab books that are out. Like people are selling AI books on Amazon now. I've done advertisements for them.
I've seen that too.
And it's just really entirely AI, and it's like I hate it so much that I'm like, wait, should I be doing it? Am I stupid for not doing it? And then another thing is people are spamming out Spotify songs with AI crap, and I feel like if you can make like a sick sleep, like if you make like sleep playlists, like those people like fall asleep songs, and
right?
There would be like white noise or something, and because the listening time of those songs is like 10 hours long, you apparently just make a bunch of money doing it. But I think it'll just become so saturated where it'll be hard to.
That's what Jayski does. He lives pretty close to Hollywood, and he just takes video of Hollywood Boulevard, and then just lets it play. And like Miss Aquarius has one of those going right now. The issue that occurs with those is advertisers recognize that the person's watching it for 8 hours, but they're not conscious during it much of the time. But that doesn't always mean it. Sometimes people just listen to it as white noise while they're studying or something. So, if I were you, this is a really good idea. You should start a YouTube channel that is dedicated to soundscapes, and you could just take open source or open video that's out there of like traffic, and then just the waves on like a tropical island, and rain, and you make a 12-hour video of this, and you put the labels on it, and people eat that shit up. I have 12-hour videos that I listen to quite often. There's J-Ski right there. So he will J-Ski, if you can hear me, we're talking about those long videos that you make, like the one you're making on Hollywood Boulevard. And then Miss Aquarius is doing it. J-Ski each night puts on those long videos when he goes to bed. And so Riser, I think that's a really good idea.
I have no interest in doing that, but I get that people are doing it. Are you ready to watch Air?
I would rather watch Michael, but yes, I'm ready to watch Air.
Maybe we can watch Michael later.
We have to watch that with Zoot. Zoot's like, that's illegal. I'm like, Zoot, you're the one who created super gonorrhea by going to the adult arcade and didn't tell anybody about it. He's like, that's not illegal. You only have to tell them if it's AIDS. I'm like, oh, okay. All right, excuse me.
Jesus.
I think that should.
He was streaming a video on the internet.
Yeah, whatever. Zoot, who knows? Anyway, we'll say this is a newsworthy event, and that'll be good. But yeah, so I am ready. I saw this movie. The first time I saw it, I've only seen it once, was during the pandemic, and I immediately thought it was one of the best biopics that I've ever seen, especially because you never see Michael Jordan's face. And I think that's a really cool element of it. Like a really cool way to do the movie, because it's like, who could play Michael Jordan? Like, he has a really unique face, and he's still alive. And the answer to that is don't ever show his face, just show his parents.
Is this the right documentary that I have up? Michael Air Jordan?
No, just one moment.
Okay, I need the name of it.
It's called Air. And it's
a movie or a documentary?
It's a movie.
Oh, I thought it was a documentary.
No, dog.
Since when are we watching non-documentary?
That's a good question. Okay, we don't have to watch it, but it's a well, here's how it happened. I said a while back we should watch Air sometime, and you're like, okay. And then recently I said we should watch Air sometime.
It was about his shoes?
Yeah.
And the movie is about his shoes, but it's just not a documentary.
Correct. It's a biopic.
What the fuck is that?
It's a movie, like a biography of someone.
Oh.
So that's why.
So it's not really like fiction.
No, it's true. That's why I like kind of consider it to be like. I never said that it's a documentary, nor do I see it as a documentary. It's a true story that is the story of how Michael Jordan's shoes got started, and it's fascinating. I really like biopics, and so anyway, I said to you a while back we should watch Air because uh, I thought it was really good, and you were like, we've added it to the list, but at no point was I ever like it's a documentary. However, it I don't see it as that much different because you're learning like the story of how this thing came to be. And I'm okay with those kind of movies. If you're like, hey, let's watch I don't know, some movie that never took place and isn't real, I'm okay with that. But I like movies where you like learn about something, and biopics.
Flamin' Hot a biopic?
Yeah, it's not the it's not true. That's not allegedly how the Flamin' Hots came to be, but I've seen it. It's pretty. It's pretty good.
Let me know how to find this movie or what the actual title of this.
Sure. So here's what you do. You go to fmovies.com. Oh, pardon me. fmovies.co. Just type in fmovies into Google.
fmovies.com is a porn site.
Gotcha. fmovies.co.
Okay.
And then I'm going to type Air Michael Jordan. And it's not available there. Oh, that's tight. Okay, so let me just find another one. Air Michael Jordan.
It's not called Airtime or his.
No, it's literally just called Air, and then it was made in 2023. Its soundtrack is amazing.
Oh, it has Ben Affleck in it?
And Matt Damon.
Okay, I think I have it. I found it.
Tight. Good job. And we may have, I don't know, been on the.
Soundtrack's good, you said?
Dude, soundtrack is like the best soundtrack I've heard in 20 years.
Damn. What were you gonna say?
I think maybe we got onto the biopic discussion because the Michael Jackson biopic. I'm not exactly sure, but I think you'll like it. I honestly think this may start us on a bunch of biopics because there are a lot of them, and you learn from them, and so I don't see them as like just normal movies.
Yeah. I mean, The Social Network is apparently a biopic.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But it's just like, I don't know, probably like engineered more to to be a follow movie, but I like those movies too. I'm pretty sure.
I don't mean to be rude, but if possible, can you mute your microphone when possible? Because I don't want to get a copyright strike.
My bad. I forgot.
You're good. You're good.
Yes, that was perfect. Now change it to another costume. Video